Once Hydra's weapon, now their greatest animal. What if Naruto rebelled?
Hello everyone, welcome to What If Naruto Was Part of Hydra Empire and Rebelled Against It movie. Before we start, please go support Dragneel Slayer for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistaken characters' gender, but of course Naruto is a male. The perfect utopia, a solid empire born from scientific advances and the blood of millions of people. For nearly 100 years, Hydra has maintained control of the world. The Third Reich's victory over the Allies conditioned the world to a utopia fueled by fear, advancement, and slavery. Darkness fell upon the world. But where there is darkness, there is light. Where there is fear, there is hope. One man's pride, his desire for technological advancement, would soon lead Hydra to its destruction. Chapter 1. Book 1. The Soldier. The red flag fluttered brightly from every building in New York. The dark, almost black sky intensified the red color of those flags, of those fixtures on the various buildings, of the small flags children waved cheerfully at the soldiers' firm, coordinated march. It was a day of celebration. It was a day every person in every part of the country remembered, even though almost 100 years had passed since that day, when the victors wrote a new chapter in the book that was the world. The day was a day marked on the calendars of people 2 generations ago. A day marked by the blood of thousands, millions of people. The end of a war was always a turning point that resonated around the world and altered the future of every country, every person, and every sentient being. Germany won World War II. The entire world was completely engulfed in the Third Reich, and no one could escape the ultimate exponent that led to the Third Reich's victory. The organization known as Hydra, led by the Hydra leaders of the entire world. Each country had its own representatives on Hydra, and this would report directly to the organization's headquarters, located in a completely unknown, mobile location. No one, except for a privileged few, knew the whereabouts of the leader of the largest organization in the world today. Today, the victory of the Third Reich over the Allied army was celebrated worldwide. The victory of the ideals of a madman over those of thousands of people seeking their own freedom, their own happiness without being bound by supremacist ideologies. Everything that went against the Reich had been completely erased from history, torn from future generations, and left as a bitter memory in the minds of older generations. A controlled world, full of advancement and fear. It was not a free world. Hydra knew there was no such thing as true freedom within the empire built by that man. All ideals, all plans, the entire future of the world was now in the hands of the Hydra Masters, the global council that ruled the earth without flinching when it came to making their point. Above all, the well-being of Hydra came before the people, before those outside the regime. The former face that represented Hydra during World War II was replaced by the Hydra heads. During Johann Schmidt's confrontation with Steve Rogers, the former disappeared without a trace, while the latter sacrificed himself to save the world from almost certain destruction. This act was remembered with mockery by members of the regime. Captain America's sacrifice was completely forgotten, and his grave was spat on and vandalized by the subjugated people. Captain America couldn't save anyone. There were no heroes, no good that would lead to salvation or a victory over true evil. Hydra, the regime, had won over the Allies, and now the world was completely theirs to use and rule. And the people had tried, after almost 100 years, to fully submit to the changing world, to the new world government. But there would always be someone who wouldn't be comfortable with the current situation, who would try to turn around the negative tide their lives were going through. Thousands, millions of people weren't being cared for by the regime. They were enslaved, used as free labor for the advancement of those truly on the regime's side, those willing to give their lives for Hydra and the leaders of the New World Order. No one in their right mind would be willing to pit the entire world against each other for a measly shred of life before the regime, before Germany's victory over the world, before a time when people could decide about their own lives. This was something the Hydra heads knew and worked with. The world feared them. They had their claws wrapped around the earth and weren't going to let go, no matter how many small splinter groups tried to eradicate them. They had worked hard to establish Hydra as the ruler, the Third Reich as a solid global empire. 12 people formed the heads of Hydra. 12 people ruled the world, crushing any attempt at rebellion from those who didn't seem content with the utopia Hydra had implanted in the world for its well-being and salvation. Using the Cosmic Cube during World War II, Hydra achieved endless technological advancements that ultimately gave them victory over the rest of the world. One of the men still alive after Hydra's birth and rapid growth was also the man primarily responsible for ensuring that those inventions pushed by the cube were fully operational for use by the troops. Using the technological enhancements gained by the cube and his own mind, the man who aided the rise of Hydra was able to transfer his mind into a robotic body that completely replaced the flesh, muscle, and bone that gave life to famed scientist Arnim Zola, allowing the man to take an important position within Hydra's leadership, taking the position as the organization's chief scientist. Arnim stood by the founder of Hydra, serving as his right-hand man throughout the armed conflict against the Allies during World War II, and was responsible for bringing to life all the inventions desired by his master, whom everyone within the regime remembered as a true hero, a visionary. Of course, this man was none other than Johann Schmidt himself, better known as the Red Skull, due to the disfigurement caused by a poorly made variant of the super soldier serum, the same serum that ran through the veins of the late Steve Rogers. Having been present at the beginning of Hydra and the Third Reich, Arnim was respected and admired by both young and old. Many of the scientists working in the world's most important industries aspired to gain even a shred of Arnim's knowledge from the achievements he made throughout his life in the service of the Red Skull and the regime. Something, of course, that Arnim Zola himself encouraged in young minds to accelerate the world's technological growth. It was thanks to these exploits that Arnim gained complete control of America, shamelessly controlling the United States, Canada, and every other country on the entire continent. He established his base of operations in Washington, D.C., turning it into his own city, his fortress. No one entered or left the capital without Arnim being given a full briefing by his men. Being a man of his own mind, Arnim fully understood his capabilities even when he transferred his consciousness into his new robotic body. Because of this, he devoted endless resources to forming a group of super soldiers who would serve him, remain completely loyal, and carry the regime's ideas to anyone who didn't follow them by crushing Hydra's enemies. But Arnim, being such an intelligent man, wouldn't use his soldiers unless absolutely necessary. Aware of the dangers Hydra would pose in the future, he created Project Insight. 3 helicarriers took to the skies above New York in 2014 and, within a week, eradicated Hydra's potential enemies, leaving thousands dead in the rubble of cities across the world. Many people who could have eliminated Hydra were now merely memories, recorded as data on a disk in the personal computer of Arnim Zola, the orchestrator of the cruel event that reminded the world who ruled them and who could end their lives. Bringing peace completely to his mind, Arnim Zola allowed the 3 helicarriers to remain in the skies of the world as a reminder, as a pillar for the complete tranquility of Hydra and the important members of the organization, and as a deterrent to those who would try to oppose Hydra's plans. And this gave the man new resources and work for his own projects. Praised and beloved, Arnim established himself as Hydra's most loyal member after the Insight incident, and his power within the organization only grew, even becoming considered the complete leader of Hydra, of the regime as a whole. And that could have been achieved. Arnim could have wielded all the power in the world and risen as its ruler if he weren't a man of science, a person who loved his work in scientific and technological advancement too much above action. And that was his mistake. Look at this. It was inside the stolen briefcase. The young African-American man showed a vial of nearly clear liquid to another person, gently rocking it while letting his teeth shine in the darkness. All this for a strange liquid in a strange briefcase. I highly doubt they'll buy this from us. Unsure of the liquid, the second boy slumped back a little. He was sitting on the ground, staring suspiciously at the vial. The stolen briefcase was several meters away, forgotten by both him and his companion. Oh, come on. I'm sure it's worth a fortune. The young African-American man demonstrated his optimism. The blonde-haired boy merely grimaced, twisting his face in disbelief at his classmate's words. Despite the well-being generated by the regime, many young people, ended up turning to crime, creating the juvenile crime that the police tried so hard to eradicate. But it was the regime itself that drove this with its contempt, with its way of elevating some and keeping others on their knees, treating them like dogs. There was a great deal of ethnic disparity due to the regime. Movement between countries was heavily prohibited, monitored to the point of ostracizing any foreigner in a country they shouldn't be in. Of course, if you showed your allegiance to the regime, these pressures were lessened, and you were treated better, which many referred to as being an upper-class dog. Really? That thing? The boy raised his right eyebrow as he dropped his weight back. Where did you get it anyway, Miles? Miles Morales. A dark-skinned boy of African-American descent, with a slim and toned body. His hair was almost close-cropped, with a military cut that gave him the appearance of a small-time gang member from the neighborhoods of Brooklyn or Queens. Like any boy outside his country, he had been forced to commit petty crimes to help his mother and father make some money, so obtaining that vial to sell was not outside his normal daily routine. I only found the briefcase in a dumpster, the boy acknowledged, his face twisting. It was slightly open, with the safety lock off. No one was there, so I took it. Despite the regime's progress and global control, it had not been able to eradicate drug exports to various countries, which some viewed as a means of money laundering by the government. Others saw this as a measure to keep the lower class completely under control. The rate of drug-related illnesses had skyrocketed in recent years, and no one had done anything to stop it. Haven't you considered that might belong to a gang? The blonde held out his arm. Miles reluctantly handed his prized possession to his companion. A gang war. A robbery. With an analytical eye, the boy examined the vial. The liquid was colorless, and he could see his friend's face through it. Did you make sure there was no one there? Bodies. Blood. Signs of a fight. Of course. I checked the surroundings. I made sure no one was there and took it without anyone seeing me. No one was going to worry about a pair of petty thieves. No one in that utopia would look twice at the corpse of a dark-skinned young man and the boy who was with him, helping him. Like mere animals, they would be buried in a mass grave alongside other boys and girls of the same ilk, and the regime would issue a false report to the families, if they even deigned to do so. Those bastards. A bitter memory came to the blonde-haired boy's mind. It contained the face of a girl, a little girl with the same eyes and golden hair, but tied in two beautiful golden pigtails. In a second, the memory changed. Now the girl was on the ground, half her face missing, in a pool of fresh red blood. Arg. I just hope this doesn't get us into trouble, Miles. The vial was returned to its owner. With a resigned huff, the boy with disheveled blonde hair stood up, revealing his short stature, barely over 5 feet tall. He wore loose clothing that covered his body, almost bare bones due to malnutrition and poor physical activity. No, you'll see. Miles smiled, looking at the vial in his hands. That would probably net them a few $100, maybe more if it was a pure drug, if it was really good. We'll give it to the usual suspects, man. You'll see how grateful Judy will be. Small traces of a blush appeared on the scrawny boy's face. The blonde cleared his throat and shot a sharp glance at his friend, who gulped at the look. Okay. The African-American grumbled. You don't have to look at me like that, damn it. The sound of footsteps alerted the two boys. Didn't you say no one followed you? Shit. A shattered door that served as a lock was flung off its hinges and crashed into Miles Morales' side, shattering into splinters and leaving the rusty handle rolling across the floor. A white skull on black caught the blonde boy's cerulean eyes, while the dark metal of a Glock caught the dark-haired boy's attention. It would be best if you didn't move, boys. Or do you want to make things worse? Black hair and a crew cut, a scruffy 3-day beard, and weapons that could have been used for a direct assault. With a sullen, tired, and sullen face, the man pointed his Glock at the two surprised boys. He didn't take his dark eyes off either of them, but focused part of his attention on the vial the African-American was holding. I see, a mocking smile appeared on the man's lips. A couple of brats told the serum and killed Agent 77. My boss is going to have some fun with you brats. Those words, those statements, made one thing clear in the minds of the two teenagers. That man didn't belong to the mafia, he wasn't a hitman or a mercenary. Named by number, the regime's agents, known as the Bloodhounds, cleared the streets in the name of their leaders, being used as trackers, hunters, and executioners. Buck. Stupid Miles. The blonde mentally scolded his partner, but he didn't blame him. He would have done the same thing. Taking a briefcase containing a strange liquid to sell at the Kingpin's market. That was something he had on his agenda, something he would do constantly. But even though it was something he'd already done, he always made sure to elude the regime's dogs. How was it possible that something of theirs was within reach of teenagers like them, like Miles? Too many unknowns. The best thing would be to escape from. The deafening crack of a gunshot cut through the thoughts and internal chatter of the boy with the disheveled hair. His eyes widened, a tingling sensation running up his spine. Slowly, he looked to his left side. And immediately he wished he hadn't done it, that he hadn't seen what he saw. Spread like paint, Miles Morales' blood stained the dark walls of the room, his flesh lightly scattered across the floor, reaching his companion's feet. The young man's dark-skinned face had been smashed open, having exploded from the direct shot of the bloodhound, and pieces of his skull and brain were scattered around, creating a bit of color in all the darkness. I'll get this, kid. Don't move. The man moved the Glock and pointed it directly at a shivering young man with messy, dirty, dull blonde hair, a dirty golden blonde. Pickling this with cold fingers isn't something I'm too keen on. I'd rather leave it to that stupid lunatic. The sound of footsteps stopped. The man looked at Miles' limp body and bent down, starting to rummage. I swear the brat had it in his hands. I saw him when I came in. Did he fall far when I shot him? Moments before being shot by the assailant, Miles tossed the vial toward his partner with a subtle flick of the wrist. The boy caught it, keeping his eyes directly on the man. Years of working together created a near-perfect synchronization between the two boys. Or perhaps. The man's head snapped toward the scrawny, shaggy-haired boy. Both of the man's eyes widened at the sight. The boy was downing the vial. The object slipped from the boy's hand and fell to the ground with a sound of breaking glass. Stupid boy. Stupor flooded the man's eyes like water in a swimming pool. The vial the two boys drank was the work of nearly 100 years by the scientific team led by Arnim Zola. The serum, as the man called it, was an exact and improved replica of the super soldier serum he'd once injected into Steve Rogers. And he'd allowed a mere child to take it without question. "You're an idiot, Frank. You're an idiot." Frank Castle jumped to his feet without missing a beat. Filled with rage, he shoved the boy, who tried to cover himself, hard with his right leg. He threw the teenager against some crates, which gave way under the unexpected extra weight, shattering into splinters. Change of plans, the sound of the bolt being moved followed the words. A blank fell to the ground. "I'll have to knock you out and get you to the main lab." Dark eyes stared at the spot where the scrawny boy had been thrown. Frank was sure, almost 100%, that the teenager wouldn't be able to move. He'd used non-lethal force, hitting hard so the brat wouldn't move in the next few seconds, so he could grab him and take him to the lab where they would obtain blood samples from the boy. The initial plan was always to retrieve the vial. Killing the dark-haired boy, and then the blonde boy, was secondary. The important thing was the vial, which both boys, in their complete ignorance, had taken without knowing the consequences of their actions. Frank could have forgiven them and even let them escape at least one of them. But he never expected the boy to take the vial without blinking, without showing any displeasure or concern for his well-being. Pieces of wood flew out. The mercenary, the bloodhound, covered his face, feeling his skin being cut by the splinters, small fragments digging into the wounds until they became truly painful. When Frank Castle lowered his arm, he was met with a direct crushing blow that made him stagger and throb in pain. "You bastard." The boy charged the mercenary, knocking him backward to the ground. Straddling a shocked and prone Frank Castle, he could see his attacker. He recognized the scrawny features in that sharp face. It was the boy he had thrown against a box, but his body was different, a different person's. That malnourished look was gone, and the muscles grew beneath the skin, taking on a truly pleasing consistency and shape. The once loose clothing now perfectly covered the young man's body. The t-shirt clung to his torso, highlighting the perfect pecs that hadn't been there before and had magically appeared. The frayed pants and torn sneakers disappeared in the face of the boy's change, becoming rags that attempted to cover an expanse of flesh that was completely impossible for them. The surprise and confusion were strong enough for the boy to hit Frank several times, knocking the man down and turning the man's hard face into a wet reddish stain that would horrify anyone. Looking at his skinned fists, the boy stood up, casting a long shadow over the semi-conscious Frank Castle. The Punisher, one of Arnim Zola's bloodhounds, a member of the subjugation group the scientist had to track down any agitator against Hydra. The boy looked over his shoulder, covering his eyes with strands of hair as he looked at the still warm corpse of his best friend. He and Miles had grown up together, sharing food and a home. His friend's parents took care of him when his own parents died, and he was always there for him, like a huge pillar propped up to keep his spirits high. "Miles. Son of a bitch." The groan escaped Castle's mouth. The man watched the boy move and felt the light hit his face again, causing him to blink. Seconds later, after a metallic scraping sound, the boy reappeared in front of Frank, now carrying the weapon that had left the mercenary's hands. "This is fun." Frank tried to sit up, blood dripping from his shattered jaw. "Some bucking brat's going to kill me. You're going to, aren't you? Or don't you have the balls to kill me?" Castle's dry laugh was like a sander to the teen's ears. "If you don't kill me, I'll hunt you down like a dog. I'll chase you down until I find you. I'll kill you, kid. I'll use your corpse as a trophy, and the scientists will experiment on you." Castle's eyes flashed with a hint of madness and truth. As a member of the Bloodhounds, part of that Hydra hunting group, Frank was conditioned to pursue his target, regardless of trivial matters like age or gender, focusing on the main thing: winning the mission. And he wasn't the best of the group or the strongest. His other teammates would likely pursue the boy, but if he killed him now, he'd buy himself some time to get away. "You've never killed." Frank pointed with difficulty at Miles' corpse, causing the boy above him to shift uneasily. "That boy died an agonizing death, kid. And I killed him." Frank extended his left arm, his palm showing. "Give me the gun. Give me the gun and you won't be." He pulled the trigger. He did it out of rage and confusion, without really knowing what he'd done. 1 second he was receiving a lecture from that man, and the next he was staring at a huge red stain on the floor, with pieces of flesh and bone scattered about, as the bullet from that gun blew out the head of that Hydra follower. His lips went dry. The boy let the gun slip through his fingers and fall beside Frank Castle's warm corpse, all while still staring at the man's mangled head, and all the effort he made to pull the trigger, a slip of the tongue brought on by his anger. Now, the boy was experiencing a direct shock from his first death at his own hands, something that would happen to any normal person. His legs trembled slightly, and the boy fell to his knees, covering his face with his hand, feeling the warm blood that had stained his face. Shit, shit, shit. What have you done, Naruto? Do you know the mess you've gotten yourself into? Hydra was unforgiving of failures, betrayals, or attacks on its interests. Frank's death would be seen as a betrayal, and Naruto knew he would be hunted like a dog, becoming a prime target. And that was something even he, a civilian, knew. But he couldn't let the man get away. By killing Miles in front of him, Naruto could only take revenge by killing the man who killed his friend, even if that made him Hydra's prey and target. I had nothing to lose. Chapter 2. The perfect soldier, a weapon capable of overcoming any adversity, any wall in front of him. That was how everyone saw Captain America when Abraham Erskine finished the serum and gave it to the first American soldier deemed suitable for such a genetic enhancement. Although the serum's creator didn't expect his creation to be considered a weapon, Steve Rogers raised the bar for what a soldier could accomplish, earning himself the title of Super Soldier among his teammates and allies. The Super Soldier serum amplified any quality a person possessed. If this person possessed immense kindness, that quality would be taken to the extreme. If their ideals were cruel and dark, they would be pushed until the person became completely unhinged, a complete genocidal maniac capable of pursuing their own desires over the general good. Both were most prominent during World War II. Steve Rogers represented everything good a person should be, everything perfect a soldier should be, putting the well-being of others above his own. Johann Schmidt represented everything dark a person could be, everything selfish a mind could become, and everything self-centered a human being could be. Throughout World War II, Captain America faced members of Hydra, an organization that the Red Skull created as part of the scientific branch serving the Third Reich, and that eventually broke away from the German state to follow the designs of its creator, a man completely unhinged by the defective serum he injected into his system. The clashes between the two sides were fueled by leaders from both sides. Surpassing what Johann had done for the Third Reich, Steve Rogers ultimately emerged victorious by thwarting his adversary's plan to use the ships he planned to use to drop bombs on the United States and its major cities. That had been the climactic confrontation between the two. A confrontation that led to the current state of the world. Steve Rogers' sacrifice didn't change the course of events, and Johann Schmidt's death didn't prevent Hydra from using the backup plan to overcome the Allied victory. Hydra ultimately won the war and subdued its enemies to complete control, monitoring their actions by placing agents in every important area the leaders deemed important. No one would make a move without the Hydra leaders knowing about it. Everything would go through the regime's leaders, and they would decide who was right, which is what had to be done. Of the current members of the Hydra heads, Arnim Zola enjoyed the freedom that other members lacked. When Johann Schmidt disappeared after the final confrontation with Captain America, Arnim took the reins of Hydra and planted the seeds for its future resurgence, before learning of the backup plan his comrades had completely hidden, known only to a select few. When Hydra won an unexpected victory over the Allies, Arnim rose to the position of scientific leader of the regime and was seated in one of the 12 seats belonging to the heads of Hydra, granting him complete control over the United States and Canada, eventually expanding his control across almost all of America, without opposition from his fellow members. He was admired, respected, and much loved by all members of the regime, by all the inhabitants of Germany. Arnim had obtained everything he had once wished for as a child. Respect, love, and admiration from everyone else, from the entire world. And now he possessed all that and much more. The United States was currently the cradle of science in the world. Leading all scientific advances, Arnim Zola had used his mind and that of other brilliant geniuses to provide the regime with all the advances in weapons and medicine they could acquire within 100 years. And they had succeeded in an extraordinary way. Arnim promised his brothers to provide them with the best weapons, the best medicine in history, and he completely achieved it, leaving the rest of the Hydra heads amazed by his achievements, thus making future generations want to be like him, to obtain what he had achieved in his career. With the robotic body generated from his prodigious mind, Arnim had almost all the time in the world to continue growing and improving. Leaving the body he was born with was one of his best decisions, one of the best steps he could have taken for the regime, and it allowed him to achieve a feat many had been striving for. The Super Soldier Serum. Hydra obtained Steve Rogers' blood samples immediately after the war, hoping to somehow recreate him and create a super soldier to lead the world's armies, give them the victories they desired, and control of the entire world. Nearly 100 years after the end of the war, Arnim Zola obtained what they were seeking, what his brothers desired. The Super Soldier Serum, a better version than Abraham Erskine's. This enhanced serum gave the user enhanced physical and mental abilities, just like its predecessor, creating the super soldier the regime required. However, Arnim improved upon this. The serum not only gave the soldier the same enhancements as its predecessor, but also allowed the user to achieve improved regeneration, slightly improved reflexes, and certain qualities that needed to be studied, as Arnim was unaware of the full extent of the serum he created. It was undoubtedly better than the previous serum, but too dangerous for the world. If any enemy of the regime took it, they would have a tireless soldier in their ranks, a man capable of facing entire armies single-handedly, and he would be a beacon of hope for many people's years of darkness, another Captain America. But this wasn't the only experiment and serum Arnim Zola succeeded with during those years. Knowing the wishes of the other Hydra leaders, Arnim generated several variants of the serum that allowed him to create 2 more super soldiers before finally developing his own version. Thanks to his efforts in the study of Abraham's serum, Arnim was able to create Captain Hydra, the super soldier who pushed Captain America aside and took his place as the super soldier leader of the army and the group of super soldiers that Arnim began to create, leaving the place as second captain to US Agent, the second super soldier that Arnim brought to life with his own hands by being the creator of the serum that gave man the abilities of a superhuman. With the creation of 2 super soldiers, Arnim had time to form his own team of supermen, people capable of achieving what others could not, some of them wielding powers that humans only dreamed of possessing. The X gene was a mutation that began to appear in some people from the end of World War II, beginning to be recorded when the incident gave way to study by Hydra scientists, with Arnim in command without hindrance from the rest of the Hydra heads, and renaming the affected people mutants, denoting them as superior to average humans. There were thousands of mutants who began to be registered by the regime, and awareness of them began to grow as the number increased, leading to clashes between the regime and the mutant population. This was something that Arnim Zola nipped in the bud. Fascinated by the mutated DNA of people affected by the X gene, he gave them a safe home away from anyone who might harm them, and studied them for years, giving them the opportunity that others would have denied them, turning the mutants into Zola's allies and staunch followers, to the point of forming his bloodhounds and his personal guard, his super soldiers. Arnim was no fool, and he knew how to use the new superhuman population for his own benefit. He gave many of them important positions within Hydra, and granted them near immunity to roam freely through the streets of any city he controlled, something his colleagues didn't entirely approve of. Hydra's potential weapons enjoyed more privileges than families who had served the regime for years. But Arnim saw things differently, eyes that recognized the mutants' value to the regime's overall stability. With them on Hydra's side, Arnim knew they would have no opponents in the global control they were gaining after winning the war. Arnim saw the mutants as tools. He gave them privileges, a place to sleep, a bed to lie in, and they served him without question, without fear, trusting completely in the regime's most brilliant mind, whom they began to see as a kind of messiah, a savior of their race. Thanks to Arnim and his desire for scientific advancement, the regime gained allies and followers with powers beyond human understanding. Perhaps Arnim could understand how the X gene acted within a person, giving them those strange powers, but despite all his knowledge, he could not see and understand how that mutation in the DNA had appeared and grown among the human population, to the point of branching out into another race almost distinct from humans. If Arnim Zola hadn't been a scientist, he would have believed that God had something to do with the emergence of mutants, something that sounded completely ridiculous in the human mind every time he thought about it. He couldn't give God a victory over science. That would be spitting on his work, especially when he had worked on human enhancement and growth from a completely scientific perspective, dismissing God as a factor in any achievement or discovery. But he had all the time in the world to research Gen X. As a completely sane man, he transferred his mind to different servers, keeping a backup copy of his own mind in case his robotic body was completely destroyed or he needed a substantial upgrade in his current one. This gave Arnim a nearly infinite lifespan, at least until he figured out how to become completely immortal and finished all the projects he and other colleagues were working on. Now, despite all the victories he had had in his field, Arnim Zola was informed of his only defeat in his 100 years of life. The enhanced serum, his own version of the super serum, was stolen and had completely disappeared from the regime's radar, as if it had been ingested by someone. Agent 77 was found dead by one of his bloodhounds, and he himself was found dead next to a young African man in some ruined, abandoned apartments, losing track of where the serum could be. Agent 77 and the Punisher were found dead. I'm assuming we have a mole inside the labs, at our base of operations. The regime had no openly declared enemies, but it did have various conflict zones that its agents constantly attempted to control. Maintaining control over the world for almost 100 years generated constant friction with other countries and opposing organizations. We're investigating the matter, Mr. Zola. The deaths of 77 and Castle are a tough. A hard blow, right? Don't be silly, Franklin. The regime hasn't had a hard blow in almost 100 years of history. This is just a bump in the road, something we must work around to avoid the real blows we could receive. Arnim was aware of what the serum could do to the person who took it, and if it fell into the wrong hands, enemies of the regime, they could have a third world war before the year was out, and the next one even started, something they couldn't afford. Franklin Storm, Arnim Zola's right-hand man, pouted when his boss yelled at him, understanding that both Hydra agents were of no use to his superior's plans. What a person learned when working with Arnim Zola was to support all his decisions, not to completely deny him anything, and to give him credit for everything they discovered, so that his ego wouldn't diminish, so that he would remain the visible head of science and the improvement of Hydra before his brothers. I'm sorry, Mr. Zola. It's a priority to recover the serum. But you can't send ordinary agents to confront enemies of the regime. Frank Castle was a ruthless mercenary in our service, and the dead young man, Miles Morales, wasn't working with our enemies. Although Hydra controlled the world, it didn't control the globe completely. Some of its fingers didn't quite close, allowing enemies of the regime to appear from time to time. There's someone else's blood, and there was someone else in the conflict zone. We'll call it wounded prey, someone the dogs can hunt. Arnim Zola employed many people with unique skills, essential to various fields. After conducting research, he formed a special group known as the Hounds of Prey, individuals capable of pursuing a target even in the Arctic tundra. Zola kept his 2 super soldiers away from the team, as he needed them on his own watch, like the leaders of his army. Are you planning on letting the dogs off the leash, sir? The Bloodhounds. Ordinary people, civilians, believed that all agents serving the regime fell into this group of Hydra agents, but that wasn't the case. Among the Bloodhounds were people capable of pursuing a target until they found him, true human dogs who wouldn't let their prey escape. Normally, this group wasn't used by Arnim and was almost always in reserve, waiting for a true challenge to their tracking and combat skills. But this was a truly fragile situation, one that only the best search party could overcome. Let's loosen the leash, Mr. Storm. Arnim looked at the sweaty face of Franklin Storm, one of the brilliant minds in his employ. We can't afford for the thief to stray too far from our area, from our radar. Doing so would cause too many problems for us. Arnim hated being the target of the rest of the Hydra's head's ridicule. As an intelligent person, he was bullied throughout his time in school, growing within him a desire to be admired and acknowledged by the entire world. Being targeted by his enemies again wasn't something Arnim was willing to go through, especially when he had been the man who completely changed history and brought about the scientific changes that humans needed. Don't you need the acceptance of the rest of the heads, sir? The Bloodhounds weren't solely at Arnim's service, although he had originally created them and were used by the other Hydra heads when the situation required it. This forced the other leaders to hold a meeting and agree to the group's use in hunting a priority target. No matter. I'll use the ones here. I don't need to use all the members, Mr. Storm. Make use of the members who were on their territory. Arnim wasn't about to call a meeting, not when he would be the target of ridicule, and the serum could disappear from the United States if it hadn't already. He knew the protocols perfectly, and the situation required his own judgment and action. I understand, sir. Do you need help with anything? Summon those members I require. I'll give them the necessary supplementary orders and mission guidelines. Some of their members are real dogs. Even Arnim didn't know how many regime members were inside the Bloodhounds. He knew the ones his brothers had used most frequently, the best among that team of madmen. He himself had his own favorite members, whom he liked to use constantly and without hesitation. That was why he always had to give orders to the rest, drill the mission guidelines into their heads to achieve the best possible results, and ensure they never made a single mistake. He is here, sir. Then bring it to me. Now. Arnim ordered the presence of the member of the Bloodhounds he needed most urgently, the one who had already worked with him on several other occasions, being completely effective, discreet and the best tracker he could have. Have you lost another ball of will, huh? Tall in stature, 2 meters and 11 centimeters, with a grumpy face, wildly disheveled hair and a stocky body, the tracker most appreciated by Arnim, made his presence felt in the room once he was called by Franklin Storm. Sharp teeth adorned the man's lips, and he stopped several feet from the scientist's robotic body. He kept his hands in his jeans pockets and looked down at the Hydra head with a disdainful look. Victor Creed was a member of the Bloodhounds as one of their representatives. Using the codename Sabretooth, Victor had earned an enormous reputation as a hunter, killer, and predator against his targets, being one of the few who could boast that none of his prey had escaped him, and he always fulfilled what the regime had asked of him. I need you to track a target and recover something of invaluable value to our department. If that object has been ingested, I need you to bring the culprit to me, if possible alive. Ugh. Victor bared his teeth in a huge grin. What exactly do you need me to bring? A drug? A meal? If that person who stole it from you has taken it and you want them alive, that means it's something they can ingest at any moment. The right questions and the necessary information. Sabretooth didn't need more data than he needed to successfully complete his mission, hunting down his target. Knowing the data he needed, he could take different paths to ensure everything went according to his own plans. The serum I've invested years in has been stolen. Agent 77 is dead, along with Frank Castle. Both were killed by the person who has the serum. Frank was sent after it, but died from a direct shot to the head. Sabretooth had met the Punisher on several occasions during the different missions that some of the heads had given to the Punisher. In his own perspective, the ex-Marine was a tormented man, tired and erratic to the point of degenerating into someone controlled by his own emotions, which led to his death sooner rather than later. He did not appreciate him, did not consider him a comrade, and his death, along with that of Agent 77, were completely irrelevant to him. Two dead agents did not affect his record and his work with his group colleagues. X-Force, a group that brought together the best mutants who worked for the regime and slightly distanced them from the rest of the Punisher and ordinary humans who worked in said group for Hydra. You don't just want me. It was clear that chasing someone who had stolen the serum was too important to be left in the hands of a single individual, and although Sabretooth knew his capabilities and records, he himself wouldn't leave the job to just one person. You want the entire X-Force, all the mutants available to get your target completely secured. You're not an idiot, Arnim Zola. X-Force was the most important group within the regime's bloodhounds. Led by Cyclops, the group consisted of those mutants capable of achieving the best results within a mission without receiving severe damage. This group was primarily responsible for eliminating the Purifiers and other anti-mutant extremist groups, all under the direction of Hydra. If a target truly required a full recovery, Hydra would use this group and fully support them until the end of the mission. Your deduction is correct, Victor. In his robotic body, Arnim Zola didn't fear death from disease or a terrorist attack. He felt like he had when he was young. Full of energy, eager to move forward and unravel the mysteries of the world. It's necessary that the entire X-Force go after the target and bring me either the serum or the person who took it. It's a top priority mission. You should thank me, heh. The smile on the long-lived mutant's face widened. Angel and some of the members are in New York, chasing down your priority target. I'll meet up with them using one of your prize Quinjets. X-Force was spread across the globe. They had been carrying out missions for the various Hydra leaders, escalating and maintaining their positions to make mutants look like the tools the regime needed. Because of these small missions, some members were deployed in New York. The same members Sabretooth was going to use to hunt down the serum thief and bring him directly to Washington. You need to chase him, Victor. You're the best tracker we have with us. Sabretooth knew his own capabilities. He knew the abilities inherent within his mutation. He had enhanced senses, and like a werewolf, his sense of smell allowed him to track his target without fear of losing track of them. Few had ever managed to fool him without knowing how, but through some sixth sense, Sabretooth felt that the person who had stolen the serum would be a very difficult target to catch. Fine. No need to get all worked up, heh. I'll go after your prey as soon as I'm in New York. Give me the fastest vehicle you have, and in less than a couple of days, that little mouse will be in your hands, fearing what your disturbed mind will do to him. Arnim's options were limited by the options Sabretooth had offered him. Chapter 3. Persistent, savage, and devastating. The bloodhounds that the regime used for its own private hunts, for its witch hunts, were known to all the inhabitants of the utopia established by Hydra. The stories and myths of these men and women were far from reality. According to some stories, these servants of the regime were half-beast men, women covered in fur like wolves, with thirsty teeth eager to take the life of their target, their desired prey. Other stories portrayed the bloodhounds as simple barbarians, as soldiers without complete reasoning, following only the words spoken by the heads of Hydra, the leaders of the world. They were often seen as mere objects, tools the government used to exert pressure, to get rid of those it didn't need in its perfect and unreal government. The existence of the bloodhounds was well known in the poor neighborhoods, in areas far from the favor of Hydra and its rulers. Like a savage group, the bloodhounds obtained whatever they wanted from the needy, from those who needed something else to live or eat. Taking advantage of their status, the Hydra bloodhounds, as they were known in the suburbs, would get anything from anyone. They threatened, extorted, and murdered at will for what they wanted. Many families suffered because of these members of the regime. Many children like Miles witnessed the bloody activities of the government bloodhounds. The bloodhounds weren't a myth or a story mothers told to scare their children. They weren't the bogeyman, the sackman, or any other creature from a horror book meant to get children to listen to their parents. The bloodhounds left their real mark on the world, their very existence, and they continued to demonstrate their existence by eliminating the targets the regime wanted them to eliminate, to cease to exist, or to be merely a nuisance to Hydra. They were a real group, killers and trackers so efficient that they even made the people they were chasing and hunting tremble with fear, as if they were a simple mouse, a toy being pressed by the bloodhound. People were well aware of the bloodhounds, the Hydra dogs. Knowing this group of hunters and killers had created a complete and beneficial shadow over one branch of the group. X-Force, a group of mutant fighters who were trained, in one way or another, for active combat. Arnim Zola promised mutants a safe haven, far from any conflict, on an island called Krakoa, a living island that accepted mutants as residents and banished anyone unrelated to them. Arnim himself watched as those with godlike powers moved directly to the island, how Krakoa accepted them, and how the island became the perfect refuge for them, far from any danger. Thanks to the promise already having been kept, because Arnim showed the island to the main leaders of the mutants decided to support the regime and, above all, help Arnim in whatever the man asked for. Due to these promises between Arnim and the mutants, the X-Force emerged, a completely mutant group that worked directly under the orders of the leaders of Hydra, but they especially worked on the missions assigned by Arnim, one of the few humans that they truly respected. Within X-Force, Cyclops brought together mutants with the best tracking and combat abilities, making Wolverine himself and his daughter, X-23, a mutant born from an experiment due to the Weapon X project, a pillar of the group, both of whom possessed tracking abilities superior to those of other mutants. Cyclops himself delegated the organization and training to Wolverine, trusting him as the leader and head of the mutant attack and tracking group. The origin and the members were unknown to those outside the regime. Hidden by the name of the Bloodhounds and by stories, X-Force made a name for itself as the best hunting and tracking group among the Hydra heads, being a source of pride for Arnim himself, and making the mutants valuable to the regime, which they wanted to promote to much higher positions. At the beginning of the relationship between the regime and the mutants, the rest of Hydra's leadership had their own reservations, their own reasons for not trusting humans with superior powers. After proving their usefulness and loyalty by forming X-Force, the mutants displaced other members of Hydra in prominence. They took their positions, their posts, and no one said anything, no one opposed the completely unanimous decision of the Hydra leaders. More than the Bloodhounds, Hydra relied on the impeccable and efficient work of X-Force, on the performance of its members. They still used their own dogs, but they were no longer more than a simple cover to hide the true group of killers and trackers that Hydra used when absolutely necessary. They were their most efficient soldiers, the perfect tools. When Arnim Zola thought of the super soldiers, the image of X-Force came to mind and didn't leave for days. They had generated such trust that the members of X-Force had their own audience, their own regular employers who hired their services separately as individual mercenaries. X-Force was the best formed group, most loved and cherished by the regime's leaders. Despite the actions that led to their dislike, the mutants of this group loved to be respected, loved and supported, even if it was by an organization like Hydra itself. They were in a world where mutants were well regarded and, in a way, admired. Due to the importance of X-Force's missions to the regime, Arnim decided to use them to get the serum back in his hands. Knowing what the person who had it could do or become, Zola could only think of the mutants of X-Force as the ones best suited to complete the mission without fail. The odds of the group being overrun were less than 0%, even he would put those odds at a completely negative number. Following Arnim's request, Sabretooth sent the order tacitly and forcefully to the closest members of the event, forcing his companions to pursue a target whose appearance they did not know, only that he was injured, and probably with a vial in his hands. The dark sky and rain made it difficult to see, preventing people from looking around them and seeing what lay across the street or right in front of them. A violent storm was battering the city that never sleeps, forcing many people to seek shelter and warmth. No one wanted to go outside and be blown away by the strong winds. Hidden by a half-collapsed wall, Naruto remained completely anonymous, even covered by his original tattered clothes. The bloodstains on the fabric had been washed away by the rain, and his hair, completely wet, fell over his face, as if it were a mop hitting him. The boy's appearance was completely different after ingesting the serum. His thin, almost bone-in body had given way to a muscular one, filling out all his clothes until his shirt itself was stuck to his chest, with his pectorals completely defined. His height of 5 feet 5 inches had increased to nearly 6 feet 8 inches, perhaps a little over this mark, causing the young man's muscles to be completely distributed throughout his body, creating a completely perfect shape, without any deformity, turning the boy's body into a true Greek body. The skin had completely regained its color. Any signs of malnutrition had disappeared. The sunken cheekbones were lifted, and the pale, sunken-eyed face regained its healthier appearance, healthier in anyone's eyes. The arms, previously thin, were now broad and slightly muscled, fitting the young man's athletic build. His legs, previously with distinctly white skin and no muscle covering the bones, were now swollen, better looking, and had muscles that completed the young teenager's new image. Anyone who had known him before would now be unable to see who he really was. Even he, when he saw himself in a broken glass, couldn't recognize himself for several seconds. Do they know I took the serum? Are the bloodhounds chasing me? The bloodhounds hunted down enemies of the regime, those who had insulted their masters and done something Hydra didn't like, something that went against their own rules. Hydra ruled the world. Few places could be considered safe given the current world order. Naruto knew they wouldn't let him escape, not with a dead man on his hands, with the blood of a bloodhound wetting his hands. There were no stories or myths of people who had managed to escape the bloodhounds. For almost 100 years of history, no one escaped Hydra's personal hunters, the dogs who followed their prey until they obtained it and brought it back to their masters. People who were hunted by the bloodhounds never saw the light of day again. When a person fell into their clutches, their fate was unknown, but they vanished from the face of the earth. All information about that person was erased, as if they had never existed, as if they had never been born. Not even the person's family seemed to know them. It seemed as if the person's entire existence had been ripped away. I don't know exactly what these Hydra dogs look like. Could they be like the guy with the skull? Or are they like other people? Will they wear some kind of uniform? The image of the bloodhounds was distorted, and no one knew anything about them except that they existed and that they served Hydra by giving their own lives. They hunted down Hydra's enemies and were like a wolf after its prey, a mere deer. The water didn't relent. Visibility was completely reduced. There were no people on the streets. The lights on the buildings were off, and the Hydra flags were completely drooping, soaked, and pointing straight down at the ground. The darkness was almost total, as if New York were completely abandoned, with no life walking its streets or living in its buildings. Where can I go? What can I do? Naruto flexed the fingers of both hands. His skin felt completely cold from the water. He was completely soaked, his hair falling over his face and obscuring his vision. His clothes felt heavy, sticking to his body. I shouldn't have taken that liquid. Better constitution, a better body in every way. As the minutes passed, Naruto had begun to feel completely different after ingesting the liquid Miles stole from that briefcase. He didn't feel strange about the physical change, which was completely noticeable even to him, but rather he felt lighter, stronger, and with almost unlimited energy. He quickly deduced that this could be due to the euphoria, the adrenaline rush of the confrontation with the bloodhound. But even he was surprised when he killed him. The super soldier serum that Steve Rogers obtained, the original, gave him enhanced physical abilities, turning him into a Superman, a super soldier with very limited regeneration, and a photographic mind, capable of helping him throw his precious shield against entire squads of Hydra soldiers. These same results appeared in Naruto, albeit to a completely amplified extent, as if he had undergone 2 conversion processes to become a super soldier, a second Captain America. Although this was something that only Arnim, his creator, understood perfectly. Due to the superiority of his modified serum, Naruto's mind acted faster than Steve Rogers. Like Captain America, the boy could store complete images in his own mind, exact moments that others could forget, and, like Rogers himself, the boy could calculate things he previously couldn't. He realized this when he observed the distance between his current position and the roof of the building he was supposed to jump to. It took him only a second to understand how he should move his body, and what he should do to jump without damaging any part of his body, so as to avoid injury upon impact. As if he had been practicing parkour his entire life, Naruto could visualize the jump, understand how he should move, and at what speed. This was something that Steve Rogers usually did, both for jumps and to throw his shield at a group of people, and have it return to his hand, once he had knocked them all down with a simple direct hit. Arnim Zola replicated the serum's effects 100%, achieving that they were amplified once the serum ran through the system of the first test subject, something that escaped the Hydra member's hands when the serum was stolen, and one of the bloodhounds was killed along with an African boy. Arnim Zola needed the serum that Naruto ingested, becoming the highest priority target for the Hydra head present in the White House, the place where the presidents of the United States live. I should look for a shelter. Naruto didn't have the money to get a hotel room. For several hours, his stomach had been growling, demanding something to eat, something to quiet the boy's ears and leave them alone. But in his tattered clothes, he only found a couple of dollars that would be enough for a meager bag of sunflower seeds, if the store was still open and hadn't closed because of the storm. Beneath the cold, pale skin, the boy's muscles tensed, ready to force their owner to move. A hissing sound reached the blonde's ears, and he let his instincts guide him. Using his bent legs, he jumped to the side and flipped over his right shoulder. Standing several meters from his starting position, Naruto regrouped to see kunai stuck in the ground where he had been. Thanks to his vision enhanced by the serum, he was able to see purple liquid dripping from the throwing weapons. Poison. Those blades have poison in them. Naruto looked up. On the adjacent building, which was slightly taller than his own, a woman was staring directly at him, the only clue that she was his attacker being the fact that she still had her arm fully extended. Is it a bulldog? Survival instincts emerge in circumstances where a person is about to die, seeing death right in front of their eyes. This instinct erupted in Naruto's head, screaming at him to move and escape. But where? He had already been found by that woman, and now he had no escape. He could keep running across the rooftops, but the boy doubted the woman would let him escape, simply because of his pretty face, because he was a teenager, or because she liked blonde-haired, blue-eyed men. Once again, Naruto let his instincts and the serum do the work. He completely crouched and allowed the attacker behind him to pass right over him, flapping his wings a beautiful shade of white, as if they had never been bathed in blood or soiled by mud or rain. The target has been located. We're tracking him thanks to Wolfsbane. The woman gracefully fell beside the white-winged man. Naruto immediately understood that they were mutants. Despite being an orphan and living on the streets, he knew about the people with powers who were on good terms with Hydra, those who held a higher rank than many others. The boy's eyes stared at the gleam of metal. The woman had drawn a katana without hesitation, something that left Naruto's throat dry. Those two mutants were going to kill him, drain his serum, draining all his blood. I'd say the boy is quite cute. Psylocke. The woman known as Psylocke brushed wet strands of her purple hair away from her face, which displayed an amused smile at her companion's plight. Oh, Angel, don't be such a prude. A second blade appeared on the mutant's left arm, formed by the psychic energy she possessed, making it a difficult wall to overcome. Sometimes I forget how upright you are. The mutant woman and man wore similarly colored outfits. Psylocke wore a black swimsuit-style one-piece suit with light silver accents, revealing her shapely, slightly tanned legs, which were covered by black boots made of the same material as the suit. Angel, meanwhile, wore a full black and silver suit that only revealed his face. The face of a young man, his blonde hair blowing in the faint breeze. Let's take the boy and go, a pink tinge appearing on his cheeks. Angel of the X-Force focused his full attention on Arnim Zola's primary target. I thought he was an outside agent from a terrorist organization. But he's just a kid. What a kid. Psylocke had to admit that the boy in front of them was doing quite well for a mere teenager. According to the information Wolfsbane gave them through the communicator, the boy was about 17 years old and had no parents or relatives who could take him directly, leaving him in the care of the government. That was the information they had after collecting samples from the area where they found the Punisher dead. If they didn't have that information, both Psylocke and Angel would have believed the boy in front of them was at least 25 years old. Leave your lustful thoughts alone, cradle robber, the wings moved, scattering the rain. Use your psychic power on the boy. Have him come with us without further ado. That'll save us work. X-Force had a large set of mutants with different abilities and mutant powers. Angel was one of the simplest mutants, since his currently known mutant power was the wings he wore on his back like a real angel, while Psylocke's powers revolved around psychic powers, being able to project ideas into another person's mind, or generate psychic energy blades as she was currently doing, in addition to having been fused with an old ninja. So she had ninja abilities that allowed her to carry out her mission successfully. Party pooper, the energy around the woman's hand faded completely. Psylocke brought said hand to her own temple, placing 2 fingers on it, her index and ring fingers to be precise. Sorry, kid, but you're going to. Reacting thanks to her training, Psylocke moved to the side to avoid a piece of wall Naruto threw at her, intending to hit her. This surprised both mutants, leaving them motionless for several seconds, during which time the boy launched himself directly at the woman. If I have to die, I'll take one of these bastards with me. Angel emerged from the stupor caused by the boy's actions, something neither of them expected, and, flapping his beautiful white wings, launched himself to intercept the boy. Both Angel and Naruto collided halfway, the mutant being surprised by the enormous strength that the teenager seemed to be hiding under those well-formed muscles. The superhuman force. Psylocke. Control the boy. He's really strong. The mutant reacted to her companion's scream. Through the veil of rain, Psylocke was completely stunned when Angel was knocked to the ground by Naruto's sheer strength, who didn't use any locks and just let his muscles do the work, slamming the winged mutant into the ground with a resounding crash. NGH. Angel. Psylocke focused her eyes on the target again. Angel's words were swirling in her mind, and he was right about how to execute this mission. The boy seemed to have taken the serum Arnim desired, and thanks to it, he generated that superhuman strength. If she didn't control him mentally, she would have to seriously injure him to subdue him. Boy. Naruto stopped his foot just in time to crush Angel's right leg. Lower your legs slowly, get away from Angel. Following the mutant woman's orders, Naruto slowly lowered his leg without completing his task, showing himself completely submissive to her. Angel. Are you okay? You could have done it sooner, damn it. The mutant wiped the remnants of blood from his mouth. Slightly moving his wings to make sure he was okay, the X-Force member stood up again, flashing a smile at his partner. Next time, don't take so long. I just wanted to have a little fun. I didn't expect the kid to have taken the serum. Angel brought his hand to his right ear. We've captured the target. We're sending the coordinates for extraction. Today is a really bad day to be out and about. With the last word, the mutant wanted to directly signal his desire to return home and not be out in the rain and dark clouds. We'll wait at the point. Another successful mission for X-Force, the mutant branch of the Bloodhounds, the one that Hydra used for any priority mission, using the Bloodhounds as a cover, as simple puppets, so that people wouldn't see the real group of assassins behind the scenes. And I have fun with him while the others arrive, Angel. I won't let you torture the boy, Silac. He'll be used as a human guinea pig by Hydra's science department, of which Arnim is the leader. Hydra's scientific department had generated various projects that came to fruition, one of them being the Weapon X project that gave Hydra the means to improve mutants, giving them the next step in their evolution, just as happened with Wolverine, who replaced his bone skeleton with one of adamantium, obtaining an offensive improvement against his enemies. It gives me the creeps to hear that cyborg's name. Silac was not entirely comfortable in the presence of a man who left his body, everything he had been, to become a cyborg with his former consciousness. Also, he could preserve himself in eternity without suffering from the diseases that a human body could suffer. According to her, scientists like Arnim Zola were completely insane, being the most realistic representation of mad scientists in real life. Once we deliver the boy to Arnim's men, we'll go home, Silac. All mutants had a previous identity, one tied to their former lives as normal humans. They still kept the names their parents gave them, but each mutant felt more comfortable with the alias or new name they were currently known by, as was the case with Angel. But some preferred to continue using their normal names and use the mutant ones as aliases for their alter egos. That's what I hope for. I want a break after so much work in just 1 month. Many of the members of X-Force were requested by the higher-ups and given specific missions, as was the case with Silac, who had completed a mission to assassinate some possible terrorists and traveled to that place to catch Arnim's priority target. Soon you'll be eating something hot, taking a dip in your room's jacuzzi without anyone bothering you. Oh, that sounds so good. Suddenly Silac felt a sharp headache, a deep migraine that made her grab her head and deliberately curl in on herself. Silac. The mutant woman had to stay focused on her target to keep him under control, so any external movement that made it difficult for her to use her psyche on the enemy would alter her power until she freed the target from her control. Angel. Angel was caught by the arms and weight of his target, being thrown to the ground in a savage and abrupt manner, all before the eyes of Silac, who was trying to put her own mind back in order and overcome the pain. These seconds of weakness on the mutant's part allowed Naruto to strike once he knocked down the distracted Angel. Silac was thrown backward, landing on the edge of the roof. The katana fell from her hand with a metallic sound. Get him back, Silac. Get back too. The sound of flesh being torn apart made the mutant's dark eyes open and glow a deep purple, like two strong, newly lit flames. Angel. The katana had pierced the belly of the white-winged mutant, passing through organs, bones, skin and muscles, until it appeared on the other side of the body with the blade completely red, dark, with blood mixing with the rain that fell slowly, gradually. You, boy. Naruto pushed the katana forward, forcing Angel to move toward the edge of the building. He had taken advantage of Silac's headache to overcome a situation completely unfavorable to him. He still didn't know why the mutant had freed him from her control, but he reacted to it and ended up in that situation, with Angel on the edge of the building being impaled by a katana he was wielding. The same katana that belonged to the psychic mutant. I don't have a family who'll mourn my funeral. I might hate mutants for my parents' deaths, but I'm not going to generalize something that only one of you caused. However, taking the opportunity to kill one of you gives me a certain satisfaction. Don't do it, boy. Silac's scream didn't reach Naruto or Angel's ears. A crack of thunder tore through the sky, flooding the city with a bright blue light. Silac watched as her companion was thrown from the rooftop to the street, kicked off, and took his katana with him. Angel could probably use his wings to soar to safety and be rescued when his comrades arrived at the conflict zone. Silac and others of X-Force had seen the mutant get out of worse situations. But both the mutant and the boy heard the man's body crash to the ground, probably creating a huge stain of blood and guts, leaving the mutant group without one of its most beloved members. Chapter 4. The belief that Hydra ruled the entire world came from its victory in World War II over the Howling Commandos led by Captain America and the countries that formed the Allies in the war, a group that finally lost the conflict between both sides, and that gave victory to the Third Reich, which established itself as the regime in charge of the world, delegating control to the 12 current members who formed the heads of Hydra and who ruled without fear of being replaced. Since there were no members who could really replace their knowledge and their function within the organization. This had been told to the inhabitants of the countries controlled by Hydra and their leaders, but the reality was different. Hydra ruled the world after the victory in World War II and the enormous scientific advances that Arnim Zola generated for the group, but although they controlled the world, they did not control every country on the globe or every man or army within it. Latveria and Sumcaria are two small countries in Eastern Europe that have a treaty with the main leaders of Hydra. The first of the countries, led by its ruler Victor von Doom, is on completely stable terms with Hydra's rule over the rest of the world. Victor isn't particularly interested in what happens outside his country, which he governs, so that its people can live well and avoid internal conflict. With these objectives so clear, Victor von Doom was able to achieve peace with Hydra, completely eliminating the Hydra head's control, but contributing his own value to the Nazi organization. The second of the countries, next to the first, is not on perfect terms with Hydra and its leaders. Silver Sable, a strong-willed woman with a deep love for her people's freedom, is the type of person the Hydra heads tolerate the least. Despite these clear differences, Hydra kept Sumcaria under its control, all thanks to the spectacular work the Wild Pack performed on various missions assigned to the group led by Sable. These were small countries far from Hydra's complete control, but which needed the organization to continue existing on the map and not be completely forgotten. But these aren't the only countries beyond Hydra's control. Hidden in Africa, Wakanda maintains its existence a complete secret, far removed from any Hydra control or foreign war, always attentive to changes in the world and how its people are used as mere slaves, worthless to Hydra's leaders and their main allies. Despite his intelligence, Arnim Zola was unable to decipher Wakanda's location and didn't even know of its existence. As the cleverest member of the Hydra heads, Wakanda and its leaders were able to keep their location and their own growth, both technological and humanitarian, a complete secret. Hydra knew which countries were escaping its control. It kept an eye on them, maintaining a tight rein on their leaders, observing what they might do and whether they should be considered a threat or not. Despite this, Hydra only considered one country a declared enemy, one with a border in Europe, and preventing it from having complete control of the world, despite everyone believing it to be so. Following the Allies' defeat in World War II at the hands of Hydra, the USSR halted its movements toward Germany and allowed the organization to expand across the rest of the world, stretching its fingers until it took whatever it wanted. Aware of its slim chances of defeating Hydra, the USSR forged a pact with the organization's leaders to declare peace, creating a border that neither side could cross to avoid creating a new world war. This pact, viewed by the 12 Hydra leaders as beneficial, allowed them to establish themselves in power and grow until they were ready to claim the entire world under their control. Hydra had Arnim's group of super soldiers, the Bloodhounds, and X-Force if a war arose again, something that the leaders of the USSR knew perfectly well and that they could not let go if they wanted to survive a possible armed confrontation. Over the years, the leaders of the USSR launched various projects with the intention of creating superhumans, as the United States, Captain America, and Germany, Red Skull, had previously done, paving the way for the creation of the Red Room, an institution where various pre-adolescent girls began their training as assassins and spies, as true femme fatales, the perfect tools for obtaining information and getting to know their enemies. The Red Room gave life to the agents known as the Black Widow, spies and assassins in service to the USSR with abilities beyond the ordinary, capable of infiltrating various organizations or companies and obtaining the information their leaders desired. It was precisely a Black Widow who assassinated Agent 77 of Hydra's Bloodhounds. After gaining knowledge of the new super soldier serum created by Zola, this woman obtained his data and murdered the agent, leaving behind the body and the vial, something that was a mistake on the spy's part. Shortly after the death of Agent 77, Black Widow disappeared before reaching her destination, leaving the room without one of its spies, and being a defeat on the field for the leaders of the USSR. The discovery of a new serum set the USSR's scientific department to work. Since the emergence of Captain America during World War II, the USSR and its military leadership had been searching for a variant of the serum, resulting in the creation of the so-called Winter Soldiers, super soldiers serving both the USSR and the military. In contrast to Hydra, the USSR had the Black Widow and the Winter Soldier, two groups that featured the best in their field. One was filled with female spies, while the other featured the best soldiers in the field, the vanguard of General Alexander Lukin's army, the direct leader of both super soldier units. Alexander had been tasked with selecting the men who would receive the serum variant to create the perfect soldiers. Aware of the potential for mental instability, the general ordered that they be programmed with simple orders, that they be completely loyal to the USSR and unable to betray them. Due to the implementation of mental commands, the Winter Soldiers forgot who they were, to the point of being mere tools, soldiers, and puppets of the Soviet general, who viewed their creation with complete satisfaction. They were the spear against their enemies, the shield against Hydra's plans for conquest. But even though they had a special commando of super soldiers and one of super spy assassins, Alexander knew that they did not have a representation of what the USSR meant to Hydra, of what they were on the other side of the world, a man who would show the ideal of the USSR as Captain America did during World War II, even if that meant the end of the Allies and the rise of the Hydra heads as rulers of the world. The Red Guardian was born from the Soviet general's desire to recreate a second Captain America, one who would lead both the Winter Soldier and Black Widow divisions. Alexander needed a battlefield commander for when World War III began, a war in which Hydra would either fall or they would be erased from existence. Of the hundreds of participants, only one emerged victorious. Alexei Alanovich Shostakov was the victor, the one selected from among all the candidates to take on the mantle of Red Guardian before the Soviet commandos, the hope of the world, as some Soviet leaders called the newly created super soldier, the one who would put an end to Hydra's tyranny and control over the world. After obtaining information about the serum that Hydra was developing within its scientific department led by Arnim Zola, Alexander decided to use said serum on his Red Guardian and postpone the use of any variants his own department had created. Therefore, he sent his best Black Widow, Natalia Lyonovna Romanova, aka Natasha Romanoff, to obtain it and bring it directly to the Joint Operations Base. However, after the last report, Natasha disappeared completely from the radar and no one could locate her. The locator chip was completely disabled, and now they were in the dark about any data they could obtain about the serum and its agent. Alexander considered the serum lost, something that didn't matter much to him. But Natalia Lyonovna Romanova was his best agent within the Black Widows, the most prepared, the most unscrupulous when it came to a mission, an objective to secure for his side. And it was an unparalleled loss for the general, who didn't have anyone to replace her. At least not one who was as complete and could excel as she did on the ground. "Sir, we have a report." Hydra considered itself the best organization in the world. Arnim Zola had created the technology they used both on and off the field, pioneering many fields. Alexander knew they had outside help, probably the Tesseract they had used during World War II. But despite having the best technology, people were just that. People, human beings with flaws and needs that needed to be addressed, and he, being an experienced general, knew how to take advantage of them. Arnim created the Sleeper Agent Project, spies all over the globe. The general was aware that they had some of them within their ranks. Therefore, any matter concerning Hydra was handled by a very small circle of people who wouldn't mention anything outside the security room. Well, the USSR itself, or rather the general, had their own spies within Hydra who would report to them from time to time so that no one would suspect, and he could say that for a period of a year, they would not know anything about their own agents. Apparently, Arnim Zola's bloodhounds are hunting the serum thief, the person who killed Agent 77 and stole Zola's personal project. The only person who came to the general's mind was his prized agent, Black Widow, his beloved Natalia. The woman was the epitome of a femme fatale, even more so than her own companions, a woman kissed by the gods. If Natalia was the person Hydra was after, it was understandable that she hadn't communicated with them in those hours. But what about the chip? It wouldn't make sense for the woman to rip it out of her flesh just because she was being pursued by Hydra. Do you know who they're after? Is it one of our agents? I'm afraid to tell you, General, that she's not the Black Widow tasked with obtaining the serum. Those words were a crushing blow to Alexander. It would take a while before they found another Black Widow like her. She's a boy, an orphan. Give me all the information we have about the alleged thief. If Hydra knew the information about the boy who obtained the serum, they would have it too. Male, with blonde hair and blue eyes. He is a 17-year-old teenager, with no known or registered parents within the Hydra system. He reportedly killed Agent 77 and Agent Frank Castle, alias the Punisher, one of the most prominent members of the Bloodhounds in Zola's employ. The Punisher. Alexander remembered that codename. Frank Castle had been a pain in his ass during various operations on the European border, being one of the Punishers who murdered two of his Winter Soldiers in cold blood and gutted one of the Black Widows who fell into his hands. Do you know if Natalia had contact with the Punisher? Natalia was strong, enhanced with an experimental serum derived from the Super Soldier serum. But without any powers, the Punisher was a danger to anyone who crossed his path. That a mere 17-year-old boy could kill him was surprising in itself. We don't know, sir. At the same time Agent 77 was killed, Agent Romanova disappeared from our radar. It's possible a third agent was involved and caused our colleague's disappearance. Alexander wasn't stupid. Like Hydra, he knew there were other organizations lurking in the shadows, groups that either sought the destruction of the dominant organization or sought to take advantage of it to grow under their wing. It was possible the boy was a member of some organization who knew about the serum and had been forced to get involved. And the serum? According to a recent report, the boy appears to have ingested the serum. The golden opportunity had turned into one of dirty, rusty copper. The boy, whose name was Naruto Uzumaki, had a priceless serum running through his veins and system that had likely given him powers beyond human. The only thing they could do was deploy agents and capture the boy before Hydra and its bloodhounds did, something he considered unlikely if Natalia weren't among their operatives. Agent available in the area. The agent's number, name, and alias were hidden from any prying eyes, from anyone who might want to snoop around in their asset data. Hydra wasn't the only one hiding sleeper agents and their data. They too could play that game and win a few hands. Agent Bucky is the closest. James Buchanan Bucky Barnes was considered the ultimate Winter Soldier, just as Natalia was the ultimate Black Widow. Bucky was Steve Rogers' partner during World War II, his companion when he assumed the role of Captain America, and his best friend since childhood. When the young sergeant was wounded and presumed dead, agents of the USSR took him and transformed him into a Winter Soldier, with an imperfect variant of the serum, and a bionic arm as a replacement for his missing one. To keep Bucky alive as an agent, the previous leaders of the Soviet military froze him after completing a mission, currently giving him a lifespan of a centenarian. Using Barnes for this mission is the best move. Are any of our other agents in the area as backup? Alexander wasn't willing to lose another of his agents, another of the best in the field. Losing Natalia had created a real setback. Losing Barnes as the Winter Soldier would create a bigger problem for them. No sir. There isn't an agent close enough to back up Barnes. The closest one is a couple of days away. The best of the Winter Soldiers was deployed in the conflict zone and was one of the few agents who could survive a direct confrontation with the Bloodhounds, Hydra's best men, which spoke volumes about Bucky's skills in hand-to-hand combat. Alexander had the opportunity to use him to obtain information from the boy who had the serum and, if possible, get the target fully alive. Hydra weren't the only ones indoctrinating their best tools, their best soldiers. Contact Mr. Barnes. We'll activate Winter Protocol. New York. The clashes between Hydra and the USSR were hidden from the public by the former. Idealizing the world, its politics, and its organization was the marketing effort Hydra's leaders had to undertake every time one of their agents with a family was deployed in a conflict situation. To minimize this, to disguise everything they did, the regime tried to get its own agents to marry each other, to have families loyally tied to their government, and thus avoid the need for cover-up when one of the two died in combat with any of Hydra's enemies. The regime's leaders knew the USSR's intentions and its actions, but they were aware that their enemies knew theirs as well. Agent 77's death and the disappearance of the serum weren't caused by a simple orphan. Some high-ranking agents understood that the USSR was behind it and that the boy they were pursuing was simply in the wrong place at the wrong time. But that didn't mean they had to hunt him down and, after the Punisher's death, kill him. Knowing this premise, the Bloodhounds acted on two lines. One would hunt down the boy who took the serum that Agent 77 was carrying as a completely priority target, and the other would hunt down the real killer of the agent and the person responsible for the theft of the serum from Hydra's hands to completely get rid of any loose ends. The woman who was selected to hunt down the agent causing this problem was none other than the assassin known as Elektra Nachios, the lethal woman in the service of the Hand, a cold-hearted, nimble-handed ninja enforcer. Using her tracking skills, Elektra tracked the killer to the docks, a huge old wharf filled with likely completely empty shipping containers. These containers looked rusty and old, with dust seeping into every crevice of their decks, the scratched paint revealing the coppery metallic skin. Elektra deduced that this hideout was obvious enough for any foreign agent. Old, with no real owner, the pier was completely at the service of anyone who wanted to use it, just as the Kingpin used his own piers scattered throughout the city, but with the exception that this one didn't seem to belong to the Mafia. If it were one of any mobster's haunts, his men would probably be drenching the ground there with their own blood. Using shadows, silence, and the rain to hide her presence from any enemy, the woman slipped through a broken skylight in the roof, landing on a rusty beam in a crouch, sai in hand, ready to observe and eliminate. For several seconds, Elektra saw absolutely nothing but empty, smashed boxes. It was a representation of a completely empty warehouse that had previously been used to store merchandise. But just when it seemed she wouldn't find anything there, out of the corner of her eye, she caught a moving shadow. What was that? Elektra's senses heightened, and her muscles tensed in response to the commands from her brain. She had been trained in the ninja art since childhood. Her body reacted automatically to any external stimulus that posed a danger to her, causing her to act above some of her peers. Is it just my imagination? The woman's arms relaxed, but remained firm as she held the weapon she carried. The soft click alerted Elektra. The assassin moved swiftly, and the bullet that would have ended up embedded in her throat struck the sharp edge of one of her sai, specifically the one she wielded in her right hand. He had leaned his body to the left, so he would have felt the bullet touch if the gun had not been held in place by his fingers. Who's there? The question came straight from Elektra's mouth. She was caught off guard. She felt insulted by the situation. She had been the hunted, while her prey had located her before she could kill her. Footsteps began to be heard. From the shadows, a woman with intense red hair appeared, dressed in a completely black full-body combat suit, with a golden belt around her hergless waist. I wasn't expecting visitors. The assassin's ears perked up. She noticed the Russian accent on those 3 words, so she immediately deduced it came from the USSR. I had a few minutes left before I left.
Okay.
Were you waiting for your partner? The serum had disappeared and was currently coursing through the veins of a 17-year-old orphan boy, whom the bloodhounds were chasing through the city streets. Elektra tried to unite the two. The vicious-eyed woman and the blonde boy who had murdered Frank. Partner? No, I'm not waiting for anyone in particular. The Glock in the Russian agent's hands pointed directly at Elektra. I'm waiting for my extraction. Natalia Lyonovna Romanov was a tough woman. Spending most of her life as a child soldier and training in the Red Room, where she was supervised for a time by the Winter Soldier, she developed a cold, incomprehensible personality. Recently, on the mission the general assigned her, she discovered other ways to live a better life for herself and not be a complete puppet of Alexander. Before receiving a response from Elektra, the few remaining windows in the warehouse were breached by men dressed in black, without any insignia. They took the walkway in a flash and pointed their weapons at the ceiling, directly at the hand's assassin. I said I was going to get you out, Romanov. The young man led the contingent. His hair was dark blonde, slightly disheveled. His eyes went unnoticed by Elektra in the light, but she could see the quiver of arrows and the bow in the man's hands. I thought you weren't coming. Do you have the serum? Clint Barton made eye contact with the assassin for a few seconds before looking at the former Red Room agent. Natalia had promised to hand over the serum in exchange for being completely erased, something they partially achieved by removing the chip from her body. I couldn't take it. I have too stubborn a pursuer. This pretty lady. Using one of his arrows, Barton pointed at Elektra while placing a flirtatious smile on his face. I don't see how dangerous and stubborn she is. No, she's not my stalker. Within seconds, the warehouse shook with an explosion that shook the old building. Glass flew all over the area, and the old sliding iron door was shattered by the projectile that caused a fiery explosion that engulfed the building, sending the agent sprawling to the ground and forcing Elektra to plant her sai on the beam, thus avoiding the fall. Both Barton and Romanov were thrown into a pile of crates, being buried in splinters, debris, and dust. I've located Agent Black Widow 001. A metallic sound accompanied the end of the sentence. Permission for elimination. From the dust and smoke, the figure of a 6'6" man appeared. Dark eyes, mid-length hair of an almost black brown, a metallic arm occupying where his left arm should have been. Covering his chin with a military mask, the intruder didn't hesitate to shoot the agents with his firearm, using only his bionic arm. Understood. The Winter Soldier acted on command. He had no thoughts of his own, nor did he act on his own ideas or feelings. Cold as the Siberian winter, the Winter Soldiers were the ultimate soldiers of the Soviet army, always ready to give their lives, to face any mission without regard for their own safety. With a few strides, the Winter Soldier leaped directly to where Barton and Romanov were buried, leaving behind the assault rifle with which he killed the other agents, and paying no attention to Elektra, who, hanging several meters above, watched him waiting for an opportunity. An arrow forced the soldier to move to the left, and a shot forced him to cover himself with his arm. Overpowered by a second, Barton and Romanov pushed Winter Soldier back with their legs, managing to move the soldier only a few meters. Winter Soldier had no feelings. The light in his eyes was dull, completely extinguished, as if a shadow had stolen the life and light from the gaze he directed at his 2 attackers, his 2 current mission targets. The Winter Soldier always completed the mission. Codes, training, and orders compelled him to continue. It didn't matter that he was on the verge of death, that he had been discovered. His captain had given him the order to hunt down the traitor, and the Winter Soldier pursued her to that old dock. He's not going to give up. That's what worries me. Another arrow shot out from where the first one had come from, taking its sister's place in the bow. I'll cover you. Clint released the string. The vibrating sound of the arrow being fired completely shattered the silence. Before the archer's astonished gaze, the Soviet soldier stopped the projectile with his hand, unfazed. Winter Soldier closed his hand. That arrow broke in 2 under the pressure. We're going to have to bleed to get out of here alive, Clint. Chapter 5. The rain had washed away any trace of Warren Kenneth Worthington III, aka Angel from the roof, where the confrontation between the X-Force member and the target they were pursuing due to his priority level had taken place. The remaining feathers and blood fell over the edge of the roof, pushed by the abundant water that began to accumulate and fell over the edge. The only reminder of the mutant's presence and death were the blood that clouded his partner's sword and the latter's immensely open eyes. X-Force was a group entirely of mutants, their weapon force. Among their ranks were the best fighters, those with superior combat skills, a high tolerance for pain, capable of surviving in the worst environments and situations imaginable. Death among the members of X-Force was not a frequent occurrence. Thanks to their mutations, each of the members was able to overcome their adversaries without any wounds on their bodies, other than a few minor scratches. Therefore, Psylocke remained static while she watched Angel being killed. Her retina recorded every second. From the moment the boy moved until the blade appeared on her partner's back, right between his two completely pristine white wings, now stained with his own blood. The rain had washed away every trace, except for the blood dripping from the katana. Drop by drop, the blade became visible. A dark black appeared behind the deep maroon of Angel's blood, a memory that would remain in the woman's mind. Any other member of X-Force would have reacted with anger, rage, and resentment. This was not the case with Psylocke. The mutant remained lying on the ground, her body slightly raised, staring at the figure of her target, her hair covering her face, obscuring her vision. Angel and Psylocke had worked together for a long time. Neither had been hurt before. Neither had been fatally injured since they began working together. But now Angel was dead, killed by an inexperienced young man enhanced by a Hydra serum, and she had been instrumental in his death. That boy simply ran through Angel without fear, without hesitation, as if he had done it before, or as if he didn't fear death. He was a dog, a wolf surrounded, and he seemed to want to bite them all, and he took Angel directly by the neck in one bite. Psylocke had only seen those wild eyes once before the boy. X-Force was a force made up mostly of mutants and hid behind the smoke that were the Bloodhounds, the assassins that Hydra used for their missions. And in that group was him, the only beast that Psylocke could fear, although his mutant power was not fearsome and was not superior to hers. Of course, she could control him using her powers. But that man would kill her just to be by his side. He was a dog, a saber-toothed beast willing to tear his prey apart and eat it without fear of the consequences. Within the mutant race, its hierarchy had been implemented according to their powers, giving each one a rank. The Omega level was held by mutants with a clear power that could change or destroy the world if they used it. The Alpha were the second in the hierarchy, with a fairly good control over their powers, but who did not reach the level of the Omega, and finally there were the Beta and the lower ones. Those with little control over their mutant power or with a mutation that only changed their appearance without giving them anything else. The man Psylocke feared was an alpha-level mutant who, while not truly extremely powerful, had earned him his nickname, instilling fear in many of his peers within X-Force and among mutants in general. And he was someone Psylocke wouldn't go near unless absolutely necessary. Those cold eyes reminded him of the bloodthirsty Victor Creed alias Sabretooth, one of the few mutants within the group who truly loved death, bathing in the blood of his enemies, and who would undoubtedly be hunting Arnim's target in just a few minutes, at the request of the director of Hydra's scientific department. Psylocke pushed thoughts of Sabretooth to the back of her mind. The echo of the rain lingered, enveloping the light sound of her breathing until it was imperceptible to her. Being soaked, defeated, and staring at her friend's blood on her own sword was a crushing blow. Her mind was in disarray, her eyes unfocused, and the beginnings of hyperventilation had begun to set in, so much so that she'd stopped paying attention to the communicator still in her ear, through which she could hear the screams of one of her companions trying to get a report. She slowly began to stand. First, she moved her arms until her hands were in a position that allowed her to elevate her torso. Then she moved her legs and placed the right one as a fulcrum to rise. When she succeeded seconds later, her hair completely covered her blurred and unfocused vision. The image of Angel contrasted with that of her target, causing her to see visions of her companion and friend. Psylocke cupped her face as she felt her head pounding with a migraine. Ever since she tried to take control of her target, she hadn't been well. Her powers seemed to have suffered from trying to take control of the boy, and that was why she felt tired, her mind bouncing around inside her skull like a simple ping-pong ball. The cold rain and wind kept the mutant's concentration low. She had tried to form another blade with her telepathic powers, but hadn't managed to form one solid enough to pierce her target. She had been tempted to throw her projectiles. However, due to her visual impairment, they wouldn't hit even if she was just a meter away. A chunk of concrete fell, creating a dull thud that seemed to stop the rain for a few seconds. Psylocke's eyes widened, and out of inertia and experience, she jerked her head to the side, hearing behind her katana, still dripping with Angel's blood, slam into the wall of the building behind her, surprising the woman. His muscles were now stronger, his mind worked much faster, and his reflexes were at the limit of an average human's, perhaps higher. These were the effects Naruto was currently feeling in his body after enduring the initial heat. Now, with his body changed for the better, the boy had managed to slightly destroy a wall by managing to stick a katana just by throwing it without much force, without an effort that would have made him sweat excessively. He hadn't intended to kill the woman or even targeted her in the first place. But when the mutant looked at him, Naruto only reacted to the strange gleam in her eyes, taking this as a hint that she was going to attack him, to kill him using her mutant powers. The two of them remained at the other end of the roof, with Silex showing signs of fatigue. Her left arm, where she normally formed her psychic blade, was shaking from the exertion, completely bare. Her right hand was clenched tightly, her eyes fixed solely on her target. For his part, Naruto was calm, processing 1,000 ideas in a few seconds to devise a complete escape. Thanks to the serum, he had managed to understand Silex's body language, finding her mental block after the other mutant's death, a shock that would allow him to finish the woman off, or at least leave her in a bad enough state for him to flee, although he knew that her data was already in the government database, and that now he had no safe escape route. After several minutes of hesitation, the daughter finally formed in its usual pink color, illuminating the left side of Silex's face, who showed a shaky smile as she felt her energy sprouting again despite her tiredness. Angel's visions had diminished considerably, and she could move a few steps toward her target, the murderer of her partner and one of her best friends. Silex wouldn't fight like that for another mutant, but Warren had been her mission partner for the past few years, and a person she'd come to appreciate and love, to a degree that confused her feelings. She'd fostered feelings for him, and now his loss had her devastated and filled with anger and sadness, though she'd always sworn to herself never to love any partner, because of the implications it carried. The wind ruffling both of their hair signaled the start of the confrontation between the mutant and the superhuman. The first to attack was Silex herself, who swung a knife straight at the boy's chest. The mutant was surprised when Naruto's arm deflected hers, causing her psychic blade to just graze the boy's forearm, allowing him to strike her directly in the stomach with devastating force that made her mouth bleed, staining her own gray uniform. Silex understood how she defeated Angel. The boy had a strength superior to that of an average human, and to that of many humans, placing the blonde in a position that few could reach if it were not for technological or chemical improvements, as had been the case with Captain America, US Agent and Naruto himself, who remained impassive while moving his right arm. The arm swung down, and the fist connected directly with Silex's left cheekbone. She fell to the ground with a crash, blood running down her shattered chin, dripping onto the rain-drenched ground. She was still reeling, trying to recover from the loss of her comrade, and Naruto had used that very thing to hit her, though she didn't take kindly to it. Silex reminded him of his mother. Naruto leaped back, evading the mutant psychic blade. He staggered several steps, landing at the edge of the roof, watching Silex's eyes stare at him as if nothing else were around, as if only he mattered, as if he were the most important thing to her right now. He raised his arms. He shifted his right leg back. He leaned forward slightly, shifting his weight to his left leg. He covered his face with both arms, clenching his fists as he kept his eyes focused on the woman's graceful movements. He took a deep breath. The blade fell in a completely vertical motion, without error. Naruto moved to the left, pushing off with his front leg. He stomped hard, shifting his weight to his right leg, and again blocked the mutant's circular slashing motion. But this time Silex anticipated the boy would do just that. Without exerting any force, she nimbly drew a dagger from her right sleeve and slashed upward, aiming to pierce the Superman's ribsage and reach his most protected organs. An HG. The sound of blood dripping against the ground made Silex's eyes widen, and she gave a small smile of relief, a smile of joy at the groan coming from her opponent's mouth. Seconds later, the smile disappeared and was replaced by bloody teeth and a shattered nose when Naruto launched a direct jab too fast for her to stop, sending her sprawling to the ground. The blade used by the mutant pierced the skin and muscle, as well as the bone in Naruto's hand, but it never penetrated anything beyond the limb. Jerking the weapon away with a jerk, the boy took advantage of Silex's happiness and swung hard directly at her face, hoping the woman would remain lying down, possibly unconscious. "I'm going to kill you, kid. I'm going to tear your limbs from your body and enjoy torturing you personally." Using her thumb, Silex wiped away the blood dripping from his mangled nose. "All for Angel. He wanted to kill me. I killed him first. I think it's a completely fair game, girl." Silex narrowed her eyes. Now there was a second psychic blade on her right arm. Naruto's problems had only doubled. "Buck off." The blades moved in a coordinated fashion. Like a dancer, Silex guided her arms and moved her feet, intending to cut through her opponent to take the heart of the boy before her. To the mutant's surprise, Naruto reacted extremely well, with extreme calm. He waited patiently for the perfect movement the instant the gap had formed and pierced the defense, taking the woman by surprise, embracing her waist. In a wrestling hold, Silex found the floor too cold and hard against her head. Adding to the damage caused by her attempted psychic control, the mutant found herself between the conscious and unconscious worlds, struggling to keep her eyes open and her consciousness stable. "Silex, Buck. Can you hear me? I'm doing it barely, Wolfsbane. Angel is dead. That boy, he killed him with his own hands. I'm trying to keep up, but I can't. Something's wrong with me. Psylocke was an expert fighter. She was trained as an assassin. She had mutant powers. She had killed important targets, expert fighters. But that boy was defeating her. Since she couldn't control him, and with Angel's death still fresh in her mind. He's going over there. He's with others. We won't be long. Psylocke thought of Victor, the ruthless animal he was. She probably would have been filled with fear at any other time, but Angel wasn't with her. He was always kind, always caring, and willing to help. And she was the opposite. She was willing to stain her hands with the blood that should stain Angel's hands and wings. Psylocke forced herself to her feet. I'm going to have a lot of explaining to do. Victor will probably kill me. Naruto remained silent throughout the conference between his enemy and her allies. He remained silent for a few seconds, listening to the mutant's complaints about his poor work, but his eyes narrowed when she mentioned Victor and how he was going to kill her just for failing. That's not very friendly, is it? And what can you do, kid? It's what it is in this shitty world. All the mutants, most of them, were happy to work alongside Hydra. The regime had given them a place, provided them with what democratic governments hadn't, and allowed them to live their lives with enormous comfort, all without realizing that they were used only as tools when it suited Hydra and its leaders, something Psylocke and Angel had been seeing for the past few years. But if they had said something, would anyone have believed them? Look, kid. You killed my partner and best friend. Psylocke, using a little force, repositioned her own nose, letting out a low moan as the crunch accompanied it. I'm angry. All my eyes see is the red of anger clouding them. And I'm planning on tearing you apart. Don't let that get out of your head, golden boy. But you got yourself into this without knowing exactly what you were getting into. You killed my friend out of self-defense, causing me to kill you no matter what, even if the regime kills me. At least I want you to understand what you've gotten yourself into. You've hit a hornet's nest, and everyone's out to get you, from the last of us on. Well, a clear cheeky smile appeared on the boy's face. It's not like I'm not used to surviving in this world. I can take care of myself, and I'm going to, even if I have to kill you like I did your winged companion. Psylocke watched as Naruto returned to his boxing pose. And I can do this all day, ma'am. The fight continued after that exchange. Psylocke completely ignored the blood dripping from her head, staining her uniform and leaving a trail behind. She focused completely on the fight, ignoring everything else, seeing only her target and his movements during the duel. At one point, Psylocke took advantage of the boy's carelessness and slashed at his left side, creating a line of blood that satisfied the woman. She was returning to her normal self, able to fight using her abilities without interruption, pressuring Naruto until he forced her to jump back with another jab. The difference was clear. Experience and training, combined with her powers, placed Psylocke above Naruto in just a few minutes. Thanks to her mutation, which allowed her to generate both psychic blades, she could keep her distance, while the boy had to get close to her to achieve any results, something that exploded in the following moments, resulting in several wounds from the Superman. Psylocke swung one of her leaves, moving her arm in the process. The rain had stopped a few seconds ago, but the wind and clouds remained, growing fiercer. You should stop trying, kid. I've got you where I want you. Pain permeated Psylocke's voice. Her mind was still reeling from that moment when her life had changed, but she'd seen a way through it and embraced it with all her might. She'd already lost other companions and one of her previous partners. This wasn't anything new, nothing she hadn't felt before. See, can I continue? Stubborn. Psylocke took a step toward the boy and then jumped back. Something fell between her and her target, kicking up a huge cloud of dust and debris that forced them both to squint, hoping to see what was inside. Psylocke, a thick voice filled the voices of both fighters. Is this shorty the one who killed Angel? This little shit. Sharp, amber eyes sent a chill through the woman. Ha. Despite having increased his size, Naruto still remained inferior to the new enemy he had to face. The man with wild blonde hair, predatory eyes, and a bloodthirsty smile was one of the tallest Naruto had ever seen, and also one of the most muscular. He'd seen it before, at some point in his past. Naruto couldn't forget those eyes, that smile. But now it belonged to a predator who was fully prepared to kill him, to hunt him like a wolf hunts a simple lamb. What are you looking at, idiot? Victor Creed, Aka Sabertooth, looked at the target of Arnim Zola, his current employer. Zola hadn't taken his eyes off him since he arrived, as if expecting something from him. With a grin, Victor displayed the claws he was known for. Retractable bone claws that the mutant was sure would end his target's life. Victor. Arnim wants it. Drops of blood fell to the wet ground, dissolving in the water and disappearing within a minute. No one asked for your opinion, Elizabeth. You're not the best of Braddocks, so to speak. You're allowing a target to live by talking to me. Stop. Victor was forced to raise his left arm. It creaked under Naruto's extreme force as he slammed his fist into it, earning a grin from the alpha mutant. Have you lost something, prisoner? Naruto's right leg whipped against the mutant side. Victor Creed brought his arm down and grabbed the limb tightly, crushing the boy's leg as he closed his hand completely with tremendous force. "We can both play that game, you bucking brat." The mutant planted his feet on the ground. He lifted Naruto by the leg and threw him seconds later. The boy flew off the rooftop and ended up crashing into another building, passing through the wall and impaled on some wooden beams. This is how it is done. Psylocke lowered her head slightly, not wanting to look into Sabretooth's eyes, who was looking at her with a predatory smile on his face, showing the row of teeth he used like a true predator, like a true Sabretooth. "When the rest of the idiots come, we'll take that brat and NGH." Both mutants' eyes widened in surprise. A beam pierced Sabretooth's chest, forcing him to cough up blood, staining the floor between him and Psylocke, who was also shocked to see the blood soaking into the piece of wood. When did he? The fight with Angel had left no lasting effects, and Psylocke paid no attention to the cut she inflicted on her enemy. But Sabretooth could see that the boy was healthy again, as he was standing on both legs, and he had shattered one of his legs before crashing into the adjacent building, impaling him on several beams. "I understand." Using his right hand, he pulled the beam from his body, wincing in pain. Regeneration. A bucking regeneration. Can everyone regenerate now? This just makes it more entertaining for me. He was a predator, a born hunter. Of the mutants that made up X-Force, Sabretooth was the perfect hunter. Keen senses, an enhanced sense of smell, an innate animal sense, willing to forget his reasoning simply for the desire to kill his enemies, his prey. These were the reasons why Arnim Zola summoned Sabretooth for the mission and classified it as priority. He trusted that Victor would get the results he wanted, one way or another. The mutant leaped from one building to the other, bearing his retractable bone claws and teeth like a true predator. The boy was already expecting him, ready to fight for his life for the fourth time that day. And yet he held on, taking the full weight of the 2-meter-tall mutant upon him. Using his lower body strength, Naruto threw Sabretooth across the room, shattering what had been a very beautiful classroom in his eyes. But the problem persisted, and now it was even bigger. Like a snowball, things were becoming increasingly larger and unbearable for Naruto, who had to fight a wild mutant and keep an eye on the woman across the street in the building they had abandoned during the confrontation. It was a 2-on-1. And a pretty tough 2-on-1. Their blood was splattered all over the apartment. Furniture was smashed, windows shattered, and walls completely pulverized after the two combatants clashed. The peaceful home Sabretooth and Naruto invaded with their clash turned into a war zone seconds later. The fight had evolved like Psylocke's. Sabretooth had the better of the boy in minutes and now had him on the ropes, holding him by the neck and lifting him from a fourth-floor window, right onto what looked like a painfully new car several feet below them. "Do you know how to fly?" The spit hit the mutant's right eye and he released his prey with a hilarious smile. Others would have screamed. Others would have tried to hold on to something. Others would have simply closed their eyes, waiting for the worst. Naruto kept his mouth shut, his arms outstretched, his cold eyes fixed on the figure of the mutant who had dropped him, burning his face into his memory, remembering, imagining those painful screams. The car's roof gave way and the windows shattered in an explosion of glass that accompanied the jet of blood that spurted out of the boy like a fountain, staining his own chin and his tattered clothes, which were much more tattered. Chapter 6. The rain fell heavily. The clouds hid everything from view, making the dark day even darker, even gloomier. For hours, New York had found itself under a dome of clouds covering every corner of the city, turning the illuminated areas into darkness, and those dark areas into even darker and gloomier to the sight and feel. Anyone would think twice about passing through those dark, damp places, made gloomy by the clouds and the rain itself. The constant beeping of a car alarm had become completely deafening and annoying, entering the mind of the boy who was crawling on the asphalt with a piece of metal going through his side and out the other side of his body, with a bright red being visible to the eyes of his hunters. Water dripped from his face. Pressing his lips together, the boy withdrew the piece of metal with a snarl. The wound burned. It felt as if a hot iron had been placed on his skin and pressed down hard. That sensation lasted only a few seconds. Afterward, he only felt the water hitting his bare skin, which was exposed when the iron cut through the fabric of his clothing. Behind him lay the smashed car, windshield fragments scattered across the asphalt. A faint trail of blood led directly to the blonde, and where he left the iron, a small puddle began to form. X-Force had found their prey. They were hovering over the target, keeping their eyes on it at all times, and once X-Force found their prey, they wouldn't let them get away for any reason, no reason at all. Serving the regime had become the substance that moved the vanguard of mutants, the adrenaline and satiety that pushed Sabretooth to remain the predator of all mutants, of those who were on the good side of people like Zola, and that boy who crawled on the asphalt was just another job well done for the wild man. An intense light filled Naruto, making the boy a clear target. Emerging from the dark clouds, a ship appeared and began to descend. A red one with tentacles remained visible for a few seconds. The Hydra symbol was emblazoned everywhere it could be seen, a reminder of the regime, of those who won the war for the world. The craft touched down, and a ramp gently pressed against the asphalt. Blue eyes looked at the people inside, descending the ramp. They all wore the same black and gray, perhaps white, uniform as the man he killed and the woman who chased him like a dog. It was also the uniform the savage who threw him into the street was wearing. It didn't take long for him to deduce that they were all part of the same team, and that if he ruled out the person he had killed, he would have a total of 8 people he had to face, 8 mutants he would have to fight if he wanted to get out of that place alive, an unlikely outcome that would lead him to make desperate decisions. Before he could move, a hand sent him sprawling to the ground. He felt blood flood his mouth, and his mind go numb from the impact, shutting down for a microsecond. Is this who killed Angel? Naruto managed to see the boots of the man who spoke. They were black, covered in mud and grime, soaked with water. Phantomex. Don't kill him. Arnim wants him alive. I can't. Seriously? Phantomex frowned. That lunatic just needs a sample of this son of a bitch, nothing more. If we bring him an arm, a can of blood, or something, that'll be enough for him. You don't have that guaranteed. Fuck, Caliban. That son of a bitch killed Angel. Caliban let out a sigh of resignation. Naruto felt the cold metal of a cannon hit his temple a couple of times before being pressed down hard. Phantomex. Phantomex was willing to kill his target. He wasn't a cruel man like Sabretooth, and he wasn't bonded to Angel like Psylocke. But he was Angel's partner, a mutant like him. And that feeling of brotherhood was there because they were mutants and part of the same team. They were partners. Leave him alone, Caliban. Victor Creed's thick voice struck a strange note in Caliban. If Mex wants to kill him, why not? Phantomex. Although you'll have to explain yourself to the scientist later. I won't be the one to bear the brunt of his death. Then seconds began to pass. The raindrops became soft, like small caresses for the people gathered around the regime's target, all waiting for one of them to make a final decision on the fate of the boy shot down there. Finally, Phantomex retracted the barrel of his gun and stood up, moving several feet away from Naruto, his back to him. The man was pressing his lips together beneath his mask, his jaw clenched tightly in anger. He wasn't a lunatic, and he wasn't willing to die in experiments for the head of Hydra's science department, one of the smartest men in the world. None of them were willing to be used as an experiment. Handcuff him. Naruto felt cold. His ears picked up the click, and when he looked down, he saw the cuffs glistening wetly around his wrists, each end connected by a thick extension that glowed a light green, indicating they were working. I'd like to keep playing, Naruto nodded at Victor Creed. The mutant smiled savagely in return. Maybe we can keep playing after Zola is done with you as his personal plaything, his new guinea pig. X-Force had the boy's destiny in mind. Having ingested the super soldier serum developed by Arnim Zola and his team of scientists, the boy's clear destiny was to be used as an experiment, a test subject to recreate the serum Zola had created and test everything the serum was capable of. The sound of footsteps alerted the mutants. A soaked Psylocke appeared before her companions, showing slight bruises, her face red from Victor's blow. Her right hand was gripping her sword, revealing the remains of Angel's blood. Psylocke's mind was still in shock, denying the fact of Angel's death, Victor's appearance and attack, and the empty feeling in her chest, pounding at her heart. Her normally bright, vibrant eyes now showed nothing, as if they had ceased to be alive. Angel was dead. Several blocks away, his body lay completely mangled, lying in a pool of blood and water, over the remains of his mangled body, his teeth scattered across the asphalt. Slowly, the X-Force began to board their transport. Caliban pushed Naruto onto the ramp, and they were led by Sabretooth. In the middle, Psylocke was accompanied by a dark-skinned, white-haired woman known as Storm. Last aboard was Phantomex, who looked back one last time. The X-Force ship took off from the main street, leaving behind a wrecked car, traces of a confrontation and the cold, inert body of one of their comrades, something they all regretted, but they knew that a second team would extract Angel's body to be buried in his home. The X-Force rarely went on joint missions. Each member had a partner with whom they completed assignments for the Hydra chiefs, and this had given them a name, a fame that accompanied them on every mission they were assigned. None of its members had died in a span of 2 years, with Angel being the first for a long time, and the previous one being Psylocke's former partner. Psylocke remained silent. Her hands wrapped around the handle of her katana and didn't seem to want to let go, as if it were something she needed at all times. That weapon was the last thing Angel had with her. It was what led the mutant to his bitter end, even though that mission must have been simple for them, a mission like any other. Silence reigned on the ship. Sabretooth kept his eyes closed and his arms crossed over his chest. Storm had taken his place at the helm of the ship. Wolfsbane stood in front of Victor. Caliban and Phantomex flanked their target, and Silex stood in front of Naruto with her head bowed to the ground, her forehead pressed against the cold metal of his sword. Silex's mind needed calm. She needed calm. Her brain hadn't processed Angel's death, and the bitter taste of anger lingered in her mouth like bile, burning her. So she gritted her teeth, pressed her back against the cold metal of the ship, and closed her eyes as she remembered better times. In a war or armed conflict, there were always victims. And mutants weren't exempt from blood and corpses. The constant civil wars between two groups of mutants left a trail of corpses between them, like a vast Nile of death and blood. The regime was tasked with stopping the conflict and mediating between the two sides. Silex should have been grateful, but both she and Angel always knew their race would never be at peace, and now she had lost one of her best friends, one who was a key player in her life, and not being able to kill the person who killed him made her blood boil. I have it just a few meters away. Through dark, soaked locks of hair, Silex gazed at the calm, submissive figure of the new super soldier, the Superman. That 17-year-old boy, if the file Wolfsbane found wasn't lying, was capable of murdering a mutant, the son of an important politician and businessman affiliated with the regime. If I weren't with those two. Phantomex and Caliban stood on either side of Naruto. The former carried his two Glock pistols holstered, while the latter remained silent, staring at his own hands, as if he had suffered a bout of shyness. I can only catch one of them completely by surprise, and the others will stop me. Silex wasn't sure whether to deal with one of her companions, only to kill the boy between both mutants, all to satisfy their need for blood, to cleanse the one that belonged to Angel with that of his murderer. And it was a risky move with Sabretooth on the ship. She could only wait and see. Arnim Zola and his scientists needed to take samples from the boy to generate a second dose of the serum, one that was better and more effective than the first. And if they couldn't generate a better one, they could just generate more serums like the one stolen by the foreign agents. Storm. Silex's eyes widened slightly at Wolfsbane's shout. Why are you stopping here, on the outskirts of New York? We have to go to. The gunshot. Blood splattering the ground. Thanks to her training, Silex deflected a second shot that was coming her way as she looked at Wolfsbane's lifeless body lying on the ship, blood spilling onto the floor. What the buck are you doing, Phantomex? What someone's supposed to do, I guess. Silex and the others were slow to react. A blade appeared too quickly for the psychic to react, and she only opened her eyes when Caliban's figure began to turn feminine, with red hair and blue skin. Honey, don't look at me like that. Mystique purred as she pushed Silex onto the branch that began to lower itself, her ears being popped by the air, and the following shots that brought down the X-Force and incapacitated Victor. Hey. That won't stop him for long. Mystique's head turned towards Phantomex's voice. Push it then, like I do. Which? Phantomex holstered both pistols. Using all his physical strength, the mutant pushed Sabretooth's body down the ramp, while a surprised Silex watched. Don't take it personally, the bodies of the other mutants began to fall. This is business. Arnim. That 100-year-old geezer. Mystique flashed a mocking smile. No, he's not the one who sent for this next generation super soldier. He still believes all mutants are happy with the regime, so we're just loyal and just plain dogs. But the Brotherhood doesn't agree. We're not as complacent as Xavier. Before Silex could process those words and the betrayal of Storm and Phantomex, she was thrown from the ship directly into the Hudson River, and as she fell, she could see the Redeed's yellowish eyes looking at her with some amusement and mockery. The ramp closed with a click as Storm pressed a button assigned to the same ramp again. I'm going to divert the ship to avoid continuing toward the capital or Krakow. He wants us all back, which includes this brat on the ship. Naruto had remained completely silent, merely an observer of the events inside that flying vehicle. He witnessed Phantomex's movements, how he eliminated his companions with strange bullets that incapacitated the mutant they called Sabretooth. And all that betrayal had unfolded in a matter of seconds, a matter of minutes. I'm glad I didn't kill Angel myself. Phantomex took a seat right in front of the prisoner. You killed him. And it's not like I'm going to blame you for it. You were just surviving. This is the jungle in a lot of ways, I guess. Don't let him go yet, Phantomex. Mystique's eyes fixed on the boy's calm figure. She examined his slumped shoulders, his back pressed against the cold metal of the ship, and his bowed head, as if he understood he couldn't escape. I don't want any trouble before we get there. He wants to see him in one piece, and I doubt any of us will stay sane if the boy is released. A super soldier in a confined space was something none of the three traitors were willing to witness. Naruto hadn't been the world's first super soldier, much less the regime's. Arnim Zola was an ambitious man, eager for power and recognition, for a place in history where he could be remembered. There had been several attempts to recreate the serum before this one, the definitive one, as Zola himself had called it, and all of them had produced a monstrous fighter, a weapon the regime could use in the future. I'll keep an eye on him then. Tied up like he is, I doubt it'll make much difference. Phantom X took the seat across from Naruto. The masked mutant kept his eyes fixed on the boys, waiting for something that would make him kill him. He had truly admired Angel and his work for the mutant community, as well as his performance within X-Force. Seeing his body crushed against the asphalt, his brains scattered, was not a sight Phantom X desired for a comrade like himself, especially when he came to appreciate him. Don't shoot it, Phantom X. No, I won't. I told you I'd help you with this madness. I'm not going to throw everything away just for a little mutant brotherhood, as some would call it. Contrary to what anyone might think, mutants were bound by a bond of brotherhood and survival that had endured for decades, overcoming any adversity or division the race had faced over time. Phantom X was proof of this, and even Storm and Mystique were united in that sentiment. All three were resentful of attempts by mutants like Angel to give them a place in the world. But that had put them on a leash in the hands of men like Zola. Phantom X and the two mutant women could be traitors to the regime, having killed fellow mutants and broken laws in the process. That wouldn't put them in any worse position in the eyes of their kind. Every mutant fought for a path forward, a place in history, and it was something the other mutants respected, understanding that it was fight or die at all times. Arnim Zola had used his position to position the mutants, and forming X-Force had been one of his wonderful ideas that had paid off greatly for the regime and its leaders. None of them objected when a member of the mutant advance group killed a rebel who was about to take out one of the Hydra leaders. But having achieved an alliance with the mutants allowed Zola to grow proud and believe that everyone was on his side, being good guys with leashes attached to their necks. While Charles Xavier was one of the important pillars of the mutants who aligned himself with Zola's thinking to bring their fellow humans to a better situation, mutants like Max Eisenhart were on the complete opposite side and understood the true cruelty that Zola and his people brought to the world during World War II and their subsequent victory against the Allies. Max Eisenhart had created his own mutant cult, a place where those of his kind who weren't enamored with the regime and its processes resided. He had also been the tactical mastermind behind the plan to get the serum out of Zola's hands, being responsible for the deaths of several mutants and the kidnapping of the new super soldier in the form of Naruto, something everyone had taken pains to keep hidden from unwanted public view. Krakoa had been the only safe mutant settlement until the founding of Genosha by Max Eisenhart and his mutant allies. MX personally took it upon himself to modify, shape, and restructure the city he named Genosha, feeling that it would truly be the settlement for his fellow mutants, away from anyone who would use them simply for being enhanced, more evolved humans. Genosha was a desirable place for anyone, mutant or not. Security had been specifically implemented to ensure the city and its inhabitants would never be discovered by one of the regime's satellites. An attempt had also been made to create a mode of self-sufficiency that would allow them to supply themselves with food and energy without having to rely on anyone else. Being a completely self-sufficient city, there was little obligation for its leaders to trade with anyone outside its boundaries. I think they're waiting for us. Naruto could see the mutant rebel city they called Genosha. It had a huge mountain at the top, with strange buildings straight out of some futuristic graphic novel that defied gravity with their enormous points pointing skyward. But strangely, that city wasn't ruled by silence. When the ramp hit the ground with a metallic clang and a click, the boy could only hear the seagulls flying overhead, traveling to another point on the globe. It's sunny. The boy missed the vitamin D, huh? Phantom X pushed Naruto, urging him to walk toward the ground, stepping off the ship down the cold ramp. A blast of air forced the boy to briefly close his eyes for a few seconds. When he opened them, Naruto saw the sun shining behind the enormous mountain, which seemed to be covered by a cloud forming a layer. I'm so fed up with the rain. Rain seemed to have been the ruling weather pattern over New York skies since the regime's victory over the Allies, creating a second London in the world, with the sky constantly weeping over it, giving a sad and depressing spectacle to more than one person, causing displeasure when women and men found their hair frizzy. It might be something I can understand. Phantom X looked toward the Genosha residence. All the mutants near the landing strip had focused their attention on them, especially Naruto, and showed questioning faces when they saw the handcuffs adorning his wrists. I hate the rain myself. Gentlemen. Do you know I could bring the same storm down on the island just to crush you both? And it's not a joking offer. My sincerity, above all. Storm's mutant power was to form storms at will, harnessing the force of hurricane-force winds, freezing rain, and thunder that rolled through the skies in dark storms. She herself was able to move clouds to cover any open space, forming a dark layer that would make the day pass into the darkest night without ever truly passing 12 noon. No, thanks. I still have things to do, and I'd rather not do them while completely soaked. The words and witty exchange would have continued had not various figures appeared on the track. Naruto nodded towards the new individuals walking towards them. 4 men and 2 women, one of the men being immensely tall, broad, and with arms as thick as hams that would undoubtedly take out more than one in a direct collision. The boy deduced that those were more mutants. Something told him that the island was a mutant gathering point or a permanent home for them, rather than a simple hideout. Ah. Wolverine. Phantomex and the shortest and most robust man in the group greeted each other with a handshake. The man called Wolverine moved the cigar from his mouth to the other side, filtering a cloud of smoke between his lips. This is the boy they mentioned, right? He was skinnier before, Phantomex murmured, pushing the young man forward, forcing him between the two groups of mutants. He was able to kill Angel and be a nuisance to Psylocke. He even outlived Victor. Wolverine's eyes widened slightly, understanding the implication of outliving your brother. If Sabretooth had meant to kill the boy and was still alive, it meant the boy could really depend on himself. Interesting, bub. What else have you accomplished? Killed any of those bloodhounds? It would be fun to see one of their heads on a stick, bub. He did it. X-Force wasn't well known enough to the world to make much of an impact. But there wasn't a single person in the world who didn't know about the Bloodhounds, the leashed mercenaries who served the regime for a steady salary and juicy benefits. The whistle escaped the lips of one of the girls. We have the jackpot here. White locks fell over a long face. With a gloved right hand, the girl brushed them aside and tucked them behind her ear, allowing Naruto to see a pair of brown eyes staring directly at him, their gleams rebellious. If you scratch, you can be a millionaire, rogue. Before you start any more conversations, we should leave, Mystique leaned down the ramp. Drop the cargo and leave. That was the original plan. We'll take the boy to my father. A silver-haired man emerged from the newest group of 6 mutants. He was slim, with a toned, athletic body. As always, he'll give you your payment for being our ears and eyes on the outside. It's not something we'll hold on to much longer, Pietro. Things are slowly getting dark, and many of us want to return to Genosha when the war breaks out. The inhabitants of Genosha were aware of the conflict between the regime and the USSR, and of their own position in said conflict, given the presence of mutants on both sides. Mystique herself had planned to trick the regime into believing that it was the Soviets who stole the super serum and murdered Agent 77, although this could be complicated if Victor Kree awakened in time, thanks to his regeneration. I'll tell my father. The trio of mutants shared a brief glance before looking back at the larger group. Their mission had always been to deliver the serum to Genosha, into the hands of its governor. They hadn't brought the serum, but they had brought a super soldier like Captain America to make a difference and deplete X-Force's forces, something that somewhat favored them if they had to face them. Good. Pietro Maximoff's elongated arm draped over Naruto's shoulders. The wind from the ship's takeoff ruffled everyone's hair. It's time for your fate to be decided. Chapter 7. Rain fell heavily on the mutant city of Genosha. Dark clouds covered its skies, stretching out over the sea around the island for several kilometers, disappearing beyond the horizon. It was the same darkness that other cities experienced on rainy days, a darkness accompanied by the chill of the dampness brought on by the rain. But despite the similarities, a rainy day, a stormy day in Genosha, was charged with a completely different feeling than in other cities, generating an atmosphere completely opposite to large metropolises like New York or Chicago. The houses in Genosha represented a home, not a prison. Since the victory of the Third Reich over the Allies, since Hydra's victory over Captain America, and since the rise of the regime over the free cities, the citizens' homes became their personal prisons, their cells with a view of the outside. From every building's facade, a red, white, and black flag hung fluttering in the wind, imposing, powerful, and a bitter reminder of the time when they had been free. However, in Genosha, that symbol of oppression, defeat, and submission was nowhere to be seen, as if the city were a world completely removed from reality, as if Genosha were part of another universe. But the city of Genosha had its history, a cruel, bloody history of slavery that involved the mutants currently inhabiting the island, erasing any record of any humans having ever been present on Genosha. Mutants were mistreated before the rise of Hydra and the Third Reich over the Allies. Like lepers, all people with a mutation were either hunted down, killed, and imprisoned without trial or imprisoned in a government facility for further study. The regime knew how to utilize mutants. But it wasn't until the 1980s, when Arnim Zola finally placed the mutant race in a position of power within the regime, that they were finally freed from the persecution and murder to which they had been subjected for hundreds of years. Despite the protection that the regime extended to all mutants in the world, establishing the living island of Krakow as their home and refuge where they could not be persecuted and harmed, giving the well-known Professor Xavier the leadership of the race. In some countries and in some forgotten areas, mutants were still used as slaves, as simple objects in pack mules, being used as simple tools by their masters. Genosha had been one of those places where mutant slavery was still allowed until the Brotherhood appeared on the island shores, commanded by a man who was unwilling to feel the regime's leash around his neck, much less watch his people mistreated by people who couldn't bear to see the change in their own race. The magistrates had been the special group that had been charged with keeping the mutants of Genosha always collaborative with the state, always being placed below any inhabitant of the island, and always letting them know where they should be placed in the food chain. Before the Brotherhood, Genosha had been ruled by power-hungry men, wealthy nobles with pompous asses who let everyone else do their work. But the island's government had always been clear that mutants were only good as slaves, as tools. From that understanding, the magistrates were born, the special force tasked with keeping the island's mutants under complete control. This continued until the overthrow of the island's ruling family, something hidden from the public eye and kept top secret by the regime, classified and gathering dust in one of its government warehouses. Max Eisenhart, aka Magneto, personally took it upon himself to bring about the end of the dictatorship on the island. Accompanied by his followers and some family members, the mutant was the liberator of Genosha, wiping out both the magistrates and their leaders, sprinkling the island with their blood, and starting a civil war on the island that the Hydra masters kept completely secret, leaving the rest of the mutants to believe that their race was completely free of danger. Protected by the state and its followers. It was due to the Genosha incident that some mutants began to distrust the regime and went over to the side of the Brotherhood, who founded a city on the island only for members of their race, protecting any mutant who decided to live in the renovated city, completely away from the regime or any other group that wanted to use them. With the Brotherhood's victory over Genosha's leaders, the regime decided to remain silent, declaring Genosha a sovereign mutant state and granting it the freedom and autonomy it so desired, healing any wounds and animosities between them, or at least that's what Arnim believed. If he gave them everything they asked for, peace would be maintained, and he could continue using the mutants as his personal tools. Max Eisenhart didn't think the same way as Arnim or some members of the regime's high command. When Max discovered he was a mutant, he was just a scared child in a German concentration camp where Jews were cruelly murdered. He watched, with innocent eyes at the time, as a fence was completely destroyed by his own rage, by his own helplessness at seeing his parents executed like mere animals. With the victory of the Third Reich over the Allies and the rise of the regime, people stopped fighting for a better world, for a light that would save them. Max wasn't a man who gave up easily, nor was he someone who cast his own people aside. His now grown eyes had seen how the world had changed, how those who had mistreated him solely for his beliefs now ruled the world with total impunity. He sought freedom and well-being for mutants. He partially achieved this, and in a way, he owed his life to an important member of the Allies, a man who, in a way, gave him hope and inspired his own revolution around the world. Two figures always stood at the forefront of the mutant race. Professor Charles Xavier and Max Eisenhart himself, the visible heads of their race. Being great friends, almost like brothers, they should have followed a similar path. But to think that was simply a misconception. Professor Xavier was a man who advocated for peace, for coexistence between both races, and only wanted to place his people in a position where they would not be persecuted. He created a school where children with mutations would be protected, where they would learn about their own powers, and no one would ever harm them. When the regime finally accepted them and gave them a position of immunity, Xavier made peace with the world's rulers and sided with them for the good of his own race and his own students. Max, on the other hand, decided to pursue a completely different approach than his friend, distancing himself from him as he saw him become an important figure within the regime. Driven by his memories of the Holocaust, Max resolved to be a symbol of complete freedom within his race, a pillar for all mutants who didn't feel free within the regime, and he led the fight against all those who still treated mutants as mere disposable objects. Over the years, the man recruited followers, forming the Brotherhood of Mutants and searching for a place to settle. When rumors of a place in Africa that used mutants as slaves reached Max's ears, the mutant decided to make that place his home, turning the territory into a landmark for his kind. Genosha was currently ruled by Magneto, a nickname that Max Eisenhart himself used within his race, thus giving way to what some mutants called the House of M or the Dynasty of M, making Max himself its leader and representative. However, despite having suffered abuse by the regime and by intolerant people, Max decided not to take all the power for himself and established a council, thus placing it as a figure that would judge him and guide his decisions to take a better path for the inhabitants of the island. Genosha went from being the most hated place by mutants to one of the most beloved, with Krakoa being the most well-known place, thanks to the speeches of Arnim and other regime leaders. Father, the former governor's chamber of Genosha was remodeled to resemble a vast meeting room. The throne was replaced by an oval white marble table. The family portraits were replaced by mosaics depicting the history of Genosha's mutants. And the beast skulls were replaced by plants some mutants had chosen to place, giving some life to the cold room. This is the boy with the serum. There were no guards or tight security. In the room, looking through the enormous window on the other side of the table, there was only a figure dressed entirely in white, with a cloak that lightly brushed the floor and seemed undisturbed despite its color. Leave us alone. And Pietro, the man's head turned. Hard eyes stared directly at the cheerful Pietro Maximoff. Don't do anything crazy anymore. No one replied, not even the young man known as Pietro. They all turned and walked toward the living room door, leaving the echo of the closing door as their only memory, the only indication that they had ever been there. Silence followed the echo. Naruto and Max remained completely silent, staring at each other for several seconds, enjoying the tranquility of the place. Finally, the older man broke eye contact and looked back out the enormous window, placing his arms behind his back. Naruto, right. You shouldn't be surprised. My companions have investigated everything about you before you arrived. And, excuse me, a metallic creak caught the boy's gaze. His handcuffs were crushed, the shackles separating from his wrists and falling to the ground. You are not our prisoner. I must remind my son of that. Your son, sir? Pietro. That boy is too free, too naive and carefree. His twin sister is the one who brings seriousness to this pair of children I have. But come here, boy. There was no harshness, no danger. Slowly, Naruto walked over to Max and stood beside the ruler of Genosha, looking at the same sights he'd been looking at. Streets, buildings, and the darkness of the storm brewing above them. Beautiful, isn't it? It took us a long time to call this piece of the world our home, the mutant's voice was tinged with emotion. Memories of fallen brothers, of murdered comrades, flashed before his eyes. Finally, almost 100 years after the end of the war, I can say I have a home. Genosha was taken from its owners and turned into a paradise for their slaves. Max was willing to give his life for the sake of his brothers and the place, which earned him respect among his companions and brothers. X-Force is a group that won't stop chasing you, hunting you down. The Bloodhounds are a mere smokescreen, mercenaries sent to hunt down any offenders. When one of them falls, the real group of killers appears. Relax, kid. For now, that's a safe place for you. Although I need to see whether or not you're a danger to Genosha. Don't get me wrong, but the safety of my comrades, of my people, is far more important than you as a person. At least, to me. Max might be a genocidal maniac, according to his enemies and his old friend. He might be a mutant supremacist, according to regime reports. But despite those rumors, he had nothing against humans. Like Xavier, he sought peace between the two races, a consensual equality that benefited both sides. But he wasn't willing to put that before his people, his children, and his home. If someone represented a danger to his home, he was prepared to eliminate them with his own hands. By bringing me here, I suppose you've put me in the regime's sight. Therefore, I'm a danger to your home. I see that you don't understand what I see as a danger. The corners of the Major's lips twitched, revealing a smile on the mutant's relaxed face. The regime is a latent danger to Genosha. And it's something everyone is aware of. Bringing you here only sharpens their focus on us. But the chances of them knowing we have you are less than 10%. Max had decided to divert all evidence to the USSR. Storm and her team moved directly there when they took off from Genosha Airport, erasing all traces of their presence on the island and leaving the stop as an emergency supply stop. However, no one but him knew this dangerous part of the plan. If other members of X-Force hunted them down, they would be eliminated, indicating that the boy was in the hands of their enemy. You shouldn't worry. Arnim won't launch an attack on a mutant location without solid evidence. Not even the rest of the Hydra leaders would side with him. That would only put him in a compromising position with Xavier and his tool, X-Force. Although if he manages to convince Xavier and the rest, then we'll have a mutant civil war. Max was aware of Xavier's desire for peace and knew of his obsession with securing a place for mutant kind. The regime's leaders were cunning, and he had no doubt that Arnim would use that to wield his old friend as a puppet, a tool, and pit the mutants against each other in a civil war of complete attrition. And he, as Genosha's protector and ruler, would have to fight against his own kind to protect his own home. Hydra heads. You have much to learn, boy. And time is something that slips away like water through the appendages of our hands. However, I will begin by telling you about someone you should keep in mind if you wish to remain in Genosha as a resident, as one of my proteges. Is it some mutant? No, he wasn't a mutant. I'm talking to you about a man who represents freedom, a human being who represents us all. His history has been erased, and the regime has merely mocked him. Captain America is more than a mere memory for someone to mock or spit on. He was, in a way, the inspiration for many, whether they were mutants or not. A man dressed in the colors of the American flag, with a giant white star on his chest and another on his inseparable shield. Trained as a soldier, enhanced with a serum, Captain America was the embodiment of freedom and the values upon which the United States was founded, being the terror of Hydra, the Third Reich. Max had a vague memory of Captain America. He had liberated her from that concentration camp and became her inspiration to oppose those who hunted her brothers, her race. He was also her pillar in fighting the regime to avoid being a mere dog on a leash held by Arnim's hand. History has been distorted by the regime, and the memory of Captain America is only an insult to them. That's why they try to eliminate him, but they can't. There are people who remember him. Max finally looked at the boy beside him. He didn't look like a vagrant orphan. He seemed well fed despite the tight clothing and dirt. Although the mutant deduced that his healthy appearance was surely due to Professor Zola's serum. The captain was also enhanced with a serum, powered by science and chemicals, just like you. And I want to continue the bet. Bet, sir? There are 2 people on this island who knew the captain. Logan and myself, though to a lesser extent. We both want to see if you're just like him or a version of the Red Skull, his archenemy during the war. Max was simply rescued from a concentration camp by Captain America. However, Logan was the captain's partner during World War II, fighting alongside him on various fronts, shoulder to shoulder, battling Hydra and its leaders at every turn. The two decided to flip a coin, a small vote of confidence, and observe Naruto after being injected with a serum that would turn him into a perfect super soldier, according to Zola. If the boy had the heart and soul of Captain America, they were willing to train him. If by any chance he ended up like the Red Skull, Max was willing to kill him. Although for now this guy is interesting. Naivety had been shining in the boy's eyes throughout the conversation. Max had been studying the young man throughout the conversation. He looked at his eyes, his gestures, and constantly assessed them, looking for any hint of a lie, any gesture that could compromise him. So far, Naruto was the only human who didn't hide anything, revealing the naivety of a child in his eyes, something understandable when you knew his history. We've been studying your mind the entire time. Max turned to Naruto, revealing his suit. A full combat suit. The cape fell from a metal bracket around the mutant's neck, giving an imposing image. My daughter has certain telepathic abilities. And, I'm sorry for intruding, but we know everything about your life. We regret the death of your parents at the hands of Victor Creed, a mutant not very popular in Genosha. Some of our brothers died by his hands. The boy's eyes widened. Naruto understood the words spoken by the ruler of Genosha. In a way, he felt a small resentment toward mutants. One of them, Sabretooth, was the one responsible for the death of his parents, his sister, and for him to end up alone on the streets, forced to live as a simple stray beast. I suppose you don't have any words to say. But that's understandable. I'm not going to push the issue or try to convince you to stay in Genosha. It's a better offer than being dissected or indoctrinated by a crazy professor, Naruto shrugged, pointing out the odds of his death at Zola's hands. I'm better off where I can be free and hidden, learning about what this serum does to my body. Strangely, Naruto doubted that the serum had only enhanced his physique and mind to the peak of human existence. The importance that X-Force placed on the serum and the regimen created that idea in the boy's mind. Zola's serum was hiding something else, he sensed it, his sixth sense was screaming at him. Do you agree to be among us, to be one of us from Genosha? Max extended his right arm toward the boy, offering his hand in a gesture of friendship. The older mutant had other plans for the boy, ones that would prepare him to face his enemies, making him useful in a possible war against the regime and the mutants of his partner Xavier, his old friend. It seems so, sir. Max. You can call me Max. Naruto accepted the hand of Genosha's ruler and felt the strength behind the grip. Old, wise, and hard eyes stared directly into his for several seconds, connecting. Just as Naruto wanted to know everything about the man, Max wanted to know everything about the teenager, every little secret, every piece of information he was keeping from him. Max was a careful man with who he brought into Genosha. Every new mutant that came to his city's shores was treated as a foreigner until they truly proved their loyalty to the people of the island. And to the governor of Genosha, Naruto was just another foreigner until he proved otherwise, like so many others before him. Have you ever been to class, Naruto? Only in elementary school, sir, before I ran away from the orphanage. The man's brow furrowed as the latter furrowed his eyebrows in a gesture of clear discomfort. The regime had sold its government as a utopia, like paradise, an Eden brought to earth. However, the weaknesses the regime had forgotten were appearing, sprouting like mushrooms after a storm. I suppose you'll have to go to the Genosha Academy then, I'm afraid. Max smiled at the sullen expression that crossed the boy's face, making his position clear at his request. You'll have kids your own age as classmates. Maybe an older one is still in the class. Not even we mutants are immune to repeaters. Max lightened the mood by cracking a little joke. And he seized the moment. Seconds later, the two enormous doors to the room swung wide open, revealing 3 people walking toward them, stalking them. I thought I said I was in a meeting, Miss Frost. Cold eyes brought from the north rested on the boy for a few seconds, sending a shiver down his spine after the woman looked away, her blonde hair whipping in a golden flurry against the wind. Magneto, the older mutant's alias, softly reached the boy's ears. Is this boy exactly who you expected? Or is he just another young, lost mutant you're giving shelter and food to without receiving anything in return? Disdain and condescension. Max pressed his lips into a thin line, earning a flat look from Miss Frost. If you've come to show the lack of respect you usually show, we can end the interview. I must show the young man his quarters, as well as his academy uniform. Oh, Magneto, I didn't mean to hurt you verbally, not too much, at least. The woman smiled cheekily, batting her eyelashes directly at the mutant and ruler of Genosha. But as allies of Genosha, the Hellfire Club is seriously concerned about your judgment. You risk a group of infiltrated mutants just to get one measly teenager out. I'll have to rip out some tongues, steam escaped from Magneto's mouth. The ruler placed both hands behind his back. Regal, the mutant's posture was that of a king, a true ruler over his subjects. I'll find out how you obtained that information, Emma. If there's one thing I don't like, it's people I trust passing my plans on to someone else. Emma Frost had the decency to blush slightly at Magneto's words, a gesture that stood out against her pale skin and accentuated the icy color of her eyes. Although, knowing the woman, Magneto knew she was faking, hiding what she truly felt at the moment. It's not like I'm going to hide it. Naruto felt a hand on his back pushing him. He took a couple of involuntary steps, standing in front of Emma with the oldest mutant in the room behind him. This is the boy Mystique's team rescued from the clutches of Sabretooth and his team. Is Victor still alive? Emma raised an eyebrow. At the same time, she extended her right arm with the back of her hand facing upward and delighted in the young man's confused gaze. Someone hasn't been raised properly, have they? You should cut your games, Emma. From the shadows of the room, a girl appeared before the others. Chestnut curls cascaded down to bare, lightly tanned shoulders. Dark eyes studied the mutant's hand for a brief moment before settling on the woman's blue ones. Father, I'm sorry to interrupt your meeting. The echo of heels accompanied the sentence. I can arrange to escort our guest to his chambers. That way, you can meet with Emma and her employees. The girl's words were met with frowns and annoyed expressions. Emma hardened her face and twitched the corners of her lips in a small smile. She wasn't about to let a girl slap her in the face with words. Wanda, Magneto's voice reached everyone, harshly. Show the young man to his chambers. And daughter, don't cause too much trouble. Yes, father. Naruto remained a spectator during that small conversation. He walked behind the daughter of the governor of Genosha, and the last thing he saw before the doors to the room closed was Emma Frost's bare back, revealing a strange scar. Chapter 8. Life on Genosha was peaceful. Mutants of all ages walked the streets without a care, without fear of being harassed, persecuted, or hunted like mere animals. Once upon a time, the island was a place where those with the X gene were used as slaves, mere tools of the island's inhabitants. They even went so far as to indoctrinate the mutants there so that they would not resist their own captivity, turning them into mere puppets who could never speak for themselves. Eventually, Genosha was liberated from its dictators, and the mutants were freed from their captors' control, sparking the island's first civil war. A war that ended with the death of the last of the island's non-mutant rulers, with complete control passing to the Brotherhood of Mutants, the group led by Magneto and his sons. By now, Genosha had grown and become one of the few non-regime countries, along with Wakanda, Latveria, Krakoa, and Symkaria, that could sustain itself without foreign aid. The island's mutants worked to maintain everything they had on Genosha. Some mutants acted as police officers, others were part of the island's military, or simply worked in ordinary jobs like shopkeepers, which gave the place a more humane feel. The island security was in place to detect any outside threats. When Magneto finally destroyed the magistrates and their leaders, the aging mutant decided to protect all mutants within Genosha and prevent any invasion by his enemies. He took precautions with every mutant who reached the island's shores, placing them in a quarantine period until he could verify that they weren't being controlled or posed a threat to Genosha's security. Krakoa was the second largest mutant nation in the world, placing Genosha in a position inferior to that led by Professor Charles Xavier, who worked together with the regime for the protection of his entire race and to maintain peace in the world, something that Magneto frowned upon. Xavier was placing a leash on his neck and was letting people like Arnim Zola tighten it to control him like a simple animal. Unlike Krakoa, Genosha had not established itself as a mutant nation, nor had it opened its borders when the regime recognized it as an independent country. It kept a completely low profile, moving just enough to avoid the spotlight, but maintaining a cordial relationship with the regime's leaders and its sister nation, Krakoa. At least, that's what people on the outside saw. Within Genosha's borders, and although he hadn't induced or controlled anyone to believe him, Magneto always rejected the idea of working with the regime and Krakoa, seeing both as potential enemies and keeping his eyes on the White House, where Zola controlled everything to keep the regime and its Hydra science department moving, one of the most important parts of the current government, and to which he was given far too much leeway. The mutants living on the island accepted this without question from their savior, the person who had taken them in and freed them from the yoke of their families or the government. At no point did they feel pressured, and everyone, children, young adults, and adults, was willing to give their governor a vote of confidence, deciding to believe in him and not in those who might harm their home. But in the modern world, Genosha seemed like paradise. Animals and mutants lived in harmony without any conflict over territory. Genosha itself saw no need to expand and take control of neighboring borders, considering the island the only place they truly needed and the surrounding sea the only maritime territory they truly required, creating peace between them and the surrounding countries. Newscasts across the globe never spoke about Genosha or its current governor. They didn't mention the magistrates, the civil war, or the enslavement of mutants by the previous inhabitants. Everything was hidden, and the regime simply presented the island as another mutant city, sister to Krakoa. They extended immunity to the island in the hopes of gaining an alliance with the Brotherhood, as they had with the X-Men. This, however, the regime managed to secure, even if it was only an appearance, and there was nothing to back it up. This is too peaceful. The room assigned to him inside the governor's house was at least twice the size of some of the houses he had seen on television, leaving these apartments as a third of what that room was, revealing that the double bed was even smaller than it actually was. There was no decoration. Facing the door was his immense double bed, flanked by two black ebony dressers that contrasted with the snowy white sheets and bedspread. On the other side was the enormous window, which reminded him of the same one Magneto used to look out over the island, giving him the opportunity to observe the same views as the man who had welcomed him into his home. He wasn't fooled, though, and knew that Max Eisenhart, aka Magneto, still didn't completely trust him and wouldn't do so until he did something for Genosha and its people. He, like the others, was only expecting the serum. It must be a real disappointment to receive an orphan and not a serum that will enhance one of your men beyond the capabilities of the mutation itself. Naruto had an opinion about the mutant who ruled Genosha. To him, Magneto was a serious man, willing to protect mutants, even if it meant bringing the world to an end, something he would undoubtedly do for his children as well, if he had read correctly the look he gave his daughter when they left him with those mutants. Emma Frost. The boy felt strange around the mutant woman. That scar he noticed when he looked at her back as he left the room made him feel strange, as if he had seen her somewhere else, or as if he had provoked her, which was truly strange. He had never met Emma Frost before, and he felt something strange about her. It was like an itch on the back of his neck. The sensations of being a super soldier weren't like those of a fantasy story, like a comic book story. His body had literally burned from the inside out. His muscles felt like they'd been scorched by fire, and his skin had been warm from the moment he ingested it. He probably had a fever and didn't feel it until he was chained up and led to the ship of the mutants who work for the regime, its bloodhounds. How is that woman, the woman? Naruto wasn't gullible enough to believe the mutants were killed by a simple fall. If his mind, currently worn down by the fever and the serum, wasn't playing tricks on him, two of those mutants should still be alive. The dark-haired woman and the man who murdered her parents. He could have imagined that he saw him smile when he was shot with a bullet in his head. The X-gene endowed mutants with picturesque abilities, creating a hierarchy among them from the weakest or with mutations that they could not control, to those who controlled their mutations perfectly and had excessive power, making them the key pieces within their race. Because of this, some mutants had different abilities or mutations, as was the case of Logan, who seemed to have acquired better reflexes, regeneration and claws that came out of his knuckles. Knowing these facts, plus the fear that guy generated in his own allies, Naruto understood that the mutant had the skills to survive a fall, and, probably, a bullet to the temple if his memories weren't damaged. I'll be able to kill him myself. Naruto accepted his hatred of mutants or, more specifically, Sabretooth, the architect of the death of his entire family, that the last memory of them was how their bodies were torn apart by that beast, leaving their limbs falling all over the place that had been their home until then. He had sworn revenge when he was a mere child, glaring at the mutant. Now, as an adult with a serum running through his veins, he was prepared to kill the mutant with his own hands, just as he had done to Angel. A knock on the door brought the young man out of his thoughts. He left the towel he'd been using on the sink and walked toward the door with only a towel wrapped around his waist, revealing his muscular torso and disheveled golden hair. But that look, Naruto opened the door. What of you? The tip of an index finger positioned itself on the boy's right chest and slowly traveled down to his stomach, tracing it calmly all the way. I wish all the new students would greet me like that. In front of Naruto, on the other side of the threshold, stood a girl with golden hair and light eyes that sparkled with amusement. The girl's thin lips contracted into an amused smile, which made two dimples appear on her cheeks, giving her a truly childish girlish appearance, which contrasted with her clothing. A black top that left her arms and stomach exposed, short black jeans that didn't even reach her knees, and high boots that took up most of the girl's thighs. Contrasting with her peach-colored skin. Sorry. The boy raised one of his eyebrows, looking with strangeness and discomfort at the finger that had stopped at the edge of the towel that covered his private parts, a gesture that the girl noticed and, with a mischievous smile, removed the finger, withdrawing her hand completely, earning a sigh from Naruto that she faintly heard. Sorry. The girl raised both hands in the classic gesture of surrender. I thought you were a sweetheart I could eat. And after what Rogue said, I wanted to see if it was true. Naruto's gaze remained firm, observing the girl's clear eyes. But her cheeks betrayed him when, slightly, they began to show a very light pink color that contrasted with her skin and generated again the glimmer of amusement in the eyes of the young mutant who was enjoying the spectacle generated by her own words and actions. Did you want something? Going off on a different path, Naruto tried to get the conversation back on track and keep the words from swirling around him, which, while flattering, still made him uncomfortable with the attention he was receiving. Excuse me. I'm losing my temper, the girl extended her right arm, offering her hand to the boy. My name is, Naruto felt overwhelmed as he accepted the girl's hand, but you can call me Ilya, if you like. Ilya moved her lips, showing her white teeth in a flirtatious, cheerful, and playful smile, with a certain mocking touch that showed that she liked having fun with that situation, and that she really was, finding the blush on the cheeks of the governor's pupil charming. Naruto. Nothing more. So, Naruto without more, she widened her smile when she saw Naruto's frown. Could you put on some clothes so I can take you to see the Mutant Academy? Logan is really interested in testing your abilities. Logan? I think you met him. He was the short, stocky guy who greeted you. He called him Wolverine in your presence. He said you reminded him of an old friend and wants to see if you're like him or not. Logan's name had also been mentioned by Max in their conversation when it began to revolve around the legendary Captain America, the man who brought hope to the Allies and who faced Hydra's main leader with his own hands, leading himself and the Red Skull to their deaths in the Arctic. Could they be the same person, the same guy? Logan looked like a sullen man, his face always set in an angry expression, with dark hair covering both sides of his chin and his hair disheveled, like a true beast that had recently been set free. Even his dark eyes seemed to shine with a savage gleam. He's the Academy's history professor. He's been working with Magneto for several years. According to him, he's been alive for 100 or more years and has seen both world wars. He actually teaches history because he's lived it, even though he doesn't have a master's degree or anything that qualifies him as a teacher. Ilya wasn't going to look into why Magneto had appointed Logan as a history teacher when it was clear the long-lived mutant was much better as a teacher or instructor within a military formation. She found the man's classes entertaining and wasn't going to file a complaint with the Academy's administration. She could become a target for the rest of her classmates, and it wasn't as if she had many friends to defend her. Even within the mutant world, bullying was a visible occurrence among young people. Although it was, in a way, different. There were arrogant young men with powerful mutations, and there were others who weren't so lucky. She had experienced firsthand the kind of bullying other kids felt for having useless mutations, for being freaks who didn't look human and resembled bipedal animals. Maybe her mutation was strong, but she wasn't the friendly type like some of the other students. Her classmate, Kitty Pryde, was the perfect example of what a good girl should be. She got along with all the teachers and students. She was a studious girl who tried to stay out of trouble and was the role model for the younger students, something that every single teacher, except Logan, kept pointing out, repeating it constantly, in every single class or every time a student made a mistake. The rest of the students might not have a problem with that, but she certainly did. She didn't like being someone else. She didn't like copying other people. She was Ilyana Nikolaevna Alexandria Rasputina, and she liked being the black sheep of the class. Ilyana pushed aside thoughts of Kitty and her companions and focused on the room she was in. It was a room, if she calculated correctly, twice the size of her own, with a huge window directly across from the bed. A side door on the right wall seemed to lead to the bathroom, while a door on the left wall, just as she entered, led directly to the dressing room, if the door was what she was really thinking. The Academy's immaculate white uniform. I hate white. The girl lightly bit her lower lip and crossed both arms under her perky breasts. Unlike the rest of the students, she had decided to stand out, to truly be the black sheep among her classmates by wearing black, abandoning the uniform they gave her upon entering. I'm ready. Naruto emerged from the room Ilyana considered the locker room wearing the Academy uniform. A long-sleeved shirt completely covered his torso, clinging to his body. White military pants covered his lower body, and white boots completed the uniform. It suits you quite well. Ilyana lightly ran the tip of her tongue along her lower lip, trying her best to keep the boy from noticing her gesture. She was going to agree with Rogue. Naruto really was a handsome boy, slightly over 6 feet tall and with a well-defined body. What exactly do you do at the academy? I'm not a mutant. Mutants were those people who were born with a new gene in their DNA, which was the cause of their mutations, which occurred in adolescence in almost all cases. This gene was known worldwide as the X gene, and to date, all mutants had this gene and were identified by it when their anatomy was studied. Any other person who obtained powers in an external way could not be considered a mutant if they did not carry said gene in their DNA, being then known as superhumans within their own race. Naruto was categorized as a superhuman. He hadn't exhibited any unusual mutations, and it wasn't known whether he carried the mutant gene in his DNA or not. But everything he'd done since taking the serum had been due to it, not a mutant power he'd developed out of necessity. That's why his entry into the Genosha Mutant Academy was a rule breaker in every way. We learned to use our powers and are practically trained as soldiers. Magneto and the Genosha Council were unwilling to allow the island to be taken over by the regime or the mutants of Krakoa. The aging mutant decided to build the Mutant Academy with the intention of providing training for all young mutants, allowing them to learn to use their mutations as soon as they manifested. Of course, the use of mutations was not limited to combat, but it was what the teachers placed the most emphasis on. The regime had granted them their freedom, and the regime could decide whether to reverse this or maintain it, and Magneto was not a man who would allow his classmates to be used as mere laboratory rats. We also have regular classes, the girl continued as they walked, watched by some of the city's guards and passers-by. I already told you about Logan, our history teacher. We have other teachers who teach some of the other classes and give us regular instruction. Everything that has to do with our mutations, we do in the afternoons. Instead of having extracurricular activities like other children, we learn how to use our powers efficiently. The academy was meant to train future generations living in Genosha, giving them the tools necessary for survival against the rest of the world. From childhood, they were taught to view the world as a potential enemy, to only trust those they'd lived with, shared a home with, and shared a life with. The Brotherhood wanted to instill in their fellow mutants the ability to survive outside of Genosha, and that was what the academy sought to teach. Survival, which meant young people controlled their powers without harming anyone who accidentally happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. You may be feeling overwhelmed, but Yana's voice turned soft, implying that she understood Naruto's possible feelings about the situation. Lord Magneto hasn't allowed you to take a day to process everything. Yesterday you arrived, brought by some companions who murdered other mutants in front of you, and today they are already trying to educate you to be part of Genosha. Slowly, the march slowed down. Ilyana and Naruto stood in front of a huge whitish building. I can understand how you feel and what your mind may be thinking. The mutant's eyes moved, looking at the young man with a strange gleam. Everything is new to you, and it all happened in less than 24 hours. Naruto appreciated Ilyana's words. They felt sincere, and he understood her willingness to talk to him about any questions he had, as if she understood everything he was going through. But the boy doubted she knew what he was going through, because not even he understood. Less than 24 hours ago, his best friend was still alive, waving a strange vial in front of his eyes, with which he planned to obtain enough money to live comfortably for several years. And now he found himself on an island that had been kept hidden, with a body that didn't seem to be his, and with 2 deaths on his hands, staining them with a warm blood that he imagined dripping to the ground, as if it had passed through the bodies of both men. The Punisher and Angel. Those men would never be erased from his mind. They would remain etched in his memory until he left the world of the living. The former was the one who caused the death of Miles, his best friend, and who forced him to drink that substance, that serum that changed him both mentally and physically. He may not have known his name before, but the skull on his vest was familiar to everyone in the slums. The second of the men was the first of the mutants on his kill list. Angel was the name the woman with the sword gave him. She hadn't meant to kill him, to run him through with the same blade that was going to kill him. His body reacted like a spring, moving on its own without him actually doing anything. When he regained control and consciousness, Angel's blood was already clouding the blade of the weapon and dripping directly onto the damp ground, mixing with the abundant water and disappearing into the colorless liquid. If Ilyana had indicated that she understood, Naruto could only see one way for her to truly understand. That she had already been through the same situation as him before, probably a couple of years ago and not much longer. But even if the girl was willing to listen, he wasn't willing to tell. Not yet, at least. Miles' death was too recent, and the deaths of those 2 men still haunted him with a strange feeling, like disbelief, that he hadn't done it, and that it was all just a dream. Miles' wide eyes, the hole in his head, formed a memory too vivid to be a dream. And Naruto knew it wasn't a dream. It could be an illusion caused by some mutant to control him, to make him do what they wanted, or simply so they could dissect him. It was also an impossible option. Everything around him was real. Smells, sensations, feelings, nothing seemed like a dream or an illusion, and if he were honest with himself, he wanted to feel that, or at least the rage over the death of Miles, his family, and a few others. Ilyana, Naruto wet his lips with saliva. They had begun to feel dry when his nerves began to appear. But he tried to control them, sending them to the depths of his being. I want to thank you for your words, even when you tried to grape me with your gaze. A laughing laugh escaped from the young woman. But I'm not in the mood to tell my story or my feelings. I've never had anyone to tell my problems to, and the only person I trusted died less than 20 hours ago. Lyle's face assaulted his mind again, lingering for a few seconds. Maybe in the future I'll accept your offer, but not yet. The girl didn't seem bothered. Contrary to what Naruto thought, Ilyana twisted her lips to the right and showed a soft smile that seemed to indicate understanding, calm, and express genuine serenity. You're a big boy, I see. I like that, Naruto. Uzumaki. Naruto Uzumaki is my full name. Ilyana smiled and Naruto imitated the action of his companion and, possibly, his first friend in that place. Well, Ilyana Rasputina nodded toward the massive building that was the Genosha Mutant Academy, the place that would keep them entertained for the next 2 years, until the council or the governor deemed them fit for service and survival on their own. It's time you got to know a little about me and my particular hell. I guess that's our welcome to Genosha. Chapter 9. Survival is the basic concept that took root in the minds of all those who developed the mutant gene and acquired powers. Seen as a blight, a pariah, mutants were persecuted, enslaved, and studied for decades, until Arnim Zola placed them in positions of power, revealing their usefulness to the regime and its stability. They created a close relationship with the mutants of Krakoa, and maintained a certain neutrality with those currently living on Genosha, one of the few anti-mutant hotbeds still existing in the world, secretly controlled by one of Hydra's executives. There was a huge amount of studies on the X gene, as the mutant gene was called, establishing its appearance in the time of the Egyptians, and climbing to the present day, where they were more numerous, although a large part of this race remained hidden from the public eye, due to the defects that the same mutant gene caused in their physiognomy, leading them to look like monsters instead of people. All the studies conducted, all the research conducted, agreed that mutants, in one form or another, were the next step in human evolution. Or at least it was the belief in the scientific world, as millions of people believed that mutants were simply another race, another species, alien to their own, but with many similarities. The Genosha Mutant Academy taught young people all of this. Every study, every research, and every lecture about them was taught in the classrooms, so that its students would be aware of what the rest of the world expected of them, what they thought of them, and how they were viewed. Something the teachers and the governor believed was absolutely necessary. To nourish minds and prepare bodies. Genosha didn't reject any of its own and prepared them for the world outside the island, nourishing them with all the knowledge the mutants could offer. The idea for the academy arose from a debate about mutants and what they represented to the world. Like a good puppet show, this debate was televised and shown to all corners of the globe, leaving no one unaware of the exchange of opinions between two men who were clearly acting for the benefit of the regime. And yet, the Brotherhood used this to build the academy, to train the younger generations and prepare them for the outside world, both academically and in a slightly military way. For years, young mutants have been forced to understand their powers on their own, without the guidance of an adult or mentor, who could teach them how to control or better use them. The academy sought to rectify this by giving all young people on Genosha the necessary tools, supported by Magneto as the island's governor, and by the council established to monitor its leaders' actions. Due to the academy's function, Magneto wanted to use it for Naruto's education and training in two ways. Academic, giving him all the education he didn't have as an orphan and a vagrant on the streets of New York, and military, teaching him to make better use of the abilities granted by the serum, and to learn how to survive when he was a priority target for the regime, which gave the young man the opportunity to grow up in a safe environment while he was searched for outside the island. Although Magneto wasn't fooled. All the clues Mystique left behind pointed any tracker toward the USSR-controlled zone, which could lead to a third major war between the world's two greatest powers. But they could also have made a mistake along the way, which would undoubtedly lead X-Force and the Bloodhounds to the shores of Genosha, thus drawing the regime's attention to them, considering them enemies of the state. They had placed a huge target on their backs. Accepting and hiding the boy with the serum already made them enemies of Hydra's scientific department and, by extension, of Arnim Zola, one of the Hydra leaders who controlled the world, more specifically the United States. This placed them at the top of the regime's most wanted list, completely clear targets that would ultimately lead them to open confrontation with Zola's men. Magneto wanted to delay a confrontation as long as possible. Allowing Mystique to guide Hydra members to the USSR was simply a method of diverting suspicion from Genosha that wouldn't ultimately convince everyone. From a certain point of view, humans didn't trust mutants, and he was convinced the regime was plotting against them. Zola might have formed an alliance with Xavier, but he was proving to be a thorn in the regime's side. The people who currently ran the world, the regime, were people who wouldn't take no for an answer. They preferred to maintain complete control, with one of their own men inside. Magneto knew that there were Hydra sleeper agents within the USSR, and he knew that within Genosha, there might be one of them waiting for the moment to awaken. That moment could be the end of the mutant homeland and the end of Genosha as the Brotherhood built it. He tried to keep conflict away from the island. Remaining neutral could be both beneficial and counterproductive, but it was the path that had granted them years of peace. He knew, though, that path was coming to an end, and the space for action was too close for them to evade. Because of that, the Genosha Mutant Academy was increasing its training of young people. Proper training would give them the ability to survive outside the confines of the one place where they wouldn't have to fight for their own survival. The world had been built with the blood and corpses of those killed in World War II, of all the prisoners of war, and of all those imprisoned in concentration camps. The regime's rise over the world was consolidated by every person who accepted slavery, accepting the invisible collar the government imposed on hundreds and thousands of people. It was nice that many people thought they were living in a utopia, in a paradise without any problems. But they were being deceived, and information was biased, hidden from anyone who might provoke an uprising. After almost 100 years, the regime seemed like an unbreakable government, one that no one could overthrow, no matter how hard they tried, and no war had been waged since the end of the uprising of the current rulers. Again. Pick up the shield. Magneto had wanted to get his hands on the serum ever since his spies informed him. But instead of the serum, he had a boy with the legendary Captain America's abilities enhanced to a peak, and he was willing to give him the best training, so he could defend himself. You have to visualize the movement, kid. Few people knew about Captain America's shield-wielding skills, his acrobatic throws and movements. Two of those people worked for the regime, forming the Super Soldiers group serving Arnim Zola. The third was a man diagnosed with a mutation that allowed him to learn everything just by looking at it, leaving behind all memories to learn that movement and style with just a glance. Magneto had placed this man at the head of the boys' training. It wasn't necessary for the young man to be a copy of the captain. But he had believed it would give people a glimmer of hope, rekindle the fire in them that had been extinguished, until only his mere memory remained. Shit. For the fifth time, both shields collided in the center of the distance between the two fighters. The first was a replica of the one that had belonged to Captain America, with the characteristic color of the flag and the huge white star in the center. The second was a white shield with a three-part symbol forming a triangle in the center, colored bright orange, matching the light orange accents of the fighter's armor. With a loud sound, both shields fell to the ground, generating a slight echo that faded as the seconds passed, until only the memory remained in the minds of the spectators and both fighters. That was better, much better. The man took a step forward. His face was hidden behind a skull mask, which was obscured by a white hood that shadowed his face, revealing glowing eyes that seemed to come from hell itself. I still have trouble moving my hips. Naruto frowned as he picked up the shield the governor of Genosha had provided him. He had been training for a month now, learning everything the man in front of him could teach him. It's just a lack of habit. You have to improve your muscle memory to the point where your body will react on its own. The man took his shield and looked at the edge. There was a small dent imperceptible to anyone. You just have to get the hang of it, kid. Again. Yes, come on. The two of them took up positions at either end of the training area. Naruto was being trained to throw the shield with the precision and force Steve Rogers used to do when he was alive, something only 3 people could currently do, according to records. Ready, boy? Yeah. The man breathed, hidden by the mask. He shifted his right leg back as far as his flexibility allowed. Following the movement of his leg, he moved his arm in the same direction, placing the shield as far away as possible, creating a perfect Tarzan motion. When he deemed it convenient, he threw the shield at the same time as his student, causing both to collide again in the center and bounce this time, landing almost at his feet. The boy learns quickly. His muscles simply seem to adapt, and his mind calculates every factor to turn it to his advantage. That was much better, Naruto. Along one wall of the training room, a large window could be seen where several people could be seen, all of them watching Naruto's shield throwing training. Within this group, Ilyana had remained excited and had been careless in her encouragement to the boy. Ilya, a dark-haired young man, kept flashing a mocking smile directed at the blonde-haired mutant. Are you cheering for your boyfriend? That's new. The boyfriend thing, I mean. This 17-year-old boy was Robert Louis Bobby Drake, a young mutant with a mutation of uncertain abilities. Bobby seemed to control and generate ice, at least to some extent, although older people suspected his mutation was much more significant than just generating ice. Fuck you, Bobby. The young mutant had gained Ilyana's friendship through Naruto, who became one of the two mutants' closest friends. Because of this, Bobby had become bold in hurling accusations at the girl. The same accusations he had also hurled at his friend. That's no, the mutant laughed, receiving a blow to his shoulder. Ow. Bobby rubbed the affected area, and Ilya crossed her arms under her perky breasts. Both young women were wearing the white academy uniform. The same uniform Naruto had been wearing in the training room and had left drenched in sweat. Naruto's training regimens were designed to increase his physique to the peak of human strength, augmenting his abilities already enhanced by the serum. This required more physical training, which, in turn, required him to use his mind in each workout. Captain America's abilities were known to all inhabitants of the regime. Exceptional physical abilities, a mind capable of recording and maintaining things in a short time, perfect calculations, something that could be observed when he threw his shield, and extensive knowledge of boxing and weapons that gave him the skills to face his enemies. Naruto was being raised to be a second Captain America, something the boy saw fit to do, but wasn't opposed to. After the death of his best friend and 2 murders by his own hand, he simply let others direct his life by creating the weapon they desired. Magneto granted him a home to grow up in, and he was willing to please the island's ruler. That was good for someone who just started training, wasn't it? Bobby smiled at Naruto. The boy picked up on his classmate's joke and decided to give him the middle finger in an obscene gesture that earned a dry laugh from the mutant. He was supposed, according to the studies conducted, to acquire the full abilities of Captain America, which should have resulted in a mind capable of storing information and reusing it in a form that he could use again whenever he wanted, undoubtedly resulting in a photographic memory. However, that didn't seem to be the case, and he struggled to remember how to throw the shield efficiently, which was the main reason why his tutor won almost every battle. "I'd say you've grown in strength today." The master left the room carrying both shields. His right arm, his own, showed a small dent that had widened after the last clash of the 2 shields, indicating that Naruto had used more force than the previous times and had managed to hit the same spot. "Your mental training will have to increase." Naruto felt the weight of the shield when his master handed it to him. "But I think you're on a better path now." Anthony Masters was known as Taskmaster. When the man arrived on Genosha, he was subjected to various studies in an attempt to find the mutant gene in him, something they finally found after a couple of attempts and attributed to a glitch in the system. Thanks to this verification, Masters had been living and educating young mutants for 12 years, becoming one of the most valuable members of the community and the one whom Magneto turned to for Naruto's training. "Thank you. A slow, well-executed formation is better than a fast, half-baked formation," Masters murmured, squeezing his hand on the young man's shoulder. "See you tomorrow. Remember to do your mental and physical exercises before bed." The man had been assigned as Naruto's instructor by Magneto, making the young super soldier the adult's priority. The training of the rest of the students fell to the more experienced mutants, those who could offer advice and support them throughout their training. "It's our turn," Bobby patted the boy on the back. Being slightly shorter than the blonde, the young mutant felt obliged to be the one who slightly extended his arm for the pat. "Wish us luck." Naruto remained on the other side, a passive observer. Within seconds, the training room disappeared, and a simulation of the Amazon rainforest surrounded the young students, who had to survive the simulation and escape the jungle. "Are you going to stand by and watch, bub?" Logan stood to the side of the door, wearing his casual clothes and his hair disheveled. Between his lips, held by strong teeth, was his signature cigar, which the other adults forced him to put out when he was in front of the younger boys. "Teacher?" "No need to be so formal, kid," the long-lived mutant grunted at the end of his sentence, moving his cigar slightly. "You haven't been integrating with the rest of the kids, except for a few." Logan had been observing the boy for days, learning a few things about him. "Come with me." Lone wolves were no strangers to student groups. Logan knew how to spot them, and luckily for Magneto, his star pupil was one of them. He saw it in his eyes, in the distrust that oozed from every pore of his skin, in his mannerisms. It seemed like he was pleasing Genosha's leaders by agreeing to be a puppet, being trained by masters. But Logan saw what he was doing, what he was hiding behind his eyes, and he liked it in a way no one else had been able to do for a long time. Throughout his 100+ years of life, Logan had been the lone wolf, always marked as a beast to the point of being used as one during the Weapon X project. The same project that the regime put into operation a little less than 15 years after its closure to generate an alliance with the mutant nation. It didn't take long for them to reach the older mutant's home. Logan gently opened the shoji door, followed by a shuffling sound. Slowly, the man took off his boots, and with a gesture, Naruto did the same, standing in his socks on the warm floor. "Logan? Are you back yet?" A woman's face appeared from the other end of the hallway. It was slightly rounded around the chin, with slightly pronounced cheekbones that stood out against her fair skin, as it took on a pinkish hue. Slanted brown eyes flicked between the mutant and her student, flashing a smile when she saw the latter. "It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Itsu, Logan's wife." Itsu revealed herself fully, wearing a pink yukata that completely covered her slender, feminine body. Her raven black hair was tied in a bun on top of her head, a thin strand falling over the right side of her face. Naruto. Logan, the woman shifted her slanted eyes toward her husband, staring at the cigar the mutant held between his lips. Can you put that out? A snort escaped the major's mouth. Logan removed the cigar from his mouth and proceeded to smash it against an ashtray on the hall table, as if this had happened before. That's it, woman. Itsu's lips moved into a light, gentle smile. This is the first time you've brought a student. I suppose you want to get Akihiro and Laura off your back. Have they pushed you to this point, dear? Naruto recognized both names Itsu had uttered. The first belonged to a mutant a couple of years older than him, and one of the Brotherhood's most beloved fighters for his combat skills and ferocity. The other belonged to Laura Kinney, a quiet and withdrawn student who always seemed to be alone in the academy's dining hall, moving her food around with her fork. It's not because of them, Itsu. Logan placed the jacket on the rack, revealing arms thick with muscle. I want to check something out for myself. He moved his eyes to Naruto. Come on, bub. Let's go to the dojo. I think my kids are making a mess, if I'm not mistaken. Logan's family was indeed extensive, though he kept it a secret for the sake of his children. Being such a long-lived mutant, he was forced to acquire a few mates, which he eventually lost over time due to various factors, one of them being his half-brother Victor. Logan's house was themed after a classic Japanese home, with a fountain in the middle of a living room that overlooked a garden at the other end. Naruto felt a strange feeling in his chest, as if this were his home, as if he belonged there. The growl alerted the boy and made him slightly wary until he felt Logan's strong hand on his shoulder. They had both reached a double shoji door, and sounds of fighting, accompanied by growls, came from the other side. They're like dogs. Logan sighed and yanked open both doors, revealing the dojo to his students' untrained eyes. In the middle, in what looked like a sumo ring, stood two dark-haired teenagers baring their teeth, resembling wolves. When they became aware of Logan and Naruto's presence, both boys regained their composure, pressing their lips together until they almost disappeared. Again, acting like dogs. Logan glared at the girl. Intense green eyes met the older man's dark ones, flashing wildly, and the man smirked. Don't try to growl at me, Laura. Or you'll really have a bad time. TSK. Laura crossed her arms under her chest, hiding her face with dark strands of hair. Logan knew his adopted daughter wasn't taking her eyes off him and Naruto, appearing completely alert. Father, the other young man was bare-chested, revealing his tanned skin. A tribal tattoo covered his left arm, stretching all the way to the back of his left hand. Like the girl, the young man had dark hair that was styled back in a slick-back mohawk, representing his own freedom. I'm sorry I entered the dojo without your permission. Logan allowed Naruto to pass. It's not like you haven't done this before, right, Akihiro? I can smell your scent every time I enter this place. I know when you've entered the dojo without my permission or not. Naruto remained silent, observing. Logan was showing himself to be a calm man with his family, less prone to confrontation, and much more inclined to dialogue with his children. He found certain similarities between Laura and Akihiro and their father, but he also noticed how different Laura was in that place, and how her eyes were very different from those of his father Itsu, which gave him clues that the girl was not the daughter of his teacher's wife. But he wasn't there to judge a 100-year-old man who was trying to support him in a strange way that wasn't with words. What is he doing here? Laura was direct, pointing at Naruto and showing a face of disgust. Don't worry about her behavior. Akihiro walked towards Naruto with confident steps, showing himself to be a man taller than his father, even a full head taller than him. The boy stretched his arm towards Naruto, offering his hand in a friendly gesture. I am Akihiro, Logan's eldest son and much more civilized than my dear sister. A growl escaped Laura's throat in response. I hope you know how to forgive her. Naruto accepted Akihiro's hand and felt the strength of his grip, understanding that the boy would be like his father. Someone physically strong, with dexterous skills. Don't worry. I can take Laura to my place. Hahaha. That would be fun to see. Akihiro glared at his father, his teeth bared. Not even my father or mother could handle my sister's behavior. She's special. Hard eyes connected with the blonde's calm ones. A strange glow enveloped them, as if they were hiding something. After years, you're the first student father brings home. You're impertinent, Akihiro. Logan reappeared at the dojo wearing a karate uniform. One of these days, I'm going to have to kick your young ass so you learn to shut your mouth. In your dreams, old man. Logan didn't respond to his eldest son's provocation and offered Naruto a uniform similar to his own, pure white, matching the belt that secured the top. The long-lived mutant had decided to discover what the boy was hiding and bring him out with a direct confrontation. I want to see your teeth, boy. Chapter 10. Two figures stood stationary. The red, blue, and white shield with a star in the center was attached to the right arm of the first figure, holding a tense pose before the second. The other fighter, shorter in stature, kept his eyes fixed on the first figure, exhaling smoke through his slightly open mouth, gripping the rim of his cigar between his teeth to hold it in place. Logan pushed for that confrontation at every turn. He wasn't a man who focused on the mind and preferred action. He saw that in the student standing on his feet 15 meters away from him, carrying a replica of the shield of a man he'd fought shoulder to shoulder with. For him, that replica brought back old memories to his battered mind. That shield was a replica, something that couldn't be sullied. The regime had done everything possible to erase Steve Rogers from history, tarnishing the image of the American captain with false stories, cover-ups, and lies to guide new generations down a path already paved. Logan had seen it, had felt it. And it certainly generated in him too much resentment to allow it to continue. There were 2 reasons Logan had brought the boy with him. The first was to assess and see what Naruto was hiding, all the things he didn't show during his training, as if he didn't completely trust Masters, an ally of Genosha. The second was to prevent Magneto from following a path similar to Hydra and its leaders. The old mutant seemed worried and all too willing to use a simple boy as a weapon against an entire dictatorial government, to use him as a second Captain America, and, if he were to die, to use him as a martyr against the regime. Logan was determined to prevent that by leading the boy down a path parallel to the one Magneto was building or the path Hydra might have for him. Let's see if it really is what I think. His instincts were screaming, and guided by them, he watched the boy the entire time. Phantom X had mentioned the confrontation he'd had with Psylocke and Angel, 2 mutants who were part of X-Force. This wouldn't have mattered if the boy hadn't killed one of them and stopped the second in all his attempts to subdue him. And Logan knew that Cyclops wasn't leading an inept group and that all the mutants within the advanced party were organic weapons with the necessary capabilities to fight on their own. Psylocke is a psychic mutant trained by the Henderson Ninja organization. I'm certain of that because of her need to carry a katana. Elizabeth Braddock was one of the oldest members of X-Force, with a high death record for a mutant, not as savage as Sabretooth or Logan himself. The death toll wasn't the latter's concern, though. Psylocke's powers must have given her some sort of mental control over her opponents. A control that Mystique claimed Naruto was able to evade for some reason. That put Naruto among the few who could withstand mind control, which made things easier. The X-Force member wasn't the only dead man on the teenager's list. A member of the Bloodhounds known as the Punisher was killed by a direct shot to his temple, something that was far from what the boy in front of him could have done. However, Logan was willing to give him complete leeway. The boy had his mysteries, his secrets, and he was a thorn in many people's side. Magneto has set a target on Genosha. Logan watched a young man who stood a safe distance away, carrying only a shield. Arnim Zola wouldn't be the only one who would go after the boy once the rest of the Hydra heads learned of the failure of the regime's scientific leader. Every leader of that new world would want his head on a spike, or at best, they would want him alive to turn him into a human guinea pig from which to obtain serum samples. No one knew the exact number of leaders within the regime. Its headquarters shifted based on the needs of its members, changing locations within hours if necessary. But Logan, along with the rest of Genosha and even the entire world, knew that Zola wasn't the only member in charge of the regime. He was perhaps the man who had made the most progress, the one who had received the most recognition for his contributions during World War II and his work with the Tesseract alongside the Red Skull. But he certainly wasn't the man who currently controlled the entire world. What do you plan to do when Zola dies, Magneto? This will only start a war we won't be able to escape. The story for those within the regime was simple. Hydra won the war, and the Third Reich was established worldwide, leaving the regime as absolute sovereign of any country that existed, thus forcing its inhabitants to become part of that dictatorship and that utopia. But the story for those who truly wanted to know about the world today was somewhat different. On Earth, after the end of World War II, only 2 powers were established, dividing the world between them. The regime controlled Europe, America, and Northern Africa, while the USSR established itself in Asia, Oceania, and Southern Africa, with the regime granting the USSR control of Eastern Europe as a peace pact between the 2 powers. The world was being controlled by 2 enormous powers, and Logan knew how humans behaved when they believed themselves to be the strongest. The war between the 2 sides of the world was being sustained simply by a fine line that would eventually break and cause millions of deaths, bringing the world a third war across the globe that would force many people to align themselves with one side or the other, just as they were. From outside the mutant race, it seemed that they were all aligned with the regime's wishes and on good terms with its leaders. From within, things were different. They were completely divided. The mutants under Charles Xavier sided with the regime without questioning the man, while those who sided with Magneto had their doubts about what the regime wanted to do. Logan, as a mutant who had lived for over 100 years, around 150 or maybe more, could understand both points of view and both men. Xavier wanted peace for his race, to live without anyone chasing them, and he had obtained it at the hands of Zola. Magneto wanted everything that freedom meant and wished to be able to be without a leash around his neck, just as Zola seemed to have the professor and his people. And that was precisely why he aligned himself with Magneto's thoughts and desires. He knew enough about Hydra and Zola to know that nothing would end well for them, even if they were on his side. The man was a mad scientist, not a normal person or a politician, and that was precisely why Logan knew he wouldn't let the boy get away when he carried one of his inventions in his blood. Over the years since the rise of the regime, Zola had displayed the hallmarks of a mad scientist. The man was in charge of the regime science department, overseeing every scientific advancement made in the nearly 100 years since the end of the war, using the Tesseract to lay the foundation for the utopia that Hydra's rulers desired for the world today. And one of those inventions was the serum currently coursing through Naruto's veins. There might have been a chance that Zola wasn't after the boy, but Logan wasn't foolish enough to think that when the man had been all too willing to take him in the first place, using X-Force to apprehend him. If Zola went so far as to use Victor, it means the serum is hiding something, that it wants him for something. Logan was perceptive in different ways. His survival instincts, for some reason, had been screaming at him to be alert when he first saw Naruto, as if he were hiding something. And knowing the events surrounding the boy's presence in Genosha only gave him a glimpse of what Zola had hidden in that serum. The first serum was created by Dr. Abraham Erskine as a countermeasure against the unstoppable might of Germany during World War II. Logan met the subject of those experiments. American Captain Steve Rogers, aka Captain America, the world's first super soldier and the Allies' best hope for victory. Having met him, the mutants saw certain similarities between the boy and the captain. Blue eyes, blonde hair, and a serious gaze that brought back memories for the long-lived mutant, some good and some bad. This didn't mean Logan saw Naruto as Steve's son or descendant. Even the idea of a clone had been dismissed almost as soon as it popped into his head. Naruto was different from Steve in many ways. He was growing, improving at his own pace, and under the pressure of being chased by almost everyone, which was very different from Steve, who was trained and followed as a symbol of hope in times of need. Logan breathed in. Magneto was seeing in the boy a complete double of Steve and was trying to turn the boy into a second Captain America, another symbol that would bring hope in that dark time in the world. And that was something Logan saw as a problem that could lead the boy to fall prey to Magneto's excessive control, to other people's expectations and desires. No, this kid is really hiding something if he's being too lenient with Magneto. His eyes, his gestures, everything is screaming at me. The long-lived mutant kept his eyes on the boy 15 meters away. He ignored his sons and moved his dark eyes toward the replica of Captain America's shield. Magneto had created it with vibranium illegally obtained from some foreign mine. A mine that was clearly being controlled by the regime every day, every hour. A metal as important as vibranium was clearly an important material for the regime, a pillar of its military. Lightweight and durable, the vibranium that formed the shield gave it the necessary characteristics to be a weapon rather than just a defense, becoming Captain America's insignia during World War II and being reused by Magneto on the boy taken in by the governor. And he was clearly foolish to try to mold the young man into a second Steve Rogers. Logan observed Naruto's pose. He was relaxed, carrying the shield as if it weighed nothing, as if its entire weight didn't even reach a kilogram. It was to be expected. Between the lightness of the metal that formed the shield and the strength granted by the serum, it was impossible for the weight of the shield to be bothersome for the boy or to cause him any problems. Okay, bub. Let's get this started. The flesh of the knuckles was cut away, revealing 6 adamantium claws, a strange metal that the mutant's bones were coated with during the Weapon X project, one of the many projects of Hydra's scientific department. Masters has been training you, shaping you as if you were going to be the Captain America of this era. Logan twisted his lips in a mocking, sly smile, finding that fact amusing. But I see your eyes when I say these things. You are not the Captain America Magneto is waiting for. No, you are not a man yet, and you are not a fighter foolish enough to cover yourself with the old man's uniform. In a way, Captain America remained a figure of hope, a symbol people clung to. He had been responsible for giving the Allies important victories over Hydra during the war and was the one in charge of killing the Red Skull during the final standoff, even though it had done nothing to halt the regime's growth. Logan analyzed Naruto's face. Calm, eyes bright, a drop of sweat trickling down his temple. The boy was trying to calm the pounding of his heart, soothe his nerves. This made the mutant smile with some amusement. He was nervous and trying to hide it the best way he knew how. Let's see how much you can do, bub. The boy's reaction was something Logan found satisfying. Naruto quickly retracted his right arm and launched the shield as soon as he heard the mutant scream, reacting in a way Logan hadn't expected and, at the same time, had hoped would happen, forcing him to evade the shield. Without a shield, you have no weapon. Steve Rogers had always analyzed before throwing his shield, creating a cover so he could recover it when necessary. Naruto hadn't acted any differently, instead letting his instincts, cultivated by Taskmaster and his survival instinct, guide his movement when necessary, aiming past Logan and making the wall behind the mutant his target and not Logan himself, causing the vibranium shield to bounce off the wall and come back directly at Naruto, having to pass over Logan to reach its owner again. The move was one that Captain America himself could have pulled off at any moment, and it was a straightforward plan, and Logan understood something upon seeing the boy perform it. Naruto had always held back against his instructor, and that was what surprised the mutant. Yeah, he really hasn't gotten serious about masters. Not remembering something. His mind works as well as Steve's. He shifted his weight and tossed it to the side, letting the shield pass straight through and back into the boy's hand, who picked it up in a similar manner to Cap. That was really nice, honestly. They both paused after that exchange. Logan wore a confident smile, as if he'd discovered a secret that was too important, one they were trying to keep from him. Naruto just sighed, understanding that the mutant had figured it out, at least to some extent. You don't trust anyone. When you're an orphan living on the streets, you learn not to trust people. And the only people who could have earned my trust are already dead. Clearly, the boy's words were directed directly toward the memory of Miles and his parents and sister, all of them killed by different people, at different times, and Logan could understand those words, because he had lost so much over the years he had been alive. Important people dead, a hard life involved. Yes, that's something I can understand only too well, kid. The claws retracted, going back into the mutant's body, leaving a light trail of blood. Distrust, perhaps laced with a thirst for revenge. Logan caught the slight twitch on the boy's face, as if he tried to hide the gesture. Yes, I see it in your eyes, kid. As a man who's lived for over 100 years, I can give you some advice on this. No longer a lone wolf. Naruto looked directly at the mutant. His words were direct, sincere, despite their thick tone, the kind of words of a man who loved smoking too much. And Logan loved cigars even enough to use them for his entire life, his entire existence, except for that tender time when he was young, a child. I'm pretty sure I'm fine being the wolf I am, without a pack. He repositioned the shield on his arm, holding it tightly by the straps. It's a form of survival. Oh, I'll definitely have to swat those thoughts away, bub. Logan pointed at Naruto and bared his teeth as a small warning sign. Look, kid. This isn't time for the lone hero or the tough guy. I think you've got an entire government after you, you're a walking target. All the tough guys are after you and you're simply a guinea pig if you fall into their hands. Naruto remained silent, understanding Logan's words. Genosha will literally become the focus of conflict in a few years. When you go out with that shield, he pointed at the replica of the first super soldier's shield, you'll openly become a completely priority target for anyone outside of this island, being identified as the person who has the serum, Zola's guinea pig. The Weapon X project and the facility's operations with the intention of replicating a Weapon X were not the only projects that the regime had carried out over the years, and the new serum was just a grain of the mountain that the science department was carrying out. And Logan wanted Naruto to see his point, to see how foolish it would be to try to act as he had in the past. Look, bub. If you don't want to listen to me, that's fine. But because of your foolishness, I won't lead my home to its own destruction. Naruto knew what the last sentence that came out of the mutant's lips meant. Genosha had welcomed him and was already being positioned as a flashpoint within the conflict, distrusted by the Hydra leaders. But at the same time, Logan found it unfair that Magneto used the boy as a martyr, as a symbol of hope for Genosha by repurposing Captain America's memories. A mere boy couldn't bear everything, not when the adults had failed him in the first place. The old man is getting intense. Logan's children had largely stayed out of the exam their father wanted to perform on the boy. But after the last verse of the dialogue, Akihiro decided to lighten the mood by intervening in the conversation, appearing the most relaxed of the four, preventing his sister from speaking. Akihiro. Father. He understands your words, that's abundantly clear. But don't try to pressure him. It's only been a month since he came to Genosha. I seriously doubt he's digested everything he's been through and everything he's going to go through. Magneto's old man wants to turn him into a symbol, and you want him to be someone who fights together. You're both stretching things too far, if you ask me. Logan stared at his son for several seconds before looking back at Naruto with an uncertain look. He had tried to instill ideas in the boy's mind that weren't his own, perhaps pressuring him not to follow in the footsteps of a man like Magneto. A controller. The old mutant was hell-bent on saving the mutant race, and the Brotherhood established Genosha as a safe place for all those who wanted to be completely free. Logan was fine with that and accepted it. The only thing he didn't accept was the way Magneto planned to bring about that freedom for everyone. using a mere teenager as a giant shining beacon that everyone would flock to like moths to a flame. In his haste to prevent those ideas from taking root, he tried to force his own ideas into the boy's mind. "Ah, I'm sorry," the man sighed. "Like an animal, I sometimes completely lose focus and let my enthusiasm get the better of me. But even so, I won't go back on my words, brat." Hard black eyes stared at Naruto, sending a chill down his spine, as if a whip had unexpectedly struck him. "I can understand your fear, Logan. Genosha is your home. It's where your loved ones live." Naruto referred to Itsu, Akihiro, and Laura, dismissing the others. "And this is a safe place for them and for your kind." The shield was placed delicately against the floor, its bottom edge resting against the cold tatami mat. "I even know, or can deduce, why you brought me here. The classes with masters have left you doubting whether I am truly giving my all, whether I trust you. I must thank you for having me, for giving me a place where I can hide, away from all my pursuers. But even you know that I cannot trust when your governor tries to control me, one way or another." His passivity had been taken as a weakness, as a clear sign of naivety by Genosha's dignitaries and the members of the Brotherhood. Naruto wanted them to think that, wanted to sweet talk them. Giving them what they wanted, so they could wrap it around his finger, was something he had to do. But that didn't mean he was delusional or naive. He saw between the lines, knew what Magneto was planning, and let him continue with his plans, by agreeing to train with masters as a second Captain America, even though he refused to call himself that. Carrying the shield was already a huge burden. "Smart guy," Akihiro grinned. "I like him. Can you be my little sister Laura's boyfriend?" The girl's watery emerald gaze made both male mutants laugh, forcing Laura to frown as she growled like an annoyed dog. "Do you want to make the boy die?" Logan asked, patting and ruffling his daughter's hair. "Yeah, that's just like you, Laura." Naruto watched the interaction between the three mutants, finding the Mae's behavior toward his two children endearing, as if he were truly a father. What would have happened if Logan's wife had died? Akihiro would likely have lived a bitter, cold, and much harder life, and Logan would surely have had a completely different path. And Laura. "Hey, Naruto," Akihiro moved toward Naruto, cutting off the boy's thoughts. "Did you want to have dinner with us? I could see a nostalgic glimmer in your eyes when you saw the dojo, as if you'd known it before we're Japanese." Akihiro was a mixed-race man. His mother, Itsu, belonged to a Japanese samurai clan, and Logan was the man who had fallen in love with him and gotten his mother pregnant with him when they met. They ended up getting married and living together in Genosha as a family. When she saw Naruto, the first thing that caught her attention was the sparkle that appeared in his eyes when she saw the dojo and the oriental decorations, realizing that he could be originally from Japan despite his Caucasian features. Sure, no problem." "Itsu was going to treat him anyway," Logan murmured, knowing his wife well enough to know she'd force him to seat the boy at the table, even if he didn't want to. "You know your mom. Stubborn, too much." Unbeknownst to any of the four, that was going to be the day the long-awaited war for freedom began. The day Magneto's plans were set in motion, and the only day they could live in peace before Genosha was drawn into a war in which they were already the focal point. Because after that peaceful dinner, the five witnessed on the news the beginning of hostilities between the regime and the USSR, between the two ruling powers, which would end up engulfing them all in a spiral of blood, constant death, and destruction. Chapter 11. Peace, after 3 full years, was still present on the mutant island known as Genosha, located near Madagascar and the African continent, being a place protected by the regime established by the Third Reich, and being an unimportant target for Hydra's only declared enemy, the USSR. An enemy with which conflicts had recently ended the peace established for almost 100 years, starting the Third World War, being a war as silent as possible, with clashes in third world countries. Using them as mere puppets and instruments for war, trying to keep their central countries away from the conflict. War had settled in Europe, turning the continent into a massive hotbed of death, constant fighting, and rivalry. Wielding his might, Arnim Zola deployed the regime's forces to confront the feared Red Army, supporting his movement with clues that guided him in his search for the serum. According to the clues, Moscow was his clear target. This had been one of the causes of the conflict's outbreak, just as Magneto had predicted. He had orchestrated it, allowing Mystique and Phantom X to fly to the USSR, without leaving a record of their stay in Genosha, diverting suspicion from them for a time, although it was clear that this was a time they were wasting, and would soon be involved in the war. Another cause was the disappearance of 2 Soviet agents on American soil, turning the regime into a suspect in their disappearances, both being too valuable assets to lose without demonstrating their military might. Both had been members of the 2 most important military branches of the USSR. The Black Widow, the most lethal branch of assassins and spies known to man, and the Winter Soldier, the branch of soldiers born from a serum similar to Captain America's, but without replicating the effects as Russian scientists would have liked. The two disappearances, the death of Agent 77 and the disappearance of the serum, led to the beginning of the conflicts that were shaking the utopia established by the Hydra masters, who pulled their strings to minimize the damage in the initial confrontations. The war began one day when a Soviet agent exploded on regime soil, leaving 12 dead and 20 wounded. Among the dead were Hydra agents and some high-ranking members of the Inner Circle, forcing the regime and Zola to deploy their men on enemy soil, launching a war to protect themselves. 3 years had passed since that incident. 3 years in which both armies, both powers, attempted to dismantle the other, using their most valuable assets, leaving a trail of blood in the land they traversed, all with the goal of eliminating the other and overcoming it as the sole winner. Zola was a man of men, a scientist who commanded Hydra's scientific division, the man who had achieved the most important advances in history. Just as the USSR deployed the Winter Soldiers on the battlefield, he did the same with his team of super soldiers, trained by the greatest fighters in the service of the regime, somehow balancing the battle. Making a decision, Arnim Zola put aside X-Force and the mutants, believing that using only his own men was sufficient. The USSR itself, the men of General Alexander Lukin, had mutants within its ranks, unregistered mutants trained for combat, for the murder of people, and the fulfillment of clear objectives. A year and a half after hostilities began, mutants began to appear, becoming clear targets for the regime's forces. This caused a certain amount of revulsion among the people. A revulsion that began to spread to members of the regime, rising to the highest ranks and reaching all the way to the inner circle, something Zola couldn't allow. The mutants who were with Charles Xavier had been valuable assets, soldiers and comrades anyone would want on their side, and so he couldn't lose them because of the way his enemies were using them. Just as Alexander activated the Winter Protocol, Arnim was forced to activate his own protocols, forcing Xavier and X-Force into the conflict, once again being seen as allies of the regime, under the belief that Alexander and his people were forcing the mutants to fight in the conflict, to confront their own people in what seemed like a civil war for their civilization. After another year and a half, with 3 years of conflict already, Magneto received the regime's messengers in his own room, the one that had belonged to the previous dictator of Genosha, the man who subdued the mutants until they were mere slaves. The regime had been observing Genosha's inactivity during the conflict. Being a completely neutral location, the island welcomed those mutants who didn't want to fight, whether they were on one side or the other, being considered by Magneto and the Brotherhood as simple mutants of their people, companions and brothers who wished to escape war, death. Having experienced that, Magneto was unwilling to close his borders when his people suffered, even though that would have led him to be targeted by the regime and thoroughly studied by those who owned the world. In the war, raw materials, weapons, vehicles, and soldiers were needed. This forced the warring parties to seek allies, to seek out countries with which they would not want to share a bed or develop too close a relationship. But when circumstances required desperate measures, those measures had to be taken to achieve victory in the war. The sound of sheets rustling came from inside one of the many rooms in the governor's house of Genosha. Accompanying the sound, the springs of a bed seemed to respond to the movements being made on it, swallowing the sound of the clothes, but also being swallowed by the moans and the collision of two bodies. In that room were two people, both with blonde hair, both with their bodies completely visible, naked without any clothing to cover them. The male figure was beneath the female, his arms stretched above his head, held by cold metal handcuffs that kept him completely restrained, unable to grab the girl who was on top of him, moving her hips, slamming her own rear end against his pelvis. Sweat was pouring out of both of their skin, beating their foreheads, indicating that they had been engaged in this act for a while. Another sign that they had been engaged in this act for a while was the girl snorting, her lipstick barely smeared, leaving her skin color visible. The sheet was lying on the floor. There was no way either of them could cover themselves. The boy couldn't move, keeping his eyes on the girl who was sharing his bed, immobilizing him with her body and the handcuffs. The girl stood tall over him, her back straight, showing off her sandy waist and her pert workout heart and butt. Her golden hair fell to her upper back, her bangs disheveled from the current activity. Both had their clothes scattered on the floor, keeping the sheet company. There was no clear distinction, as both uniforms were white, with shirts and pants. The only visible difference was their underwear, the lace bra and panty set belonging to the girl. The girl's lips moved. The skin around her face stretched for a few seconds, allowing her to display a lopsided smile that reflected her current exhaustion, the reason her skin was soaked in her sweat. The boy began to move, causing the girl to fall backward. A sound of breaking metal preceded the arm that grabbed her waist, preventing her from falling and forcing her to straddle the boy, her face pressed against his. The two stared at each other for seconds. Their breaths intertwined during those seconds. The boy thought about the strawberry scent coming from his companion, how tempting it would be to kiss her again with the same ferocity as before. He wanted to. His own mind was pulling him closer to kiss her. A slender finger stopped the movement. A mischievous smile spread across the girl's lips. No sir. You must stop here. If you give me another kiss, we'll end up the same way we started. Rolling around in bed for a while. And I'm a little tired. Not a sound escaped the boy's lips. She kissed her lover's forehead and stood up, walking toward the bathroom in that room while her companion watched. That relationship had emerged after one of the many training sessions they received after morning practices, being instructed by masters, and one of the mutant masters designated for that day of training, which surprised everyone because Logan wasn't the one chosen. The long-lived mutant loved fights almost as much as cigars and good whiskey. Both Naruto and Ilyana had been responsible for an incident that damaged the training room, forcing the teachers to suspend practice and require technicians to repair the room. However, they didn't let the boys get away with it, forcing them to stay behind to clean up the mess they made, sending the maintenance crew in when everything was clean. The relationship between the mutant and the new super soldier of Genosha had strengthened, and both had grown closer as the days passed, something that in everyone's eyes was normal. Ilyana had been the boy's first friend when he arrived in Genosha, completely full of confusion and fear, although Logan would disagree with this if he were ever asked, and she was his support to start his life on the island. In turn, Naruto was something more than a friend to the young mutant, becoming her confidant, her companion, and the only one who did not directly reject her for her tastes, instead generating a connection between the two. It was this initial connection and the power of loneliness that brought the two boys together, in that room, completely alone, letting their hormones take control of their actions. Before both Ilyana and Naruto realized it, they were already on top of each other, their own mouths too full to make a sound or for words or sentences to come out, each one's tongue occupying the other's oral cavity, generating a wet sound that undoubtedly filled the room. Lying in bed, 3 years older, Naruto kept his eyes on the door as it closed behind Ilyana, keeping the memory fresh of that moment they had shared, a moment like so many others they had been having over those 3 years. Neither of them had given a name to their relationship, but he understood Ilyana's fears. He himself had the same fears constantly plaguing his mind, like a toxic fan eager to take everything he had. He had never been with someone formally, and Ilyana had been the one to take his virginity. But despite that, neither she nor he spoke of formalizing the relationship in 3 years. They simply played, enjoyed themselves, and relaxed after the days of training, which had intensified since the start of the war. Damn Logan. Logan had been personally tasked with training him behind the backs of Magneto, the Genosha Council, and his guardian, Tony Masters. The mutant made this decision when he realized what Naruto was and how far he could grow, becoming too valuable an asset to simply be a copy of Captain America. That was only one of the reasons, though. The other was the boy's distrust of his assigned guardian. For whatever reason, Naruto felt that Masters was hiding something, that he wasn't telling who he said he was, and that if he trusted him too much, he'd end up in a box underground. That was why Logan became his teacher after he began training with Masters, though this was a secret no one should know. And Logan wasn't a gentle master someone could just play with. In some ways, his movements and attitudes were reminiscent of a wild wolf chasing its prey. Guided by instinct, Logan truly was a beast in a man's body, with claws that could tear a body to pieces. No one with half a brain would dare anger a man like that, one who was truly dangerous if you pressed the right spots. Having survived for just over 100 years, Logan had been through various wars and conflicts, gaining extensive field experience and learning ways to eliminate a target. And he had passed all of that on to Naruto, teaching him how to be a soldier, a commander on the battlefield, passing on to him what the real Captain America had taught him. Everyone, or almost everyone, who inhabited Genosha saw the boy as a reincarnation of the real Captain America, making him their figure, their rightful leader, something that overwhelmed the young man when he found out. Naruto didn't want to be Captain America. He wasn't his reincarnation. Logan and a handful of mutants understood this, and the boy was grateful for it, finding in them his true companions on that island, far from the rest of the world, although only in a certain way. The sound of the door closing brought the young man out of his thoughts, forcing him to look at the object of the sound. Like all the students, Ilyana had adopted the academy uniform as her daily clothing, covering her body with a white shirt, pants, and shoes without any insignia. That shower was refreshing. The girl walked towards the bed, covering her golden hair with a towel and rubbing her scalp to proceed to dry it and have her hair dry again. It's not like you've run a marathon. Ilyana fixed the boy with a sharp look, eliciting a nervous smile from him. The mutant couldn't believe the boy had said that. Didn't he realize he was a superhuman, a super soldier with above-average stamina? Despite being a mutant, she couldn't compete with his stamina and would tire long before he did. Honey, you're a bucking super soldier. The mutant's right hand rested on the boy's bare chest. Bucking is a marathon for almost any girl who does it with you. Almost. Only a girl with stamina like yours could keep up with you. Naruto raised one of his eyebrows, finding those words somewhat amusing. Are you telling me that you, a mutant capable of fighting hundreds of training robots without breaking a sweat, can't keep up with me while we're bucking? I'm going to point out that's a ridiculous claim, in my opinion. Especially coming from you, Ilya. You're so naive, Naruto. Her hand slid down to cup the boy's face. Ilyana leaned in and kissed his lips for a few seconds before pulling away, displaying a tender smile. You buck well, and you have stamina. I'd say, in 24 hours, you could leave anyone devastated. But honey, that kind of stamina isn't the same as the kind used in combat. Adrenaline is what keeps us going sometimes, and in Hex, it's the heat, the hormones. Ilyana let go of her partner's face and set the towel she'd used to dry her hair aside. Shower, get dressed, and I'll see you in the dining room. I'm pretty hungry. Ilyana left, leaving the boy completely alone in the room. Naruto tore his eyes away from the door and grabbed the towel at his side with a resigned sigh, proceeding to get up and walk to the shower as his friend had instructed, if that term still fit their relationship. His life had taken a 360-degree turn since Miles took that vial and tried to make them millionaires. Naruto knew, ever since he saw the vial with the strange liquid, that it was only going to cause them problems, that it would flood them with them. He wasn't wrong. Minutes later, they had a visit from that man with the skull. The man who killed his best friend and left the memory seared into his mind, frame by frame. And he was a sane man he couldn't abandon, forget. The warm water wasn't helpful, but it was comforting. His quality of life had changed, from being homeless to someone who could shower, eat 3 meals a day, and have access to an education that could truly help him. Naruto was grateful to Magneto and the people of Genosha. They had risked themselves to hide him, sacrificed themselves to conceal him. As Logan had once told him, Arnim Zola was a man obsessed with his work, a man who wouldn't leave him to his fate for too long, and who would seek him out again, who would try to capture him, experiment on him to replicate the serum, and even indoctrinate him to serve as an agent of the regime. I would hate to be that man's tool, a mere puppet without a mind of its own. Within Genosha, Naruto learned about the various projects Hydra had carried out over the years. The most famous of these was the Weapon Plus project, a project that had been responsible for creating people like Logan, who came from the Weapon X project, or Captain America, who was the result of Weapon I. There was one flaw in this project, though. From what Naruto had learned, the Weapon Plus project hadn't been initiated by Hydra, but had continued since the birth of Weapon I, eventually incorporating various new subjects with new abilities, bringing the total to 15 or 16 similar projects that had sprung from Weapon Plus. Maybe I'm just another project. If Captain America was a product of Weapon I, he should feel connected to it. He had gained his powers from a serum derived from the one injected into Captain America, enhanced yet similar, and so he should be a derivative of Weapon I without knowing the quantity. Naruto couldn't officially designate himself as part of the project, but that's how he felt. Leaning his head against the cold shower wall, Naruto let the water fall over him, in an attempt to wash away the negative memories and thoughts. He had tried to keep it all hidden from everyone, even Logan, but after 3 years of training to be the next Captain America, Naruto couldn't contain such thoughts any longer, as they flooded him with doubts and fears. Bucket. As the steam began to fade, the young man's body became visible. It was noticeably well built and trained, giving the boy a healthy appearance. Thanks to the serum, Naruto's muscles were at their peak condition, at the pinnacle of what a human could achieve. On his back, a scar appeared. It was a Japanese kanji that was burned into the body, leaving a reminder right in the center of the boy's back. Naruto had never mentioned his past to anyone. His parents, his sister, they were all on his mind, only on his mind. Despite the time he spent with Logan and his family, with Ilya and his classmates at the academy, he could never bring himself to mention his parents and sister. He couldn't even bring up Miles, his best friend, or his time in that half-ruined orphanage. His entire past had been kept hidden in his mind, chained deep inside, and he couldn't bring anything up. Perhaps it was the fear of rejection, or maybe it was the fear that the ghosts would haunt him again, that the memories would flood over him like a tsunami, and not let him breathe, as they had so many other times. Looking at himself in the mirror above the sink, the towel wrapped around his waist, Naruto saw his own face. This wasn't the face of a homeless man, of a skinny teenager who had nothing to eat. It was the face of a young man. Slightly sharp, with slightly defined cheekbones and eyes that shone like 2 enormous headlights. Even he was surprised by his own reflection, which gave him an image of the man he was becoming, the one who had evolved thanks to Zola's serum and a new environment. Maybe I overthought it, he muttered, picking up the razor blade next to the soap. Logan should be able to help me with this, and he offered to do it himself. I should be able to talk this shit out of him and get it out of my life for good. Slowly, Naruto ran the razor over his face, removing his facial hair with small, gentle strokes, as he looked at his own face in the mirror, and wondered what would have happened if he hadn't taken that serum. That man, the Punisher, would have probably killed him, leaving his corpse next to Miles to rot, with no one able to do anything for him, just as he couldn't save Miles. Miles. I'm sorry. After all this time, I haven't even been able to visit your grave, if you even have one. Naruto knew Miles' story, and Miles knew his. They were both orphans and met at the orphanage they'd escaped, fleeing the mistreatment of their caregivers and the abuse of their peers. The boy still didn't know how they'd managed to survive until adolescence on the streets, without support. Maybe that was their strong suit, survival. It would make sense to him. At this rate, I'm going to be late. The alarms began to sound, and the light went out for a few seconds, leaving Naruto in complete darkness. When it came back on, it was red, the typical type of illumination when an emergency occurs. What happened? Did Juggernaut break the generators again or something? The room shook. The entire governor's mansion shook in response to an explosion that reached the boy's ears seconds later, giving him an indication of what was happening. He took a deep breath. He covered his lower body with his pants and looked out the viewport. His eyes widened, and he had to swallow as he looked up at the sky. It was darkened, allowing the blue hue to filter through the obscuring objects. Hundreds of helicarriers were circling Genosha's airspace, and from a distance, Naruto glimpsed what appeared to be clashes between the island soldiers and those of the regime. The answer was simple, even for a limited mind without the serum's enhancement. The regime and Zola had decided to attack Genosha, though the intent behind the attack was still unknown. To create fear in its inhabitants. To force Magneto to join the regime. Or had they discovered that the person with the serum was hidden there, safe from the clutches of the science department? Naruto considered all the possibilities, and they were all too close to the truth to rule out. What should have worried him was that the regime was on the island's borders, attacking innocent people who had protected it. Sensing the movement somewhat late, Naruto moved away from the window seconds before a projectile blew it apart, destroying his bed completely and wrecking his room beyond recognition. Those seconds meant a lot to the boy. If he hadn't moved away, he would be dead now. Thanks to that, he was only experiencing a ringing in his ears that was fading away and a slight dizziness that made him stagger slightly. It seemed that war had come to Genosha. Chapter 12. Screams filled Genosha within minutes. Every inhabitant of the island saw the sky darkened by the ships belonging to the regime. They were all advancing toward the island, deploying platoons and transport ships, darkening the sky, which should have remained a clear cloudless blue hue, so that the inhabitants of Genosha could see the white clouds and the sun shining on the horizon. The attack launched against the island's governor's home wasn't the only one that surprised the island's defenses. When they attempted to repel subsequent enemy attacks, it was too late. Missiles exploded in different areas of the island, causing columns of smoke, hundreds of dead and wounded, and panic among the population as they awaited a response from Magneto and his soldiers, hoping not to end up as slaves of the regime as they had been to the island's previous masters. Usually, any attack coming from outside the island by sea or air would have been repelled by the barriers protecting the island 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, and 366 in leap years. But the island's defenses didn't seem to detect the helicarriers and quinjets as enemy vessels or unidentified objects. Not even the missiles were classified as a threat, and platoons of soldiers, all uniformed in elegantly designed combat suits bearing the Hydra logo, appeared on the island shores without any difficulty, as if the Brotherhood hadn't been warned of the enemy attack or the ships that entered its airspace without permission, launching various attacks against Genosha and its people, wreaking havoc on the island. Genosha's response came too late. The barrier hadn't formed when it should have, and now some helicarriers were hovering over the island, deploying soldiers in quinjets that moved around, firing their weapons at the island's houses, at anyone they saw running through the streets, or at anyone who had decided to oppose the attack they were launching. But the regime wasn't surprised when several of its quinjets burst into flames, or several of its helicarriers were shot down by the anti-aircraft guns stationed on the island. The attack continued as Genosha's defenses belatedly activated, launching their response to the heavy assault, futilely attempting to protect their own, while the Brotherhood decided what to do. Genosha's defense protocols dictated that if the barrier was breached, the children and the academy were to be protected at all costs, placing the young mutants of the next generations above all others, being placed as the future of the race, and above any adult mutant. This was something the Brotherhood and Magneto himself established when they made Genosha the much-needed mutant home for their race, the place where all were welcome. And it was something that was instructed of all adult mutants arriving on the island, placing them all as soldiers for the protection of the young, excluding the latter from any potential conflicts that might arise in a situation of extreme emergency from an enemy attack. This protocol was intended solely to save the future of mutant kind. Many of the young people who had arrived on Genosha over the years showed potential that surpassed that of many adults, even reaching a young age, displaying the abilities of an alpha or omega mutant, which could be catastrophic if these young people fell into the wrong hands. Magneto, like the Brotherhood, understood the regime's and humans' desire for power. Money and power went hand in hand, and the more power a human had, the more power they wanted and the more power they needed. And if the regime already had immense technological power, what was to stop it from having mutants capable of destroying the world with a single thought? This was the last thing Magneto wanted to prevent. Keeping the younger generation away from the regime and Zola meant maintaining a balance between the two sides ruling the world, creating a line between them that must not be crossed, or the end of the world could become more of a reality than just a thought or a fiction. And, because of that and the initial failure of the defensive protocols, the island's offensive protocols were initiated, generating an alert that the adults and members of the Brotherhood understood. Every house on the island was different, each designed similarly yet distinctly from the last, some larger than others, and completely different in shape. Despite their differences, all the houses were connected to the island's operations center, which was responsible for activating the offensive protocol for the Brotherhood and the island's adult mutants. The combat uniform and weapons appeared on the wall of each house, and they were to be used to protect the children at all costs, even at the cost of their own lives. Naruto stared at what appeared when one of the walls of his room sank into the floor. The replica of Captain America's shield was waiting for him, being held by the mannequin, which was wearing a replica of the uniform that the captain had worn during World War I, but modernized to provide greater defense to the person wearing it and not take as much damage from enemy bullets, which would be a relief to whoever wore it. Reacting on instinct, the boy grabbed the shield and crouched, covering himself with it. Within seconds of this action, he felt the impact of the bullets against the shield, how they pushed, how they bounced. Standing behind it, Naruto heard the crunch of boots on the rubble, the sound of bullets hitting the room floor with a metallic echo. He could even hear the muffled breathing of the soldiers' masks. When he lowered the shield and looked at the regime soldiers, all he could see were uniformed men and women pointing assault rifles at him, all of them proudly displaying the Hydra logo on their arms, as if it were a flag everyone should be proud of. But he felt only revulsion and hatred, an urge to spit them out. The boy pulled the shield strap, closing it enough to keep it secured to his forearm, but loose enough to throw if the opportunity arose, which wouldn't be long in coming. As Taskmaster had hinted, Genosha scientists had been working on a new shield, one that would work using magnets, and could be used in a much more versatile way than the shield he was using now, giving him the ability to throw and attract the shield using only magnets, without attaching said object to his arm with a completely unnecessary strap. But there was no time now for him to search for said shield. The research area was on the other side, and Naruto knew what he had to do. Protect the children of the academy. Haha. One of the soldiers' laughter broke the silence. Do you see what this bucking mutant is wearing? Does he think he can be like that bastard Captain America? The man looked at his companions before pointing his gun at Naruto again. I don't think they've taught you any history here, kid. That shield is an offense to the regime, a taboo that gives me permission to kill you. The achievements of Captain Steve Grant Rogers were hidden from the world, becoming a source of ridicule and offense to the regime and the Hydra leaders, a taboo that no one was ever allowed to break. Any artifact, any photograph of Captain America, or any mention of him, would be punishable by instant death, and even permission was given for a neighbor to murder another if they had the necessary evidence. The shield Naruto was currently carrying was a replica of Captain America's shield. Red, white, and blue, with a huge white star in the center. The same design that had once represented the United States flag, a flag that stood for the ideals of justice and freedom. And those ideals were trampled on by the regime, which erased everything linked to Captain America and the flag itself, replacing it with the red Hydra flag, a flag reminiscent of the regime's oppression. A full platoon. Assault rifles and light assault armor. With the right amount of torque and force, I can take them all down in a couple of moves. But I have to evade fire. If they hit me in non-vital areas, my regeneration will do the rest. It took the boy's mind a few seconds to analyze the situation he found himself in, including, of course, the Quinjet sitting right in front of the hole in his room, with its weapons pointed directly at him, which could result in indiscriminate fire on him and the regime soldiers. And he had to prevent the shots from damaging vital areas of his body. Both Logan and Taskmaster were very clear about that, and he wasn't about to test how well his regeneration worked or what damage it could heal. The soldiers moved, closing in on their target, always pointing their weapons at the young man with their fingers on the trigger. Naruto did the same, moving slowly, moving his legs and putting his weight directly on his knees, waiting. There weren't many opportunities, and if he moved out into the corridor, fighting in a narrow area, he would achieve victory much more easily than if he stayed within the Quinjet sights. I could shoot down the aircraft, but that would only leave me without weapons, and I would be completely exposed to the soldiers. I must get them to lead me to the door, force them to move forward. Control your breathing, keep all 5 senses fully engaged. The smell of gunpowder still reached his nostrils, and the wind hit his cheek as if trying to draw him in, as if trying to tell him something. Naruto flexed his arms, pushing his muscles beyond what a normal human could, building up his strength. He was analyzing the trajectory the shield should take to return to his hands after knocking down the soldiers, and how long it would take to do so. By the time it was hitting the soldiers, he would be completely defenseless, relying solely on his superior regeneration. And if I generate enough force, it could get stuck in the body of one of the soldiers, which isn't very convenient, really. The initiative was finally taken by one of the regime soldiers. He took a step forward, failing to measure the consequences of such a step, failing to analyze the dangers he was facing. Before the man realized it, he was falling backward, his chin completely shattered, pieces of his mask flying in front of his eyes, the taste of blood filling his mouth. Open fire. The rifles spat bullets directly at their target. They hit the metal of the shield, the concrete of the walls, and the wood of the door, as it was ripped from its hinges, surprising more than a few soldiers, but they were unable to do anything. The door flew toward them, creating a powerful boom that staggered them and forced the Quinjet to fire at the door, turning it into nothing but splinters. Dust, splinters, and the sound of metallic fire filled the room. At a single gesture from the platoon captain, both the Quinjet and the rest of the soldiers stopped firing. Seconds passed, turning into minutes. Only the handle remained of the door, a mere piece of metal, and behind it were only holes in the floor. There was no trace of blood, just a lifeless body lying where the mutant they were chasing should have been. Look for it. The captain barked the order, and the soldiers obeyed, all running toward the hallway beyond the door. It was completely empty, with the sound of a shrill alarm blaring in the distance, and a flashing red light that didn't seem to want to go out. Half to the right. The other half to the left. The captain looked over his shoulder at the Quinjet. Search every room, bomb them if necessary. Every mutant on this island will be detained or killed. And I don't want any replicas. The regime's goal was to take over as many mutants as possible by force, whether they wanted it or not. No one knew what they needed them for, or what the attack on Genosha would provoke in the rest of the mutant race. But they seemed to have their minds made up when they descended on the island, and their objectives were clear. The platoon that went to the left was led by the platoon captain, who kept his full attention on what was ahead in the corridor, with his eyes completely focused, and his senses alert to any change in the environment and the area. They were ordered to attack Genosha when the island was classified as an enemy. Since the start of the war against the USSR, anyone who hadn't declared a side had been classified as an enemy. And the island was being classified as an ally of the USSR and its Soviet agents, something the regime couldn't allow, so they decided to launch an attack on Genosha, after making sure that their mutant allies, those on Professor Charles Xavier's side, were okay with an attack on the island, claiming that it and the Brotherhood were dangerous to both mutants and the regime, and getting the approval of the rest of them. None of them seemed to like the Brotherhood and its leaders too much. The loud bang alerted the soldiers, but it was too late. Using his superior skills, Naruto had managed to hang from the ceiling once he left the room, waiting a few minutes for the soldiers to pass below him. When this happened, the boy simply dropped onto one of them and, in seconds, using everything his body had learned and his muscles remembered, he knocked down his enemies and slammed the captain against the wall, destroying the radio he was carrying, and thus preventing him from communicating with the rest of his platoon members. He had expected them to do just that. Split up to search for him in both directions, which had been an absolute mistake, and had lowered the odds of winning a direct confrontation against him to almost zero. And Naruto knew they were almost zero, because he didn't see any of the soldiers using mutant abilities or the skills of a super soldier like himself. NHG. The boy pressed his right arm against the captain's neck, lifting him several inches off the ground, and cutting off any oxygen supply to his lungs. Shut up. He wasn't going to kill the man right now. He needed information, to know what or who the regime was looking for. Why are you attacking Genosha? There was a non-aggression pact. We were on good terms. You don't buck with me, kid. We're at war. You think we're going to allow some mutants, an entire island of you freaks, to join the Soviets? If you think that, then you're a lot bigger idiot than you look. The man's helmet shattered and blood sprayed across the boy's face as his fist flew straight into the captain's face, completely shattering his chin and turning it to mush. But despite the slight loss of control, the man was still breathing, albeit with great effort on his part. Oh, boy. That was quite a right hook. I think I taught you too well. Maybe a little more savageness would do those blows good. Standing across the hall was Taskmaster, wearing his combat uniform, his skull mask covering his face. In the 3 years the man had been his trainer, Naruto had never been able to see his face beyond his eyes, which were as black as two bottomless pits, always watching him at all times as if he were a predator, a tiger stalking its prey. He dropped the squadron captain and turned, facing the man who had been his teacher for those 3 years. He shifted his eyes, hard as ice, to the unsheathed sword, blood running down its blade and dripping onto the ground. Maestro? Oh? This? Taskmaster looked at the blood on the blade before looking back at Naruto. It's from a mutant who got too annoying. Something about not disabling the barriers. Can you believe it? It's been my job since I arrived on the island 8 years ago. Passing as a mutant was easy, and gaining the others' trust wasn't difficult either. You just have to follow what that old man says. Taskmaster shifted his body to the right. Naruto's shield slammed into the wall, bouncing off and returning to its owner's hands. Is this going to piss you off? The masked man took up his own shield, standing at the intersection of the hallway. This is going to be fun. Because I know everything you can do. As Naruto threw his shield back and began to run, Taskmaster did the same. The metallic sound reverberated as both shields collided, falling to the ground, serving as the bell for both to continue the confrontation. The boy dodged a perpendicular sword slash and launched a hook straight to his opponent's right side. Taskmaster halted his movement and twisted his torso as he moved his left hand, pushing his student's hook several inches to the left so it wouldn't hit him. When he was sure of that, he launched a kick to the boy's chest. Soon, Taskmaster felt Naruto's arm blocking his movement. They both knew each other's moves. They had both spent 3 years learning from each other. But there was one difference. Taskmaster had always been a man with superior photographic and muscle memory, enhanced when he was injected with a variant of the Super Soldier Serum, which boosted those skills to the point where he could learn every move he saw with a single glance, thus placing himself above any enemy he faced, fully understanding their abilities. So when Naruto blocked the kick, Taskmaster only pushed harder, knowing the boy's weakness, and knowing that he wouldn't have enough strength in his legs to continue resisting the movement. A grave mistake. Taskmaster found himself being lifted up, and seconds later, he felt a searing pain run down his back, gasping for air when the boy's fist hit his chest, directly in the center of his ribsage. Did you think I didn't learn anything? There were several reasons why Logan decided to train the boy, but the main one was Naruto's distrust of Taskmaster, the same distrust the long-lived mutant had been feeling since he met the mercenary. Because of this, he trained the young man in moves and tactics that masters didn't know, improving the boy to the point where he couldn't predict what he was going to do. I see you haven't stopped at just our classes. Were you suspicious of me? Taskmaster recognized Logan's attitudes and his student's behavior, recognizing that mutants move when his student performed it. But that now left him with too many questions. How much had he learned? What did he know? His ability allowed him to learn and remember things perfectly, but he couldn't remember things he hadn't seen another person perform, which was his only weakness, and one that Naruto seemed to have discovered. I always did. Naruto's arm shot up, and the blade was deflected by the movement, leaving a gap for the boy to strike Taskmaster's masked face. That's why I taught myself things. The two exchanged blows. When Taskmaster made a move, Naruto countered it with another, creating an opening to strike the mercenary. This left a bad feeling in the man's mind and left his body covered in bruises, even cracking his mask. Naruto had learned different martial arts. Kung Fu, Jiu-Jitsu, Karate, Krav Maga, Ninjutsu with which he had grown his body, making his muscles learn each of the movements as if they were part of him. And he was using those martial arts to overwhelm Taskmaster, to find an opening like he had trained with Logan, also he could kill him with a single move. Taskmaster thrust his sword, intending to pierce the boy's chest. The boy's arms wrapped around the mercenary's right arm, surprising him. Using a carrying motion, turning into a snake that's squeezing its prey, Naruto finally brought down the mercenary by breaking his knee with a kick that connected with the back of the man's leg, forcing him to fall onto his other leg. "You're a bastard, boy." The mercenary hadn't expected to be outdone. 3 years. He'd spent 3 years learning everything from the boy, sending reports to his superiors, preparing everything for the destruction of Genosha and the death of thousands of mutants. But all of that had vanished in a few minutes, a few seconds. And it frustrated him. As Naruto was about to twist the man's neck, a hand separated him from Taskmaster and threw him backward, sending him sliding across the hallway floor until he was able to stop. "See you again, boy." Naruto's eyes widened. Between him and Taskmaster, the towering figure of Victor Creed stood like an immense grinning wall, savage and ruthless, bringing back memories of his parents' deaths, his sisters, everything that had made him miserable. He gritted his teeth as he stood up. He wiped the blood from his chin with a simple wave of his hand. When Victor flashed a predatory grin, Naruto charged at him like a savage. The first blow came in the form of a knee directly to the mutant's face, overwhelming and surprising him with the speed, momentum, and force behind the blow, connecting with Victor's face and staggering him despite his enormous height. But as Logan and Taskmaster had pointed out, sometimes height was a weakness, a weak point to use against your opponent. That fight was a complete game changer. It was a 2-on-1 fight in a confined space, giving Naruto the opportunity and advantage to take the fight the way he wanted, pushing his two opponents in front of him, forcing Creed to block Taskmaster's vision, hindering his powers, and forcing the mercenary to find a way to learn as much as he could from him, something Naruto expected him to do. As Taskmaster's fist appeared in his peripheral vision, Naruto stepped on the edge of Captain America's replica shield and held it in front of him. The shattering bones and the mercenary's grunt were some of the most satisfying sounds for the blonde, who ended up deflecting the mutant's claws so that they caught on the wall, surprising him. Taking advantage of those seconds, Naruto kicked Victor's leg with enough force to break his bones, forcing the semi-giant mutant to fall on his broken leg, leaving his back forming a perfect trampoline. Naruto ran, jumped and hooked onto the ceiling to kick Taskmaster with both legs, sending the mercenary several meters back, while pieces of his mask scattered across the ground, leaving him on his back from the direct blow. When the mutant pulled out his claws, he found his face buried in the wall after a direct push from the blonde, who used his strength to get rid of the man. "You're looking to completely eliminate us, aren't you? I taught you well." Taskmaster slowly stood up. His eyes had been scanning Naruto's movements, understanding how much his body had grown under his tutelage, what he'd learned, and where he'd improved. "But you shouldn't underestimate us, boy. We have far more experience, far more to lose. You'll only find yourself with thousands of dead, unknown, mutants being used as slaves. Hinata is on the brink of its own destruction because of the hubris of its leaders." The boy took a step toward the mercenary as he took a step back. Clenching his fist, Naruto replaced the shield on his right arm without taking his eyes off his former master. That feeling, that tingling, gave him the path he should continue working toward. He had never trusted Taskmaster since he'd seen him, and now he knew it had been a good decision. Naruto was caught off guard when he felt the cut on his back, and a few seconds later, he felt his body being pierced from behind. His eyes, wavering, fixed on the claws that emerged from within. "You little idiot." Victor Creed shoved the boy to the ground, slamming his face into it. "So arrogant and idiotic. You think you're going to be able to do it with just that serum in your veins? Don't make me laugh. I already beat you once. Maybe little bub is an idiot, but I don't think you have much brain inside that skull, Sabretooth." Victor was caught in the adamantium claws. His skin hissed, and he hissed in pain. When he stepped away from Naruto, Victor found his archenemy's claws pierced right through his stomach. Logan used his strength to push Victor away from the blonde, leaving him with Taskmaster. Alone again, Naruto, feeling his skin heal, faced the mercenary with a defiant gaze that wouldn't let the confrontation end without a winner. One of them was going to die, and they both knew it. Ah, boy. So stubborn. Why not side with the regime? This useless resistance will leave far more dead than you think. I know, I saw it. Fighting Hydra, fighting an entire planet, it's a losing fight. You seek recognition. You'll be erased from history. You seek to be a hero. They don't exist. You naive little fool. You'll just die. I'm not doing this for an altruistic cause. I'm not even looking to be Captain America's replacement, a mere martyr for freedom and justice." Taskmaster's eyes caught the gleam of steel. Naruto had unsheathed a katana, showing its silver blade to his adversary. "You have attacked my blade and I am simply responding, Taskmaster. It's very simple. Sword versus katana. The weight of Taskmaster's blade was made to cut. The thin blade of Naruto's katana was made to pierce, rend, deflect. Planting his feet, sending force into his hips, Naruto deflected the mercenary's slash, feeling his sword, the edge of his blade, kiss Taskmaster's with enough intensity to cause sparks. The man tried to send his body weight crashing down on his former student. He tried to cleave Naruto with a single movement, even if it took his katana in the way. But that was what he was going to do. However, despite his efforts, he was the one who felt himself being pierced. At first it was a small cut, but in milliseconds, he felt the blade pierce him from under the chin and pass through his head, shattering his skull. "You're not a worthy opponent. Everything you use, you learn from others." Naruto spoke calmly, leaning slightly against the mercenary, feeling the drops of blood fall against his face and clothes. "But rest in peace, Anthony Masters. I hope hell is truly warm." Chapter 13. In the war, priority objectives could tip the scales of victory in favor of one side and the other as the loser. Victory was declared when the enemy commander or his officers were eliminated or captured. Victory was declared when the leader of the enemy army was captured or eliminated. The regime had set its sights on Genosha and on several points that would give them victory. Disabling the island's defenses. Destroying the academy and capturing as many mutant children as possible. and eliminating the governor of Genosha, the leader of all opposition to the regime. They used special propaganda to launch an attack against Genosha, presenting the island as a clear opposition to the regime, a declared enemy of mutant rights, and a place where members of that race were used for experiments, kidnapped and tortured in front of their peers, something that greatly affected both humans and mutants, supporting the attack against the island for the liberation of the oppressed, giving a good image to the regime by guiding that campaign under an altruistic image. However, Zola was no fool. Like most technological advances to his name, Arnim Zola proved to be a man of mind rather than body, going so far as to replace his flesh and blood body with a mechanical one, transferring his mind to the cloud, and declaring himself a superior being. Therefore, Zola appointed his own commanders to attack Genosha, guide the war against the USSR, and destroy any opponents of the regime. The confrontation against Genosha was completely in Zola's hands, given that his infiltrators gave him information that the boy with the serum was on the island, and that Magneto and the Brotherhood had tried to screw him over. And for this reason alone, so that they wouldn't find out about his mistake, Zola took the conflict with Genosha, while the rest of the Hydra leaders took the war against the USSR and its agents, creating two fronts for the regime that Zola himself was sure he would win, since they had better weapons and soldiers. Knowing the qualities of mutants, the infinite possibilities, Zola used both X-Force and his super soldiers to lead the attack. X-Force would serve as a foothold in the fight against mutants, being the only ones who had the skills to counter their fellow mutants, and being one of the few mutants who knew how to survive in a conflict. Zola knew that the members of the mutant vanguard would be key to the defeat of Magneto and his upcoming capture, something that the man desired, as he wanted to research the man's mutant ability and be able to replicate it in his new project. However, the super soldiers sent by Zola, commanded by Patriot, were in charge of leading the men in the invasion of Genosha, being the mind behind the tactics used by the regime soldiers, and being their undisputed leaders, counting on Zola's full support. Patriot was one of the super soldiers born from the pre-serum project stolen from the science department. Possessing superior abilities to Captain Hydra and US Agent, Zola appointed Patriot as the team's leader and, at the same time, full commander of the Genosha Jump Force, the man in charge of thousands of men who would fight against the Brotherhood. To bridge the gap between Genosha's super soldiers and mutants, Zola gave his best men the best equipment available, equipping a group of 100 men with suits and weapons that could give them the edge in the battle against the Brotherhood. Zola himself had made sure to obtain data from some mutants and designed those suits to take advantage of the vulnerabilities of every mutant on the island. The objective was clear. The regime had its eyes on the island and was determined to make it disappear, first removing all the specimens that would be useful to Arnim Zola, the scientist behind most of the technological advances in almost 100 years of history. But even though the regime was clear about its objective, the island's inhabitants weren't going to allow Zola to carry out his plans without opposing the attack, the betrayal. They would use the attack on Genosha as a trigger for the revolt and would face the men of the regime without too much trouble, whether on or off the island, something that Magneto was going to take advantage of to try to open the eyes of his old friend, Charles Xavier. The professor had become too complacent and was not seeing that the mutants were being used as simple tools. Maybe they got good positions, recognition, money, rest, but at the end of the day, every mutant on the side of the regime was just another tool for the leaders to use. And Magneto wanted Xavier and the mutants on his side to see that they were simple tools, simple toys that, if they broke, could be replaced. Accomplishing that was a task Magneto knew would be complicated. X-Force was participating in the assault on Genosha, fighting against their fellow mutants. Said group wouldn't be operating if Xavier hadn't given the go-ahead for the operation. And it was clear the professor had. Mutant against mutant. At the end of the day, the only ones affected would be them. Can you create an ice wall, Bobby? The academy was one of the places where the most mutants gathered, all between the ages of 5 and 18, with those between 15 and 18 being the only ones with real battle experience. Do you think that'll stop them, Rogue? These sons of bitches keep moving forward like we're not throwing anything at them. The regime soldiers had not retreated and had continued advancing once they had overcome Genosha's defenses, something that Taskmaster facilitated for them, until they reached about 100 meters from the academy, forcing the mutants to seek shelter, flee the conflict zone, and, if possible, escape from the island, something that was much more complicated since the Helicarriers and the Quinjets were flying over the area. Don't be a crybaby, Bobby. Kitty Pryde growled as she pushed the younger students into the academy. The building had its own independent defenses and a shield that could keep enemies out for a limited time. Just do it. Bobby looked sharply at the girl, narrowing his eyes when she ignored him and continued leading the children inside. Letting out a sigh, the mutant placed his right hand on the ground. Good. That'll just slow them down a little. Robert Louis Bobby Drake's mutant gene was the ability to generate ice. He could cover a certain part of his body in this element and shoot it from his mouth or hands, even forming structures if concentrated enough, although this would exhaust him if the structure was too large or complete. However, to be able to generate said structure, he must have knowledge of it, or so Bobby thought. He took a deep breath, filling his lungs as if he were about to dive into the depths of the sea. Slowly, his skin turned a light blue, as if made of glass, reflecting the sun. Seconds later, after Bobby exhaled deeply, an immense wall of ice emerged between the students and the soldiers, blocking the latter's progress and preventing them from advancing further. Happy, you two? Looking over his shoulder, the mutant observed his companions before standing up. This really won't stop you, girls. We're only scratching a few seconds. Where's some mutant with time travel or teleportation? That would be great for us. We don't have those luxuries. The adult mutants were fighting in the streets of Genosha, while the teenagers protected the younger ones inside the academy, hidden behind a force field that was supposed to stop the enemies. It was supposed to, because seconds after the same barrier encased the building, it vanished without any external attack. What the buck? Dunks of pure ice caught the attention of the teenage mutants. The wall Bobby had created using his mutation was completely destroyed by a direct shot from a Quinjet, sending fragments flying directly to the boys' feet. I said it wouldn't work. Where's the force field? Rogue barked the question scathingly, watching in horror as the soldiers advanced toward them. Why isn't it working? Do you think I know that? Kitty snorted, pulling the last few kids into the academy. Looks like it's checkup time today. Either that, or they've destroyed the generators again. Bobby swung his arm horizontally, sending an immense amount of icy air hurtling toward the soldiers. They slowly began to turn into statues, only their eyes moving, horrified at being turned into ice figures. Just as the regime was supposed to reach the academy, the students who were trained and had battle experience had to prevent, at all costs, the soldiers from reaching the doors of the building, being the last line of defense before the adults appeared, or someone managed to find an escape route, which would be perfect for them, since the position within Genosha had been compromised and they did not have adequate defenses. You'd think they'd be prepared, the boy's growl escaped. Bobby was pushing his skills to the limit, freezing as many soldiers as he could. Don't even think another wall will stop them. Mimicking Bobby Drake's powers, Rogue placed both hands on the ground. Unlike her fellow mutant, the girl generated a field of icy blasts that pierced the soldiers, turning the bluish element crimson. I'm not going to make any mistakes here, Bobby. I can learn from your mistakes. Rogue's power allowed her to partially absorb the powers of anyone she touched. But if her contact with the person lasted too long, they could die without the girl being able to do anything about it. Idiot. Kitty Pryde dashed through the soldiers and knocked them down, leaving herself among several downed soldiers. Her power consisted of intangibility, allowing her to pass through walls, people, or even become intangible, giving her an advantage over any opponent willing to confront her. But they were only a handful of teenagers, young graduates. The regime had prepared to confront mutants. Zola prepared the equipment of the soldiers and his super soldiers to gain the advantage in any confrontation with mutants, whether those loyal to Magneto or those supposedly on the regime's side, something the scientist wasn't entirely sure about. You know that we can't stay in constant combat. Where's Juggernaut when you need him? The bullets flew straight toward the boys. Bobby used his ice powers along with Rogue to generate adequate defenses, trying to create walls to block the soldiers' constant bullets, hoping to minimize injuries. Gritting his teeth, letting his anger reach his eyes, Rogue sent out a powerful wave of thread that advanced for about 200 meters before vanishing, turning all the soldiers into living ice statues, preventing them from continuing to attack or advance towards them. Breathing one last breath, Rogue slumped forward. The mutant would have hit the ground if Bobby hadn't caught her by the hand that grabbed her jacket. Are you okay? Exhausted? I can't take it anymore. Bobby had thought about using his powers to freeze everything he could. Soldiers, vehicles, helicopters, but that could lead to death or extreme exhaustion, and Kitty couldn't be allowed to protect the students alone. At least not until he could get backup, which didn't look like it would be anytime soon. The shield attempted to strike the mutant. Bobby generated a small pillar of ice that stopped the object, just inches from hitting his face. Looking to the right of the pillar, the boy saw a man dressed in black, wearing a uniform that reminded him of Captain America. Surrender, mutants. Now. The man wasn't alone. A handful of men and women dressed similarly to him were accompanying him, each carrying a black shield with the regime logo shining in crimson. Shit. It was obvious these soldiers weren't normal. Their uniforms, their shields, their angry faces and eyes. They seemed to be the elite of the entire army, possibly the officers, although Bobby thought beyond mere officers. The possibility that these soldiers were super soldiers was too high. Did they have the same abilities as Naruto? Did they have regeneration or powers superior to Captain America's? Bobby knew he would find out in a few moments, and he wouldn't like it very much. A metallic click stopped both the regime members and the young mutants in their tracks. Seconds later, a flaming projectile crashed between the two groups, creating a column of smoke and fire that hid what lay within the flames from prying eyes. Engulfed in flames, a shield shot directly at one of the regime's super soldiers. He was caught off guard, taking the blow directly to his neck, causing it to shatter, and falling inertly onto his back as the shield flew back into the attacker's hands. Bobby. Naruto. Emerging from the flames with slow steps, Naruto appeared unharmed, but with his white uniform slightly charred, covered in soot and smelling of smoke and fire. Who else, idiot? He stomped his feet and stood between the mutants and soldiers, proudly displaying the replica Captain America shield, which made the regime soldiers laugh. Something to say, idiots. You're carrying your death on your hands, boy. Standing out from the others, the super soldier who had thrown the shield at Bobby walked towards Naruto with firm steps, looking him in the face. Would I say you're the new Captain America? Because you're a joke, honestly. I'm not a member of the regime trying to emulate it, Naruto faced the man. That star, that red and white on black. Are you really that obvious? Naruto stood before the man, looking directly into his eyes, which were slightly hidden by his helmet. The regime soldier stood at attention in front of the young man. Stretching his arm, he retrieved his dark shield, which he presented in front of Naruto's. I'm US Agent, kid. A super soldier in the personal service of Arnim Zola. What do I hear? Pride. He took another step, forcing Agent US to take another step forward, forcing them both to stand face to face, a couple of centimeters apart. I'm going to finish you and your companions off now. I want to see you try it, brat. Naruto's reaction was swift. US Agent's arm moved swiftly, intending to strike his opponent's face. But surprising the super soldier, his fist found itself striking his opponent's shield, causing his limb to tremble slightly due to the vibrations coming from the vibranium. Taking a deep breath, sending the force into his leg, Naruto kicked his chest and sent US Agent with a kick straight to the ground, causing the man to cough, feeling discomfort in his chest from the blow. Arrogant. US Agent stood up, spitting blood. They had found the man Zola had mentioned, the boy who had stolen the new serum that Hydra's science department was creating for them to generate new super soldiers and create an immense army of soldiers with superior strength. But that limited him in combat. He could destroy the boy, but not kill him. Take care of the mutants. Looking over his shoulder, US Agent ordered his companions to attack the academy. He himself was going to take on the boy in front of him. I'll take care of this one. Orders had to be followed completely. They couldn't just focus on one boy and let the young mutants escape. Zola wanted the youngest, mutants with exceptional powers to help him with a new project he was secretly carrying out, keeping the progress hidden from the rest of Hydra's leadership. The blue blur sent several of the super soldiers to the ground in just a few seconds. Naruto used these seconds to throw his shield and force US Agent to take cover, creating an opening for the boy to kick his chest again, while simultaneously grabbing the shield back. Focus. US Agent was one of the first successful super soldiers after the birth of the Captain America legend. His real name was John Walker, an active member of the regime's army, and a courageous patriot who put the well-being of the government before that of civilians, being an exemplary soldier who would protect the country. Zola used that patriotism to create US Agent and give Walker the serum he created before the new one, and after many failures. Now John Walker was a faithful follower of Zola's and the regime's ideals, being the first super soldier under Hydra's command. Because of that loyalty, that unwavering sense of purpose, Walker couldn't afford to be overpowered by a mere kid with an enhanced serum, an enemy of Hydra, Zola, and everything he believed in. To John Walker, that was an insult, a lack of respect. He couldn't conceive of a kid defeating him or his subordinate seeing him on the ground. He deflected Naruto's next blow, catching the boy by surprise. Gritting his teeth, he locked the blonde into a submission hold and sent him crashing to the ground with a thud, hovering over the boy with his shield pointed at his neck. Don't tell me what to do, you little shit. He exhaled, inhaled, and sighed. I've been a soldier for years. I've watched my people die against insurgents, rebels, and dissidents for years. Don't give me that shit. There was a clear difference in the experience of the two super soldiers. John Walker had seen blood, death, and battle firsthand as an active soldier, and that didn't end when he became one of Zola's super soldiers. It increased exponentially. On the other hand, Naruto only had the skills, not the experience, but he was a young man who could make up for that lack by following his own ideals, by following his feelings. Despite being pointed at with the edge of the shield, Naruto did not give in to the pressure, but instead moved his body abruptly and forced John to step aside, leaving him destabilized and with all his weight on a bent leg, which Naruto took advantage of to hit said leg and knock him onto his back, although without the force he would have liked, since he was ready to break his foot. It's not like I'm going to say I understand you, Naruto twisted his torso, guiding his shield in one direction. But I don't need you to spit on me when you scream, thank you. Everyone has their own story to tell. Following Walker's movement, Naruto pushed and threw his shield against his enemies. The two collided, generating a metallic sound that echoed in the ears of the two super soldiers, and they fell to the ground, inert. The moment the shield stopped shaking, leaving them on the ground, both Naruto and John launched themselves at each other, each landing a blow to their opponent's face, both realizing that it wouldn't be easy to defeat the other. Naruto kept his balance and deflected his opponent's jab with his right arm, but was forced to cover his face with his left arm when John launched a second jab, this one with his opposite arm. The man had made a decision. To attack first, to attack hard, and to do so without mercy. So he had attacked the boy with force, taking advantage of the fact that he wasn't completely balanced, seeking to knock him to the ground. But Naruto had shown him that he didn't need to be balanced. That he would be a tough opponent, even if he was missing a leg. The exchange of blows continued while the mutants and the regime soldiers faced each other, with neither participant paying attention to their surroundings, as both John and Naruto were focused solely on each other, seeking to defeat them, taking advantage of only a single opening to end the confrontation. John Walker wasn't going to admit it outright, but the boy was dazzling him. Every move he made, the boy countered, undid, and forced him to change his strategy, as if he were growing during the confrontation, as if he were constantly evolving and couldn't stop. And this was a problem. Naruto was learning, growing by leaps and bounds, something that Taskmaster saw when he ended up being run through by the blade of a katana, thus turning the boy into a constant danger to any member of the regime, to any fighter who went after him with the intention of hunting him down, and John could see that when he faced the boy with his own hands. A simple oversight on John's part allowed Naruto to land a powerful knee strike on the man, forcing the soldier to hunch forward. Another grave error. Naruto wrapped his legs around John's neck and, with a twist of his body, slammed the man to the ground. Nga. Naruto slowly got to his feet. He wasn't sweating, he wasn't hurt. He walked slowly toward John, intending to crush his head, to finish him off once and for all. But a thick wall of ice separated him from his enemy, leaving John on one side and him on the other, although he could see him lying on the ground. Naruto. Don't buck with me, Bobby. I was about to kill him. Naruto turned to face the mutant. He wasn't alone. Behind Bobby were several mutants, all of them with injuries. The sight made the boy take a deep breath. Sorry. I was only focused on myself, I didn't think about the others. He had made the mistake of separating himself from his companions, of not paying attention to them. Mutants might have powers, but Naruto knew the boys couldn't push themselves too far. Constantly using their mutation could lead some to severe injuries or even death on the battlefield. We have a plan, Kitty murmured. Pietro mentioned Utopia, a second refuge for his father, hidden from the regime's satellites and eyes. But the only one who can take us can't carry everyone. That's why Magneto is buying us time. Him and some of the other older mutants. Give us time? Naruto blinked. How are you going to? An explosion caught everyone's attention, drawing their attention to the sky. Slowly, one by one, the helicarriers began to descend, becoming smaller, transforming into projectiles that would fall directly into the sea, engulfed in fire, like shooting stars. He's going to use his power. The sound of gunshots followed the scream. I'll buy you time, Naruto replaced the shield on his arm and walked toward the ice wall. I'll stop them here. Run away. Kurt, take him now. The hand appeared and grabbed the boy's shirt. By the time Naruto reacted, the ice wall was gone, and instead, green eyes stared back at him unblinkingly. Chapter 14. Estarossa had been a beautiful island built by dictators and improved by the people they had enslaved. The mutants led by the Brotherhood had created a beautiful community on that island, a beautiful home for those who didn't have one and wanted to live with the necessary dignity without being seen as mere slaves, monsters to be controlled and used as tools. But those modern buildings that gave the island a beautiful image were now in ruins, with cracks running down their walls and smoke and dust escaping from holes in their structures, leaving a huge amount of rubble in the streets that hindered the escape of the people who, until that moment, had lived on the island. From the balcony overlooking the island, Max Eisenhardt had watched the arrival of the regime soldiers at the gates of his home. With his hands behind his back and his gray hair blowing in the wind, the aging mutant and governor of Estarossa watched a fight between the island soldiers, the Brotherhood, and those belonging to Hydra, the dictatorial regime led by the Hydra Masters, the most powerful people in the world, those who ruled it. Max had been waiting for that moment, that confrontation, and it was happening beneath his feet, elevated 50 meters above the streets. He had hoped the fight would be taken by himself and the Brotherhood to regime territory. But that had accelerated his own plans and moves toward a better life for his people and, if possible, for the entire world, not just Estarossa or any territory belonging to the mutant nation. The old mutant knew that behind that attack was his best friend, Professor Charles Xavier, a telepathic mutant who had been seeking peace and protection for his people, going so far as to ally himself with the regime, allowing Hydra to use mutants as a tool, a simple deterrent for any enemy who wanted to overthrow the government that Hydra had established in most of the world. And from that, the X-Force, the Special Mutant Attack Team, was born. The regime had deployed a significant portion of its army to Genosha with the intention of subduing the mutant rebels, turning them into mere objects, mere dummies for its experiments. And that was something Magneto couldn't allow, couldn't see. Perhaps he had been too firm in his ideals, a mutant supremacist. But he had never accepted the regime's kindness, its willingness to give mutants a place in society as his old friend, Charles, had. Charles hadn't seen the darkness of Hydra's actions. His kindness, tainted by naivety, had condemned the mutants under his care to be used as mere soldiers, to carry out covert missions, and to be the weapon of those who needed someone to stain their hands with blood. That was why Magneto built Genosha and used a brotherhood to maintain the safety of his people, the same safety his old friend had ultimately destroyed, bringing war to his home. Magneto wasn't fooled, though. That had been his fault. He himself had brought the boy who had obtained the serum to Genosha, hiding the boy for 3 long years and keeping him away from Arnim Zola's eyes until the boy was ready. It was, of course, a risky move that had ended up accelerating his own revolution, his own growth. Magneto moved both arms and placed the old helmet that completed his uniform on his head. Since the founding of Genosha, he had intermittently forgotten about that accessory, using it only on special occasions or when he had to meet with Charles for the agreements between Krakoa and Genosha, maintaining a cordiality between the two mutant factions. The sky, which should have been clear, was dark. In the distance, infesting the sky, obscuring the sun and the clouds, a cloud of ships could be seen flying toward the island, with the sole objective of destroying it, causing Genosha to sink into the sea until it disappeared, taking with it all who lived there. The Lyriers were flying toward Genosha with the goal of destroying the island and subduing all the mutants living there. Commanding these ships was one of the commanders serving Arnim Zola of Hydra. This didn't matter to the old mutant. As in the past, Magneto raised his arms. It had been a while since he had used his powers on such a vast contingent of ships, weapons, and vehicles, so the outcome could even lead to his death. My time has come to an end in a certain way. The mutant's old eyes looked at the first ships, the first Helicarier and Quinjet to fall towards the sea engulfed in flames, being shrunk by the force of the very magnetism that enveloped them, until they became mere scrap. If Arnim loses this entire fleet, Hydra will be hit hard. Magneto had made a decision when Genosha began to be attacked. He knew the repercussions that would befall the mutants for that rebellion against the regime. He could see the fate of the Brotherhood and the mutants of Genosha if Hydra gained access to the island, if they were defeated in that confrontation between many. The war had begun, and Magneto wasn't willing to give in to the enemies of his people. There was racism. There was xenophobia. Magneto wasn't a man to bow down and bow to those who interfered with his people, with the freedom they should have even belonging to that utopia. The mutant's old eyes gazed out at the burning sea, the fire that was streaking across the sky. One by one, the Helicariers began to fall into the sea, a mass of metal, flesh, and bone. Even from a distance, Magneto swore he could hear the screams of the soldiers as they were crushed and pierced by the iron he wielded with his powers, never once showing any enjoyment. In fact, the mutant's eyes remained fixed on the horizon, without a glimmer of emotion that made him vibrate with life. He looked like a living dead man, in fact. Letting out a heavy sigh, Magneto finally clasped his hands together. The tension in his body had begun to show. He felt the warmth of blood trickling from his nose, a sign that he was pushing his powers beyond what his aging body could handle. Giving in isn't my style, Charles. You've sold out the mutants, I'll protect them. No one in the mutant nation was fooled. Magneto possessed a power that could shift the Earth's magnetism if he so desired. But he wasn't at the height of his powers. He was no longer a young teenager with the ability to destroy the world or bring it to Judgment Day using his powers. He was barely destroying the regime's fleet using his powers at his age. And his body was suffering the consequences. Life or death. Charles Xavier had chosen a life of servitude under the Hydra leaders, those who won a war fueled by anti-Semitism to the fullest extent. His old friend collaborated with those who killed his wife, his daughter, and Magneto could only be disappointed in what Charles had done to his fellow mutants, to his brothers. And if a man like Charles couldn't stand up against something like the regime, Magneto was willing to be the pillar, the focus of the rebellion against those who attacked his people, against those who killed his family. The hands balled into fists as they separated from each other. The arms moved and twisted at their master's command, offering no objection, despite the burning pain that began to press against the old mutant's chest. There was a taste of rust in his mouth, flooding it with the sensation of salt at the same time, as if he had taken a spoonful of the same seasoning. He merely pressed his lips together. he narrowed his eyes. He thrust a wave of magnetism straight into the sky. More ships began to fall under the weight of their enemy's power, becoming mere iron spheres that fell into the sea, engulfed in fire, flesh, and the wailing of the unfortunate soldiers inside said ships. Magneto mourned the deaths of those men and women, but he couldn't show mercy. He couldn't look away and let them come to his home when they themselves were pushing them to fight. He just wanted to live a peaceful life with his own people, but he couldn't not fight when the regime arrived at Genosha's gates, as if they were nothing but traitors, rebels. All those years of peace went down the drain, and the regime didn't seem to care much, nor did its leaders who were after the boy. Captain America. Magneto could see the fear in the regime's actions, and how they persecuted a teenager just for what ran through his veins. He could understand why. Serums derived from the super soldier serum weren't abundant in the world, and the results had been good. It was understandable that the government wanted to replicate it until they could mass produce a large quantity to form an army of soldiers. However, killing a teenager didn't enter the old mutant's mind, and he preferred to see a second Captain America standing, a beacon of hope for those who refused to bow to the command of the followers of the Hydra regime. I'd rather die than let Genosha fall into your hands, Charles. Magneto yanked his arms downward, and the last of the Helicarriers sank into the sea alongside its brethren, leaving a considerable loss for Arnim Zola and his fellow diners, those who would have been displeased at the loss of a few thousand soldiers. If Magneto was not mistaken, they would have lost more than 50,000 men with the fall of the Helicarriers that were sent to Genosha to obtain the young man who could be the second Captain America. A sharp pain caused Magneto to fall to his right knee. Seconds later, a violent cough hit him, and blood fell from his mouth, staining the cold floor of the room. A sizable puddle formed, only to be blood flowing from the island governor's mouth. This caught the old mutant's eye, his face half reflected in the dark warm blood. Is this the end for me? That question came out of the governor's mouth, and the man's mind quickly captured it, understanding that his time as the governor of Genosha and its protector was coming to an end, despite his efforts to see an end to that conflict, to see true freedom in that world run by supremacists. You could say that he is Magneto. The doors to the room had been smashed down. A man with a strange visor covering his eyes was flanked by two figures who were, by eye, over 2 meters tall. Scott Summers, Magneto muttered, standing with some difficulty, looking at the young brown-haired man. No doubt you would follow Charles in his madness, like a dog tied to its master without any fear. Scott Summers, Aka Cyclops, showed no sign of anger at Magneto's words. Anyone else would have felt anger, perhaps discomfort, or scoffed at the old mutant's words. Scott just snorted and shook his head, looking at the island governor through the visor Charles gave him to control his ocular powers. You're trying to stall for time by fighting in vain, Magneto. I'd suggest you tell us where the boy is, where you've hidden him. If you do, we won't. The hand moved, and one of the enormous metallic figures headed straight for Scott. The mutant rolled on the ground and brought the hand up to his face, firing a beam that severed the old mutant's left arm, sending him sprawling to the ground. Idiot. The young man spat, looking at the downed and bleeding Magneto, who smiled, showing his bleeding teeth, the enamel covered in his own blood. You would have saved yourself. You would have saved Genosha and its inhabitants. Magneto was aware of what Scott was saying. He had been aware of it from the moment he decided to get the boy carrying the serum out of the reach of the regime and the bloodhounds, even Charles's assault team. That's something I know, Brat. The blood was forming a huge puddle under Magneto's body, wetting his white clothes and turning them pink and slowly red. I am aware of my actions, because I am a free man, a mutant of the mutant nation. He stretched his right arm towards the second robot and destroyed it by applying pressure, causing said limb to be cut off by Scott's rays. Arg. Idiot. Using his right foot, Scott pushed Magneto against the steps leading to the island's governor's seat, earning another smile from the old man. Do you think this has served any purpose? Slowly, the younger mutant approached the older one. Try as you might, the world already belongs to the powerful, to those who are going to rule the world no matter what you try. A Brad isn't going to stop the powerful men. And if you're not going to bend, then you're not necessary to the world order. Somewhere in Canada. A strange rupture occurred inside a two-bed hotel room. From the foggy hole, Naruto emerged, landing on his feet, holding Captain America's old shield in his right hand. He looked confused at what he was seeing. A girl with fiery red hair and 2 green orbs that didn't even blink when they saw him. Instinctively, the boy moved ready to fight, but a metal arm stopped him, sending him to the ground, pinning his unarmed arm against his lower back. Don't be an idiot, Brat, and calm down. Abel, the teenager's voice made the man look at her, his face grim. I'd rather you didn't break his arm if possible. You promised Magneto that. A snort came from the mutant man's mouth, and he released the boy, removing from his hand the shield that had belonged to Steve Rogers, the second Captain America in history, being placed as the first by some who could not conceive the existence of another before Steve. Who are you? There was no hostility in the question. Confusion, uncertainty, and unease filled the boy's voice and made him back away, lightly clutching his injured arm. My name is Hope Summers. This is Nathan Summers, also known as Cable. A growl left the man's throat as he turned his back on the two teens, walking towards what appeared to be the room's bathroom. You're Naruto, right? Do you know my name? Pity warned us that Nightcrawler would bring you with one of his portals. Things in Genosha aren't going well, and the mutants are being scattered across the world. They'll try, somehow, to reunite. Only those who give hope to Genosha have been sent away from the regime. The voice of the local newscaster broke the silence that followed Hope's words, attracting the attention of the two teenagers and the mutant man. In today's news, the war against Genosha has resulted in the total casualties of nearly 100,000 regime troops and the destruction of the rebel outpost on Genosha, with the deaths of its leader, Max Eisenhardt, known as Magneto, and the island's top leadership. The remaining members found were sent to Prison 42 in the negative zone, preventing them from returning to Earth to continue hostilities. American soil is protected, with all rebels being sent to the prison. Furthermore, Naruto stopped listening to the announcer's words and looked at Hope first and then at Cable, who growled at what he saw in the boy's eyes. No, brat. You came here and you're not going back. Genosha has lost. And Magneto is dead now. Without a leader, I highly doubt things will get any better. And losing you would just give them another weapon. This change in the timeline is only going to make my timeline that much worse, if you ask, Hope. Hope shook her head and looked at Naruto, seeing the confusion flashing in his blue eyes. His words don't matter, Naruto. Just are you going to bear the burden of being Captain America, carrying his shield against the regime? Hope's words made the boy blink and look towards the television, where the image of Genosha burning and bombed was being shown to viewers, while lies were spat out by the host and the announcer of the program, branding the mutants of the island as rebels. He clenched his hands. He breathed heavily, exhaling through his nostrils. The people who had cared for and protected him were now dead or imprisoned without justification. Prison 42, the blue orbs moved to Cable. I want in. I want to do what Magneto expected of me and end this shit. End of book 1. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.